Wang Bao's car returned to the manor slowly and steadily. He had calculated the time for Luo Yao and Lin Ran's conversation with perfect accuracy. Nice driving skills. You deserve a bonus, Lin Ran praised as he got out of the car. Wang Bao was filled with gratitude. Back in the bedroom, it was as if the events at the hospital had been automatically blocked from their minds. They were well aware that danger could appear at any time, and the greatest effort they could make was to snuff out all threats. This was a process, and it was already more than halfway complete. Married life is supposed to be colorful. Some couples get stuck on being cuckolded, some on being lewd. But Lin Ran and Luo Yao's married life was not only lewd, but also sweet without being cloying. Wu Zhishan's call came. What? Need money? Lin Ran got straight to the point as soon as he answered. Brother Lin, you're a miracle worker. I've settled the deal with that sanitary napkin manufacturer I was looking at, but their production capacity is a bit weak. I want to purchase equipment to increase production and hire a celebrity for an endorsement. Lin Ran nodded. The Nuanyo Group now had more and more branches. All right, just give me the number. Brother Lin, I just love how direct you handsome guys are. Not much, 100 million. The Nuanyo Group's liquid capital was indeed not very large. Much of the time, it survived on funds he injected himself. It wasn't that it wasn't profitable, but mainly that there were money-losing projects, and it was still in the startup and development phase. A company's startup phase is often the most cash-intensive. But making money was no longer important to the current Lin Ran. After learning the true extent of his wife's power, he felt that all his own endeavors were like playing house. So the bold idea occurred to him. Being a spendthrift husband seemed pretty cool too. I'll give you $1 billion. Take it and develop the group company vigorously. Wu Zhishang on the other end of the line was stunned for a long moment before asking uncertainly, how much? $1 billion. I'll transfer it to the corporate account later. You take it and do what you want with it. Whether I can lie back and collect dividends in the future is all up to you. Wu Zhishang. Brother Lin, aren't you afraid I'll lose it all? Not all. Losing it won't affect me. I have my wife to support me. Wu Zhishang. I shouldn't have asked. After hanging up, Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao in his arms. Honey, give me $1 billion. That's right. Lin Ran was preparing to spend Luo Yao's money. In the past, Lin Ran had thought about using the money earned by the Nuanyo Group to buy small gifts for Luo Yao, but he discovered the Nuanyo Group wasn't very profitable at all. The profitable projects had to cover the holes of other projects, which in turn benefited the Saran Group. But none of that was important. What was important was that if he spent his wife's money, his wife would be very happy. Besides, the money Lin Ran had on hand was already enough to give Luo Yao the wedding of the century. So why continue to make more money? Isn't being a kept man a good life? Sure enough, Luo Yao was stunned at first. Then her eyes curved into crescents. Is $1 billion enough? How about $10 billion? Luo Yao was never afraid of Lin Ran starting a business. Even if he failed every time, it didn't matter. She had money, after all. $1 billion is enough. That's a very high starting point. Lin Ran now really felt a little bad about Wu Zhishang's 5% stake. The future Nuanyo Group could very well be a company worth tens or hundreds of billions. And with his personality, he wouldn't casually dilute the shares, as there was no need. In that case, Wu Zhishang's net worth. Old Wu, I'm your real father. If you dare to be unfilial to me in the future, it'll be an injustice to heaven and earth. As for whether the Nuanyo Group can develop into a behemoth, that depends on your ability. Meanwhile, upon receiving the $1 billion, the finance department of the Nuanyo Group dropped all pretense. Our group is just rich. What can you do about it? The planning department came up with a plan and immediately contacted suitable celebrities for endorsements. The brand name was also decided, Scandal-Proof Sanitary Napkins. The acquired manufacturer and its original staff were all kept on, making for a seamless transition, just with a change of brand. The most crucial aspect was the raw materials. Although this factory with poor brand performance had little profit, its materials were very conscientious. Wu Zhishang upgraded the raw materials on this basis, and it wasn't just a simple procurement upgrade. For this, he had Zhang Xinyan to thank. When Lin Ran first mentioned this to him, he started looking for suitable manufacturers. Then, during the new year, he coincidentally learned that Zhang Xinyan's hometown produced cotton. So Wu Zhishang found a way to link these things together. After this period of effort, everything from the acquisition of raw materials to sub-packaging, production, packaging, and even sales had become integrated. He even planned to get involved in the cultivation of raw materials starting this year. To reduce the cost for users, he didn't plan to put the product in supermarkets, but instead adopted a model of online orders and offline shipping. The reason was simple. The traffic from the major streamers under the Nuanyo group was already enough to stand on its own. This move not only greatly saved costs, but also ensured quality. And as for celebrity endorsements, they had them ready-made. Don't get the wrong idea. It wasn't Qin Tian, but two men, Zhang Xiaolong and Shun Jingbing. Zhang Xiaolong had previously acted in short dramas and had a certain degree of exposure, while Shun Jingbing, although he had no works to his name, was a rather zany streamer who had attracted countless fans. Plus, they were both part of Nuanyo Media, so it was logical. In a live stream, they started a trial sale with a skeptical attitude. Zhang Xiaolong, brothers and sisters, scandal-proof sanitary napkins. Quality and quantity guaranteed. No scandals. Absolutely no fluorescent agents. Absolutely no short waiting. Absolutely not black-hearted cotton. Shun Jingbing, my sisters, little sisters, and mothers. All the female streamers, artists, aunties, and young ladies in our company are using them. Everyone who has used them says they're great. Say goodbye to gynecological problems. Choose scandal-proof. Two grown men selling sanitary napkins in a live stream, and the effect was surprisingly good. It wasn't just the two of them. Other streamers from the Nuanyo group also rode the wave of this popularity and met their sales targets. Even they themselves hadn't expected that they would one day have explosive sales by selling sanitary napkins, even starting pre-sales. Overnight, the machines in the entire factory were practically smoking, running 24/7. Wu Zhishang continued to increase investment in production costs. The Nuanyo group had opened up a new track. This success also gave Wu Zhishang new motivation. He felt that the paths to success were becoming more and more numerous. Meanwhile, Nuanyo Media's new short drama also began filming. Its name was Reborn and pampered into a crybaby by my Yandra husband. Learning of the changes in the Nuanyo group, Lin Ran felt very gratified, with a feeling of my son has finally grown up. At night, Lin Ran felt a bit sticky all over. He opened his eyes and saw Luo Yao in his arms, covered in beads of sweat, her brow tightly furrowed. Was Yao Yao having a nightmare? That's right, the Luo Yao in the dream was on a killing spree. She dreamed that Lin Ran had run away again. Someone said he didn't love her anymore. Someone else said he was dead. Like a madwoman, she searched the world for him. Many familiar figures blocked her path. Her parents and brothers, her grandfather, the Lin family, Lu Rushua, Chun Qingtian, and even Wu Zhishang. Each one of them, with ferocious faces, blocked her, telling her, Lin Ran is already dead. He killed himself to escape from you. Luo Yao's eyes were crimson as she roared. Our Ran can only be mine. I must see him if he's alive, and I must see his body if he's dead. She twisted off their heads one by one, until a huge black shadow blocked her way and slowly turned its head. Meow. Its gaze seemed to say, Lin Ran is dead. You'll never see him again. With crimson eyes, Luo Yao pulled out a dagger and lunged forward. You're lying to me. When the black shadow fell, Luo Yao finally saw Lin Ran's corpse. Her entire being felt as if it had plunged into an ice cavern. Aran, wake up. Suddenly, Lin Ran's corpse opened its eyes. Yao Yao, are you dreaming? Startled, Luo Yao woke up. A pair of gentle hands were testing the temperature of her forehead. Yao Yao, were you dreaming? A nightmare? Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Lin Ran had always known that Luo Yao wasn't as strong as she appeared on the surface. She just hid her softest parts. Seeing the person in front of her clearly, Luo Yao's entire body instantly went limp. She remembered the insecure nightmare. But how long had it been since she last had this kind of nightmare? Luo Yao's dreams depended on her level of security. Back when Lin Ran was constantly trying to escape, she had nightmares almost every day. The dreams were bizarre and varied, but they were all about Lin Ran leaving her. So she didn't dare to sleep deeply, because she feared the feeling of Lin Ran leaving. But in the last 6 months, she had rarely had such dreams, and her sleep quality had been getting better and better. Aran, will you leave me? Of course not. I just dreamed that you didn't love me anymore, that you even chose to kill yourself to escape from me. A lot of people wouldn't let me look for you. Lin Ran held Luo Yao tightly in his arms. It's all fake. For the rest of my life, I will only get closer to you. I will never run away from you. Really? Of course. MMPH. This time, Luo Yao was exceptionally frantic, as if she would die if she didn't use all her strength. Only through the most real affection could she know that Lin Ran was still by her side. It wasn't until the next morning that Luo Yao, having gained enough security, fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Ran looked up at the sleeping Luo Yao, her red lips slightly parted and couldn't resist a gentle taste. He didn't want to wake Luo Yao. It was rare to see her sleeping soundly and lazing in bed. How could she be so cute? He wanted to hold his sweet little wife at all times, but he was still injured and didn't have that much strength. He tiptoed out of bed and prepared breakfast himself. It didn't matter if he starved, but his wife had a weak stomach and couldn't go hungry. Lin Ran carefully leaned close to Luo Yao's ear and whispered, "Yao Yao, eat something before you go back to sleep." Luo Yao rarely slept so soundly. She felt very weak and let out a couple of whimpers. I want our Ran to feed me." Okay. By the time Lin Ran was feeding her, Luo Yao had already taken a bite before she suddenly woke up, looking at her lover in disbelief. Luo Yao, "Our Ran, choo choo choo. Did I sleep? Choo 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 this long? Choo choo choo. There, it's still early. You can sleep as long as you want. I'll stay right here with you." Lin Ran could sense the anxiety Luo Yao felt when she first woke up last night. She was so afraid of him leaving her. This answer put Luo Yao at ease, as if the world's colors were becoming more and more vibrant. Today's soup dumplings were delicious. After eating to her heart's content, Luo Yao fell asleep again in Lin Ran's arms. The days that followed were simple, yet interesting. The two of them had no pressing, trivial matters to deal with. Even the group company didn't require their hands-on involvement. At most, Lu Meng would report back on key issues. Every day was spent eating, drinking, sleeping, and talking about love. Even their motley crew of friends didn't disturb them, as if it had become an unwritten rule. It was under these circumstances that Lin Ran's injuries got better and better. But his heart was not calm. In his past life, Luo Yao had always been busy, caught between him and her work. But now, Luo Yao had no interest in work at all, and had even begun to delegate her authority. Looking at it this way, Luo Yao probably didn't like working at all. The reason she was so busy before was to numb herself with work in a life where she couldn't get his love. To numb the fact that he didn't love her. A pang of heartache struck him at this thought. "What are you thinking about, Aran?" Luo Yao asked, seeing Lin Ran lost in thought. "I was thinking about how to love you for the rest of our lives. This is very good. As long as Aran can be by my side, I'm satisfied." Lin Ran looked into Luo Yao's eyes that were sometimes lively, sometimes mischievous, sometimes cold and severe, and sometimes crimson. That's right, Luo Yao never needed him to give anything. All her colors and emotions changed because of him. All she wanted was for him to always be by her side, as simple as that. If that's what she wants, then give it to her. It's not a difficult thing, is it? Early one morning, Lu Meng came to the manor. She brought a pile of documents that had accumulated over several days, reporting on them while having Luo Yao sign. Although Luo Yao had delegated authority, it didn't mean Lu Meng could run wild. Luo Yao wouldn't allow that to happen. The Luo Group was her capital for supporting Lin Ran. Even if Lu Meng was capable, she had to be careful not to bankrupt it. "President Luo, do you remember that interview show you and young Master Lin participated in last year? They had a vote, and the top 3 guests of the year would be invited to participate in a 2-day outdoor live stream. You and young Master Lin came in first last year. The director has already sent an invitation, but I can't make the decision." In truth, Lu Meng could have rejected it directly, but she didn't. Regardless of whether Luo Yao wanted to participate, just speaking for Lu Meng herself, she used to be constantly force-fed dog food, public displays of affection, at the Luo Group, to the point of nausea. But recently, she hadn't had any dog food and was actually starting to miss it. At this moment, Lin Ran was not in the study, leaving Luo Yao alone to decide. Speaking of Lin Ran, he had indeed been at home so much lately that he was almost regressing. Lin Ran was a free bird, and she had locked him in a cage. Although this bird in the cage lacked for nothing to eat or drink and was relatively happy, it ultimately lacked some freedom. Perhaps she should try to give Lin Ran some freedom. Of course, the premise was that the two birds would fly together. "Okay, I'll go ask Aran. If there are no surprises, we'll go." On the surface, Lu Meng showed no reaction, but inwardly, she was screaming frantically. Ah, the long-awaited dog food. Is that familiar taste coming back? After Lu Meng left, Lin Ran came to the study with a plate of fruit. "Yao Yao, your mouth must be dry after talking for so long. Have some fruit." Luo Yao's eyes curved. "Okay." In the past few days, Lin Ran's injuries had mostly healed. He had no problem moving around and could even engage in strenuous activities in bed. Seeing Lin Ran squatting beside her to feed her, Luo Yao worried it was tiring for him. She had him sit in a chair, and then she sat on his lap. "Lin Ran, are you sure this isn't tiring?" "Oh well, what can I do if my wife likes it? Just have to spoil her." Feeding Luo Yao fruit piece by piece, Luo Yao really felt like she was gaining weight again. Aran, let's go on a show. What show? That The Boss and the Boss's Wife, one we were on last year. They held a vote this year, and the top 3 will have an extra episode. It's scheduled for this weekend. Okay. Lin Rand thought to himself that it was about time to get out for some fresh air. While this period of blissful indulgence in the lap of luxury had been very happy, it lacked a bit of novelty. He wanted to appear in every corner of the world with Luo Yao. He didn't know about past dreams, but his future dream was to take Luo Yao on a lifelong honeymoon around the world. Aran doesn't want to go? Then I can have Lu Meng turn it down. Luo Yao pouted, pretending to be wronged. Lin Ran was almost melted by her cuteness. Only after seeing her cold severity could one appreciate how adorable her current coquettishness was. I want to go. As long as I'm with Yao Yao, I'll enjoy doing anything. Early on Saturday morning, the film crew arrived at the manor. Starting today, they would be live streaming for 2 days, following them the entire time except when they were sleeping. At 7 a.m., the live stream started on time. Uncle Fu welcomed them into the villa. Lin Ran took one look. Good grief, they were all familiar faces. They were all contestants who had eaten his cooking and survived. At the same time, the bullet comments in Lin Ran and Luo Yao's live stream were already flooding the screen. Crazy outsider. Wow, 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 the officials didn't lie to me. It's really them. Luo Xinjiang Lin are going to be in the same frame again. Do you know how I've been getting by lately? I've started shipping my own dog and cat. Sister-in-law, open up. It's me, your brother. If you don't feed us some sugar soon, I'm going to mail them razor blades. But why is it only Lin Ran? Where's Luo Yao? Don't be a Lin Jian. Just broke up. I hope Lin Ran can be my boyfriend. I'm so starved for love. Please turn off your phone when getting a room. Certain people in this live stream have chosen the path to death. Lin Rand made a should gesture. My wife might still be asleep. Don't wake her up. The first segment of the special program was breakfast. Otherwise, the stream wouldn't have started so early. But now, our female lead wasn't even out of bed. What were they supposed to film? Lin Rand was busy in the kitchen, and the crew members were reminded of some unpleasant memories. Lin Rand looked at the film crew and extended a sincere invitation. Care to join? All the staff members shook their heads like rattledrums. Lin Rand smiled. Well, it's your loss. Today's breakfast included soup dumplings he had steamed himself, which Luo Yao had specifically requested. Along with soy milk and side dishes, it was a simple, heartwarming Chinese-style breakfast. Once everything was ready, Lin Ran went back to the bedroom to call Luo Yao to eat. The two had been up quite late last night. This morning, after getting up, Lin Ran had let Luo Yao sleep a little longer while he prepared breakfast for her. Basking in Lin Ran's affection, Luo Yao had nodded. Returning to the bedroom, Lin Ran found that Luo Yao was already awake and dressed. Luo Yao didn't need exquisite makeup to be breathtakingly beautiful. Her fair neck was adorned with eternal love, and a 13,000 yuan bracelet on her wrist looked like it was worth 130 million. My wife is so beautiful. Luo Yao's eyes narrowed into a lovely curve. I'm going to be on camera. Of course I have to look pretty. You're already beautiful. Still have to dress up nicely. Only by dressing beautifully enough could she warn off any vixens. You don't have the capital to compete with me. Although no one dared to snatch Lin Ran anymore. What if there was someone who wasn't afraid to die? Don't worry, no one can snatch me away, because I won't agree to it. Let's go downstairs and eat. Luo Yao held out her hand, and Lin Ran naturally picked her up, his hand supporting her bottom as he walked out of the bedroom. Luckily, his injuries were almost healed now. Otherwise, he really might not have been able to carry Luo Yao for long. He walked out of the bedroom, delivering a critical hit in front of the entire internet. Aran, am I heavy? As light as a feather. Lin Ran said something against his conscience, but did what he wanted to do. What a big dumb pair. Holy crap. Even though I was prepared, I'm still overwhelmed by the sweetness. This couple is too sweet, right? Caught a wife-doting maniac in the wild. 50th Exploding Heavens gang. Wait, isn't Lin Ran injured? A netizen previously revealed he was hospitalized. How did he recover so quickly? Doesn't Luo Yao consider Lin Ran's feelings at all? Murong Qing, who loves kimchi fish balls. Where did this idiot come from? It's none of your business what a married couple does. Can't you just quietly enjoy the sugar? Back in the dining room, the distance wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. Lin Ran placed Luo Yao on a chair and began to feed her. A soup dumpling entered Luo Yao's mouth, and she froze for a second. Huh, how is this even more delicious than before? What kind of filling did you use, Aran? Lin Ran. A filling made of my love for you. Live stream. Supreme Heavenly Venerate Plus. Yo yo yo. What kind of schmuck comes up with an answer like that? Just mindless sweetness, huh? A filling of his love for you? Dao Dao Ming Ming Da. I have to say, Lin Ran's stamina is decent. Didn't you see how far it is from the bedroom to the dining room? He just carried her the whole way. Isn't that a bit too doting? Is Luo Yao really a domineering president? How come she seems to have turned into a sweet little wife? Luo Yao's current behavior was indeed like that of a sweet little wife who was desperately in love with her husband, her heart and eyes filled with nothing but Lin Ran. The crew members filmed while being force-fed dog food. Thanks to all the darlings for last month's donations. The new year is just over, but I still have to say, especially to the students, don't donate. Use your lucky money to buy some ribs or some permanent skins. That's much better. After all, donating to the author is just spending money. What can the author give you? But skins are permanent. Love you guys. The entire internet watched as Lin Ran and Luo Yao fed each other breakfast, one bite at a time. The sweetness was cloying for some, the jealousy sour for others. Wu Jingdekai. Wah. What kind of decent person feeds each other breakfast like this? I seriously suspect it's scripted. They're just doing it to attract losers like me. I admit I'm a simpleton and I love watching it. Even their breakfast is so sensual, it's incredible. Sacrifice a chicken to feed a person. What's their status? They need a script? They could buy out the entire production crew if they felt like it. Impatient as hell. Hiss, I want a boyfriend like that so badly. If they weren't the kind of wealthy magnates who don't lack for money, I'd suspect this was all an act. An act? Of course not. How much money would it take to get them to act for the netizens? They're just using the show to relax and have a little fun. It's not like their lives have any plans anyway. The assistant director quietly leaned over to the director. Director, I remember you said if you could invite them on the show again, you'd wash your feet while doing a handstand. I'm waiting. The director shot daggers at the assistant director. I see you don't want this job anymore. Assistant director, whimper bully. After breakfast, the show's host, Louis Show, began to follow the procedure. We meet again, you two. This is our special program of the year. Please don't be nervous. We'll be relaxing for these 2 days, just playing some games, chatting, and recording a bit of your daily married life. Lin Ran, do we look nervous? You, on the other hand, are staring at us a bit strangely. Lu Yishou's inner thoughts. How can I not be strange? You finished the meal you made yourselves? How come you haven't collapsed yet? But she didn't dare say it out loud. Instead, she started to cue the next step. I'm just curious. It seems like your relationship has gone even better. Next, could you two please introduce yourselves? Lin Ran made a confused expression at the camera and waved his hand. Those who know us, press 1. Those who don't know me, press 3. 141592653. Immediately, a flood of ones dominated the screen. Lin Ran spread his hands. See? No need for introductions. Everyone knows us. Lu Yishou. You're right. After all, Mr. Lin and President Luo's story is known to all. So let's follow the old rules and draw some questions. Then we'll set off for our 2-day trip. Lin Ran nodded. All right, let's start drawing questions from the bullet comments. The first question is from a netizen in Jiangnan for young Master Lin. When was the last time you two kissed? Lu Yishou thought, good grief, the bullet comments are really daring. I just don't know if the guests will dare to answer. Just now, on the way downstairs, Lin Ran came up with the answer in a second. Oh, Lu Yishou's eyes held a trace of ambiguity. First thing in the morning, not only did he carry his wife downstairs for breakfast, but he also kissed her before coming down. This sweet little treat was going to make a whole lot of CP fans cry from the sweetness, right? Of course, that included Lu Yishou. She was now also a Luo Shunjianglin CP fan. Then let's capture the next question. This one is a personal question from a netizen in Kyoto, also for young Master Lin. Excuse me, young Master Lin, my wife found my hidden stash of money. The hospital's Wi-Fi is great. How can I save myself? This was a rather awkward question for a man. Lin Ran smiled and glanced at Luo Yao, his answer smooth. That's simple. Next time, hide it where your wife can't find it. Luo Yao glanced at Lin Ran. Does our Ran also hide money? Lin Ran froze, then immediately swore. I certainly don't. I haven't even finished spending the 10 billion in allowance you gave me. There's no need for something like a hidden stash of money to exist. This time, not just the host, but the entire crew and even the bullet comments in the live stream were stunned for several seconds. Chongshang Zhao Zilong. How much allowance? My ears must have gone blind just now. I don't know if I was hearing things. I'm a geographer. This is a gigolo. It was 10 billion. I heard it clearly. That bastard Lin Ran not only eats well, he drinks well too. I'm so triggered. Laughed at my own poverty. Ha! Fantasy over. Wake me up. No one doubted the authenticity of their conversation because Luo Yao had the capital and the personality for it. The reason everyone shipped their CP was not just because they were rich, but mainly because they were both love-struck fools. This kind of CP was reassuring to ship. Not only was it sweet, but was also unlikely to have a bad ending. Luo Yao, really? Lin Ran, really? If I lie, my son Lin Tianba will die on the spot. Set off a firecracker and lost a few million. The century's worst father, whose name I'd almost forgotten, makes a limited-time return to elbow me. The pig who rebelled during New Year. Lin Ran is such a clear-headed and filial son. Even now, he hasn't forgotten his scumbag dad. Lu Yishou seized the opportunity to create a buzz. From President Luo's tone, would you be angry if young Master Lin hid money from you? Luo Yao shook her head. No, if Ah Ran hid money, it would prove he's short of money. I'd give him another 10 billion. The smile on Lu Yishou's face was about to crumble. She really wanted to fight these rich people. But just as she expected, Weibo's super topics and hot searches all exploded. Hashtag Lin Rant's allowance is 10 billion hashtag viral. Lu Yishou paused, looking at the question on the bullet screen, finding it a bit hard to say, mainly because this was a live stream. After thinking for a moment, she phrased it tactfully. Do the two of you have a harmonious marital life? After asking this question, Lu Yishou was already prepared for death. The director below also stared with wide eyes, looking at the staff member in disbelief. Who told you to screenshot this kind of question? Are you crazy? That staff member's eyes were innocently clear. But it's all random, and we've screened similar questions on our show before. Is that the same? Can't you see who the guests are today? The clear eyes continue to argue. But we can't lose the show's fairness just because of their special status. You little. Forget it. The Gen Zs are getting more and more lawless at work these days. The university student with the originally clear eyes lowered his head, a triumphant smile on his face. The main reason was that he also wanted to ask this question. At the live taping, the imagined icy atmosphere did not appear. Instead, Luo Yao's pleasant voice was heard. Harmonious? Does doing it every night count as harmonious? Bullet comments. Lin Ran was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Luo Yao to answer so smoothly. Compared to her, he seemed much more reserved. Lu Yishou. It counts, of course it counts. Thank you, President Luo, for your answer. Now, let's look at the next questions. She was genuinely grateful to Luo Yao, grateful for sparing her life. Since it was a special program and a 2-day one at that, each segment would be stretched a bit longer. There was no helping it. The director didn't dare to torment these two like he did other guests. He could only omit some unnecessary segments and add some interactive ones. Next question. Is Luo Yao the type of domineering president with a particularly strong possessive streak? I really want to know. Luo Yao. My possessiveness is only directed at Ah Ran. Question. Excuse me, do you two big shots need a pet that can talk? Luo Yao. I am Ah Ran's pet. Question. Is Lin Ran usually a cute, clingy puppy or a dominant wolf at home? Luo Yao. Your question makes me think you want to be a dead dog. Question. How can I improve my status at home? Lin Ran. Someone who loves you won't want to improve their status, except in bed. Question. It's my girlfriend's birthday. What gift can I give her to represent my undying love for her? Lin Ran. A coffin. Red tomato poop. Wait, what kind of people are asking these questions? The production team really dares to ask, and the guests really dare to answer. I now believe this episode has no script. Classmate flexing contest. Why do I feel like these answers are a bit off? What did Luo Yao say she was? Hairless and lawless. I've been single since birth for over 20 years, and I suddenly want to get married. Seeking a match online, gender not limited. As the interaction became more frequent, the head director was stunned by the livestream data. It had just started, and the number of viewers had already reached an astonishing 8 million and was still climbing. Faced with the netizens' questions, Lin Ran and Luo Yao weren't angry at all. Instead, they displayed a different kind of charm. However, he couldn't let the bullet comments keep asking questions, because the questions were getting more and more out of line. He still had to be mindful of the impact. If the livestream got banned for 5 minutes, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. The director gave an order through his earpiece. One last question, then we'll move on to the next segment. The clear-eyed person on the side. The last one. Lu Yishou also breathed a sigh of relief. She could barely stand some of the questions. How come when they filmed other boss couples, the questions were mainly about education, business, or children, but when it came to Lin Ran and Luo Yao, they all turned into somewhat risque questions. Strange. All right, let's ask one last question. Were you two planning to have children? When this question was asked, Lin Ran and Luo Yao finally fell silent for a moment. The topic of children had always been a somewhat tangled issue for the two of them. At first, Lin Ran didn't care, then he didn't want any, and now he might want one again. Because he and Luo Yao would eventually grow old, and they would need someone to care for them in their old age and see to their funeral, right? Besides, with such a huge family fortune, it would be a shame not to have a spendthrift heir. As for Luo Yao, at first she didn't want children, then she became indifferent, and now she was open to the idea. Her thoughts were different from Lin Ran's. She neither wanted a child arrival to divide Lin Ran's love, nor did she want to leave nothing behind as a legacy of her love with Lin Ran. What could be left behind? Naturally, a child. Perhaps they could have a child and then hand it over to the butler to raise. She and Lin Ran would continue on as they were now. As for Wen, Uncle Fu, who was watching the fun from behind, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, a bad premonition. Luo Yao, let's leave it to fate. It might be soon. Lin Ran? Don't worry. We'll notify everyone to get in line when the time comes. Brother-in-law, open up, it's me, your sister. Lin Ran knows me too well. Can you give me a specific time for when you're having kids? I need to go get in line on the rooftop. A Lin mama fell from the sky. I've created a group called Luo Shanjiang Lin Children Lineup Group. DM me if you need in. Stubborn as a dead duck, eagerly volunteering to be their son or daughter. Have you no shame? Give me the group number. I'm going in to see what's going on. Louis Shou let out a sigh of relief. This segment was finally over. All right, please move to the Rest Assured cabin. We have specially prepared for you too. The Rest Assured and Rest Assured cabin means to let go of all your worries and live a pastoral life for 2 days and 1 night. So, we'll need to collect your mobile phones. Of course, you can still contact the outside world if there's something important. Confiscate their phones? It wasn't mentioned that this was part of the plan. It wasn't that Lin Ran was a phone addict, but how could a young person these days live without a phone? Especially a tycoon like Luo Yao, where a single phone call could involve a project worth hundreds of millions. How did the production team dare? Before Lin Ran could say anything, he saw Luo Yao hand over a phone. Lin Ran was stunned. All right, he was overthinking it. So, Lin Ran also handed over his phone and, forcing down a smile, waved at the camera. To my motley crew of friends, see this? Phones are handed over. For the next 2 days, you can just consider me dead. Lin Ran wasn't saying this to his friends, but to the people at the Luo group. To be more blunt, to Lu Meng. He didn't have much business, but Luo Yao had to take several calls from Lu Meng every day. Although Lin Ran had never said anything, he always felt a little disturbed. Time to accompany my wife, and without any interruptions at that. Hee. Choosing madness between mad and crazy. Wait, is Lin Ran this funny? How come I never noticed before? He can't even suppress the smile on his face. The opportunity for them to live for 2 days without any outside interference must be rare. Auntie Jing begging for essence. The person above must be new. You definitely weren't a fan of Lin Ran before. If you were, you would have discovered this long ago. After Luo Yao stood up, she suddenly felt a little dizzy and swayed slightly. Lin Ran noticed immediately and wrapped an arm around Luo Yao's waist. What's wrong? Maybe I just stood up too quickly after sitting for a long time. It's nothing. However, Lin Ran didn't think so. He wouldn't allow even the slightest mishap to happen to Luo Yao. So, with a princess carry, Luo Yao was lying in his arms. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, her hands wrapped around Lin Ran's neck, her gaze never leaving him, as if she couldn't breathe without seeing his face. Tu Shuyang. H. Just kill me to liven things up for them. H. Give me the reaction meme. If only I was a little braver. I have a question. How come Luo Yao seems to have turned into a delicate crybaby? Isn't she supposed to be a domineering president? Look at the way she looks at Lin Ran. Her gaze is so intense. Are these two really childhood sweethearts? Still so in love after all these years? Snow woman of widespread desolation. You'll know what a domineering president is when Luo Yao glares at you. I'm afraid you'll fall to the ground and beg her not to kill you. But I heard from netizens that Lin Ran was sick and hospitalized a while ago. Is he really okay doing this? Sikong Du who likes white rat fish. I don't care, this is what I like to see. Lin Ran, you're my god. Quick, give me more sugar. I have my insulin ready, I can inject it anytime. Little Cece Ovo who loves to read. Let me tell you a secret. Everyone in our Luo group who's working overtime this weekend is watching the live stream of our president and the boss's husband. Tong Kuan, working overtime and slacking off at the same time. You guys are really something. Feather Night Owl. As if those of us who aren't working overtime aren't watching. Lin Ran carried Luo Yao into the car, then got in from the other side. Feeling better? If you're not feeling well, we won't do the recording. Luo Yao shook her head. I'm fine now. Don't be nervous, Ran. Have you forgotten that I have a very good constitution? Lin Ran couldn't forget that. After all, the crazed Luo Yao appeared every night. Then we'll set off. You must tell me if you feel unwell. Luo Yao's tone was incredibly gentle. I know, I'm fine. Only then did the director breathe a sigh of relief. A moment ago, when Lin Ran asked Luo Yao if she still wanted to record, his heart had leaped into his throat. If Luo Yao didn't want to continue, there was nothing he could do. He had even thought of a backup plan. Previously, the top 3 netizens' picks could participate in a special live recording. Lin Ran and his wife were ranked first, so they were invited for the first special recording. If Luo Yao had decided not to continue just now, he might have had to find a lower-ranked couple to step in. As the car started, the 2-day, 1-night pastoral journey began. There were also cameras in the car. The production crew's cameras were everywhere. Yao, I'm kind of looking forward to our pastoral life. We could try it out. If we like it, we can build a pastoral-style house at the manor. If we don't, we'll just go home and stop recording. The host in the front seat was breaking out in a cold sweat for the entire production crew. After about half an hour's drive, they arrived. Coincidentally, the place the production team had found was not far from the manor. After all, the city was rather chaotic, and it wasn't easy to find such a peaceful and quiet place. And near the manor, there happened to be such a place. This place also had a story. It was said that a young man who had come to the big city for work fell in love with a girl from the city. The two would often meet here. The girl's favorite kind of life was one with a small pastoral courtyard, and the boy promised her that one day he would build the most beautiful little courtyard here for them to live in. The two of them slowly pledged their lives to each other. Later, when the girl's family found out, they took her away. The boy could only watch as she was taken from him. He carried the promise he made to her and worked hard, hoping to one day be worthy of her. Later, the boy succeeded, but the girl had already committed suicide under the pressure of an arranged marriage by her family. After that, the boy built his promise here. This was his promise to the girl. For many years, this place was never open to the public. It wasn't until the boy also passed away and donated all his assets to a public institution that this place was open again. The host in the front passenger seat had been telling this story. It said that the boy's only request in the end was to open this place up. His last words before he died were, "Don't let love become a regret." Lu Yishou finished her vivid retelling, and the family in the live stream was almost moved to tears. She turned her head to look. The two had fallen asleep. However, Lin Ran was really asleep, while Luo Yao was only feigning sleep, leaning in his arms. Her eyes were closed, but the words that came softly from her lips were bone-chillingly cold. Ran is sleeping. No one is to disturb him. Otherwise, you'll get hurt. Lu Yishou. Live stream? For the love of eating baskets. For a moment there, I was really sweating for Lu Yishou. I feel like if Lin Ran had been woken up by her, it would have been tragic. A little licky, I was wrong. I used to think of Luo Yao as Lin Ran's sweet little wife. Now I understand. She's a Yandera president in a sweet wife's clothing. Holy crap. That tone? Although Luo Yao is indescribably beautiful, I still felt a murderous aura. I almost died just from watching through the screen. I can't imagine the atmosphere at the scene. But this eerie atmosphere didn't last long. Lin Ran woke up successfully a few minutes later. Yao, did I fall asleep? Lin Ran was a little embarrassed. He had actually fallen asleep while out with his wife? It was really because last night had been long, and he had woken up early today to make breakfast for Luo Yao, which was why he had accidentally dozed off. The production crew, too. They didn't even wake me up when we arrived. Lu Yishou/director/assistant director. Was it that we didn't want to wake you? The author has a request. Haha, I can imagine the production crew's helplessness. It turns out that not only is Lin Ran's doting on his wife good to watch, but Luo Yao's doting on her husband is also off the charts. Please see the username below. Am I the only one who thinks Luo Yao is too domineering? Is a woman like that really suitable for marriage? Dian urges for updates today. Some people are just sour. Even if you wanted to find someone like that, would they be with you? Do you have the 3 yuan key to be worthy? Might as well generate some power. Suddenly, I feel like just watching these two is better than those noisy, chaotic variety shows. Lin Ran and Luo Yao got out of the car and were slightly surprised by the small courtyard in front of them. The building wasn't large or luxurious, but it was incredibly exquisite. Lin Ran couldn't help but ask the soul-searching question, who built this? They're too good at it. Lu Yishou, I'm tired. Just destroy me. Luo Yao, a coward, built it. Because the person he loved committed suicide, he could neither save his lover nor bring himself to die. So he could only build a house here to remember her by, calling it Remembrance. Louis Show, is that how I told the story? There was no choice. She could only briefly tell the story again. Lin Ran nodded. He really is a coward. Not only did he not dare to stop the girl's family from taking her away, but after learning of her death, he did nothing but build a house. Hypocritical. Luo Yao suddenly became curious about what Lin Ran would do if he were the boy. What would our Ran do? If I were the boy, we would never have been forcibly separated, because we would share the same bed in life and the same tomb in death. That girl was also a coward. She had the courage to die, but not the courage to elope. Good grief, Louis Show thought. Good grief. Shouldn't you be sighing about not letting love become a regret? Why are you two not following the script? Or even the thinking of a normal person? Is this right? Lin Ran had a look of disdain. I would definitely not be a coward in love. Love must be pursued bravely, fought for bravely, acted on bravely. Lin Ran wasn't lying. When it came to something like love, he had always charged forward. Even in his past life, facing the shattered love with Lu Rushua, Lin Ran had braved all obstacles to try and piece it together. In this life, with Luo Yao, it was even more of a fearless, mutual rush. Luo Yao's arms hugged him even tighter. She really wanted to devour Lin Ran on the spot. The bullet comments also exploded again. Serving grandma during her postpartum month. It has to be you guys, my God. No wonder you're a couple. Your thought process is one of a kind. The child resigned to fate from a young age. I was almost in tears listening to that just now, lamenting how much regret there is in the world of love. And then these two pull this on me. Is Lin Ran also a Yandra? Is there no regrettable love in a Yandra's world? Romantic Daily Diary. I have to say, what they're saying actually makes a lot of sense. I think I'm being brainwashed. What should I do? A match made in perversion. I want to know, can a wealthy couple like Lin Ran and Luo Yao really live in the countryside for 2 days? There's always a big shot reader who wants to see what my name is. Who are you looking down on? They're just rich, not useless. Most rich people aren't as spoiled as you imagine. They learn many skills from a young age and are exposed to a more varied education. As the first guests of a special program, they walked into the courtyard. The team of bodyguards behind them cordoned off the entire area and began to patrol. Normally, they wouldn't bring bodyguards for a recording, at most an assistant, but Lin Ran and Luo Yao's status was special, so the production team tacitly approved, as long as these people weren't on camera. Opening the main gate, Lin Ran found that the place was very clean. The blue brick floor in the courtyard was very beautiful, and combined with the snow piled up against the courtyard walls, it had a kind of winter beauty. What surprised Lin Ran was that there was even a plastic greenhouse here. It looked like there were plants growing inside, clearly well tended by someone. Inside the courtyard was a small 2-story villa. Walking inside, it was a Chinese pastoral style with very tasteful decorations. It was obvious the owner had put a lot of thought into it. Louis Show, you too. This is where you will be staying for the next few days. Are you satisfied? Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao, and Luo Yao nodded. Although she thought the story was trash, the house itself was something else. It couldn't be called luxurious, but it was exquisite and heartfelt. Lu Isho glanced at the camera. Let me tell you all a secret. We've arranged a task for our 2 guests, which must be completed before they go to bed tonight. Consummate marriage buttocks road. Production team, you know how to play. I support you. My name is Bullet Comment. You remember it. Can you just let these 2 record forever? I strongly request not to change the guests. I want to watch this so much. There was no heating in the house, but the fireplace was burning hotly, so the temperature was still relatively high. Lin Ran helped Luo Yao hang up her clothes. President Luo, young Master Lin, we will now be recording your daily life here. We won't interfere much, aside from necessary procedures. You could choose a room and rest for a bit, then make lunch. You can pick any vegetables from the greenhouse outside, but please don't waste them. Lin Ran nodded in understanding. The 2 chose a room on the 2nd floor. It wasn't large, but it had good lighting. They brought very few things, just pajamas and toiletries and nothing else. Since they were going back tomorrow night, there was no need. When they came downstairs again, the production crew staff handed each of them a task card and announced their respective tasks on a live stream screen. Invisibly perform 3 designated actions on the other person. If completed before 6 p.m., it's a success. If both complete it, they guess the other's actions, and the one with more correct guesses wins. The winner can make a request that cannot be refused. After seeing their respective actions, the bullet comments all screamed. Lin Ran looked at his task card and fell into thought. Today's task, Perform the designated actions without the other person noticing. Upon completion, you can make a request that cannot be refused. This prize is meaningless. Yao Yao and I have never refused each other's requests. Nez's dad, Pagoda, what did he say? Is he treating his wife like a wishing well, the kind where any wish can be granted? If that's the case, I'll die of jealousy. Forget sun milk. He said never refused each other's requests, which proves that Lin Ran himself is also a wishing well. What are you guys jealous about? But that sentence is a bit sweet. Lin Ran and Luo Yao looked at each other and smiled, saying no more. What a stupid task. They'll do it if they want, and if they don't, they won't. Could the production team really control them? Taking the vegetable basket provided by the production team, they went to the greenhouse to pick vegetables. Before leaving, Lin Ran draped Luo Yao's coat over her, ensuring the little demon wouldn't get cold. Walking into the plastic greenhouse, the temperature inside was constant again. Growing in the ground were some common, simple vegetables like peppers and eggplants. Seeing the eggplants, Lin Ran recalled some fond memories. He remembered the first time Luo Yao cooked for him. After 2 explosions in the kitchen, she finally brought out a plate of braised prawns. After eating it, Lin Ran even said, "This eggplant is cooked well." That night, Lin Ran ended up in the hospital. From then on, Luo Yao became a kitchen killer. "Let's have eggplant today." "I'll cook," Lin Ran said, pointing at the eggplants and asking Luo Yao. Luo Yao also remembered the first time she cooked and smiled sweetly. "Okay, 18-year-old fill in the blank. Wait, what are they smiling about? Do they have to smile, even when discussing vegetables? My wife is a crybaby. Can't they even smile? Why are you so nosy?" Just as Luo Yao was about to walk in, Lin Ran picked her up from behind and placed her back on a clean spot. "You wait here, I'll go in and pick." He then squatted down and brushed the dirt off Luo Yao's small white shoes with his hand. This scene was captured directly. The corner of Luo Yao's mouth curved into a beautiful arc. Forget everyone else. She herself was touched by the sweetness. Lin Ran walked into the field and picked some eggplants, green beans, tomatoes, green peppers, carrots, scallions, etc. Not just for lunch, but for dinner as well. And Luo Yao just watched her man busying himself in the field the whole time. "Yao Yao, I picked the vegetable for dinner too. The ingredients here are limited, so this is all I can make." The ingredients were indeed limited. For example, Lin Ran wanted to make the northeastern dish di san xian, but found that there were no potatoes planted here, so he changed it to the home-style dish of stir-fried eggplant with green peppers. Lin Ran knew Luo Yao well. Although his wife had a weak stomach and a poor appetite, she wasn't a picky eater. She could eat a little of anything, and as long as he was the one cooking, his wife would eat it. Hadn't he noticed that his wife had put on some weight from his cooking? It wasn't very easy to notice. Back in the house, Lin Ran put the vegetables in the kitchen and only then discovered that there were also ingredients like meat and eggs. It seemed the production team didn't intend for them to be rabbits. If he had known the production team was so thoughtful, he would have brought the specialty mushrooms from home to give the crew a little treat. "Aran, let me help you." Lin Ran knew that Luo Yao enjoyed the happiness of doing things together with him. After thinking for a moment, he agreed, as long as he didn't let Luo Yao touch the ingredients. Coincidentally, this was an earth stove, so Luo Yao could be in charge of lighting the fire. "Yao Yao, you haven't used this before, have you? Let me teach you. Put the firewood into this pit, then light it, and slowly add more wood." Yes, leave some gaps to help it burn." Why did Lin Ran know how? Because he had cooked with a big pot for a village during a part-time job before. Luo Yao followed Lin Ran's instructions and indeed successfully lit the fire. Actually, she knew how to light a fire. She used to do this often as a child, with equipment much cruder than this, just a simple firewood rack with a pot hanging over it. All sorts of things would be thrown in and cooked. The black smoke not only choked people, but was also harmful to their health. But now, doing these things with Lin Ran, it felt very enjoyable. Seeing Luo Yao do it so skillfully, Lin Ran was momentarily stunned. That's right. How could someone with Luo Yao's experiences not know how to light a fire and cook? He had actually overlooked such an important thing. This might bring back bad memories for Luo Yao. "Yao Yao, no need to say it. I understand everything. I like doing these things with our Ran." Luo Yao didn't feel that her past was miserable. On the contrary, it was Lin Ran's existence that had always given her the hope and motivation to live. Her biggest dream since childhood was to one day catch Lin Ran and tie him to her. Now that this dream had basically come true, how could she say she had suffered? How many people live for decades and a days, only to look back and see that none of their past dreams have been realized? Guard against fire, thieves, and Indians. Why can Lin Ran explain it in such detail? Even if he was abused at the Lin family, he wouldn't have had to light fires and cook, right? Didn't the Lin family even have natural gas? Little yellow duck. I'm not surprised that Lin Ran knows how to do these things. After all, he had a tough life growing up, so it's not strange what he's done. I'm surprised that Luo Yao is so proficient. Oh, I get it. The Luo family didn't have natural gas either. Iron Wings. Wait, you guys are discussing whether they have natural gas during such a sweet scene. Lin Ran quickly prepared the vegetables, and with the fire burning, he turned on the bellows. The humming sound added a sense of hominess to the place. Lin Ran thought, just lighting a fire, that should be fine, right? It won't kill anyone, right? Next was Lin Ran's job. He made a stir-fried eggplant with green peppers, a scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a stir-fried mutton, and finally, a boiled cabbage. Watching Lin Ran's skilled movements, the people in the live stream were stunned. The last time they saw Lin Ran cook at the manor, they only thought he was very proficient. Now it seemed he was even proficient with this kind of wood-fired stove. He had the air of a great chef, and Luo Yao played the role of the stoker the whole time. This stove was quite good, and there wasn't much smoke coming out. After finishing each dish, Lin Ran tasted a bite and felt the flavor was quite good. Luo Yao saw through Lin Ran's little trick, but said nothing. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled up again. The woman who provides emotional value. Although Lin Ran is a skilled cook, this habit of tasting every dish is really bad, isn't it? It's like everyone is eating, but you're the only one picking through the food. Rude on all fours. He's not making you eat it. What are you complaining about? Luo Yao hasn't said anything. Didn't you see the corners of Luo Yao's mouth are almost uncontainable? Speaking of which, we've seen Luo Yao smile several times during this live stream. She's so beautiful when she smiles, and so scary when she's cold. Conscientious author at Tom Has No Fur. When I cook, I have to taste it myself. Not only do I taste it when I cook, I also pick through the food when I eat at home. I eat what I want and throw away what I don't. It's none of your business. Besides, even 5-star chefs have to taste what they make. This is a normal habit, okay? After everything was done, the two returned to the dining room, ready to eat. Lin Ran invited the director. Care to join? The director immediately shook his head. No, I'm quite full. Lin Ran didn't insist. He just wanted the director to try the poison too. Since the director wasn't going to try, then forget it. Anyway, he had already tasted everything himself, so there shouldn't be any problem. Yao, try it and see if it's delicious. Lin Ran began to feed her, not caring what others thought of him. After Luo Yao was full, Lin Ran was only half full. He ate a little more before finishing. The swearing little glutton. Haters, come out and talk. See that? Lin Ran always feeds his wife first before eating himself. My mom says I'm a good match for marriage. I so want Lin Ran to be my husband. Considerate, gentle, can cook, and is a handsome, warm man. What good deeds did Luo Yao do in her past life to get such a good Lin Ran? Eating sugarcane while injecting insulin. If I had a wife like Luo Yao, I could dote on her like this too. Okay? After the meal, Lu Yishou appeared again. She had also just eaten the cruise box lunch. Lu Yishou, you too, we. Before she could finish, Lin Ran interrupted her. Yao, and I need to rest. We'll talk about whatever it is after we've rested. Lu Yishou was stunned. You're resting just because you say so? Although the production team doesn't have many requirements for you, the procedures still need to be followed. Who do you think you are? Lu Yishou. Okay. After saying that, Lu Yishou wanted to slap herself. The main thing was that Luo Yao's gaze in that instant was too terrifying. Lin Ran and Luo Yao went for their afternoon nap. There were no cameras in their bedroom, so once the door was locked, the two could do whatever they wanted, however they wanted. Aran, we haven't done it in the countryside. Sure, I know, but while this is exciting, we need to be quiet. It wouldn't be good if the people outside heard. Luo Yao nodded. She wasn't afraid of others hearing it all. Even if the whole world heard, she still had to possess Lin Ran. If Lin Ran didn't like it, she could also get rid of everyone who heard. With Lin Ran and Luo Yao's image gone from the livestream, the netizens got anxious. Didn't they say they would be live except when sleeping? Although the livestream wasn't cut, what was there to watch without the guests? The host. The director hadn't expected this either, so he cleverly changed the script on the spot. Turning off the livestream was impossible. The peak concurrent viewership had already reached an unprecedented 30 million, with a total of 3 billion views. This was just a live broadcast. He couldn't imagine how explosive the ratings would be when the edited highlights version was released later. If you remember correctly, this was already on par with the click count of the Spring Festival Gala. Of course, the Spring Festival Gala wasn't as good as a show. If he were to direct the gala, he certainly wouldn't be stuffing piles and piles of crap down the audience's throats. Originally, there was supposed to be a vote after the meal, letting netizens vote on what they most wanted the couple to do today. But since the two of them weren't following the procedure, he could only make the decision for them. Host, just start the vote directly. It doesn't matter if young Master Lin and the others aren't here. Just tell them the results when they come out. The voting options were also very transparent, all things that could enhance a couple's relationship, but also within viewable limits. The key was that they wouldn't dare to film anything that wasn't viewable, right? Even if they dared to film it, they wouldn't dare to broadcast it. There were 10 options in total, and the one with the highest vote was couple's truth or dare. After the vote ended, Liu Yishou once again demonstrated her powerful crowd control skills and read out a few commercials from sponsors who had just contacted the production team. This alone would allow the show to reap huge profits. When Lin Ran and Luo Yao reappeared, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Love too deep is a sickness. Whoa, are they finally out? Their nap was way too long. I love work, what nap? You kids are too young. Liu Yishou explained the vote that had taken place while they were resting. Lin Ran, couple's truth or dare? Do you want to play Yao Yao? If you don't want to, we won't. The director, assistant director, and host all stared at the two with wide, questioning eyes. Hello, we're recording a show here. Luo Yao nodded. I want to play. It seems fun. Luo Yao rarely played such games with Lin Ran, so it felt quite new. All right, let's do it then. Is it just the two of us? Liu Yishou explained. Of course not. 2 people is too few. It's not playable. We've invited 4 people from the crew to play with you. The 4 people had already been chosen. The director, the assistant director, the host Liu Yishou, and a clear-eyed university student. The 6 of them sat around the coffee table, on which were some small snacks and fruit, and of course, the important prop, a wine bottle. Liu Yishou explained the rules. First, dares don't matter, but truths must be related to President Luo and young Master Lin. Second, once the game starts, we can't quit halfway. We have to play it out. Third, the punishments cannot exceed the broadcast standards, such as violence, bad guidance, or things unsuitable for minors. Everyone agreed. Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao and asked softly, "Are you used to it?" Luo Yao was rarely in such an atmosphere, especially playing games with strangers. But with Lin Ran by her side, she suddenly felt quite comfortable. Lin Ran sat to her left, and Liu Yishou to her right, which also prevented other men from sitting next to her. A map of their positions. No problem. The bottle began to spin, and the first spin pointed to the director, with the bottom pointing at Lin Ran. Lin Ran glanced at the director, who instantly felt an inexplicable pressure. Lin Ran seemed quite easygoing, so he probably wouldn't make things difficult, right? I choose truth. He definitely had to choose truth. And the questions had to be about the two of them. What kind of tricky question could he ask? Lin Ran, "Director, did you invite us to this show because the ratings were bad and you wanted us to save the show?" Cold sweat instantly beaded on the director's forehead. He thought no one would notice his little scheme, but Lin Ran had seen right through it. This show was much weaker than traditional variety shows, and the ratings were declining with each episode. The last record was broken by Lin Ran, and today he set a new one. If he said he didn't have this intention, even a ghost wouldn't believe him. Young Master Lin has sharp eyes. That is indeed part of the reason. But I also genuinely wanted to film you too. I admit it. I'm also a Luo Shun Jiang Lin CP fan. Don't you dare slander my Gouge. Good grief. The director sold himself out to save his own skin? One thought's insertion. Who said this question has nothing to do with Luo Yao and Lin Ran? The connection is huge. Chinese is the coolest. Director, we all saw through your little scheme. It's not shameful to make money. Lin Ran nodded. He was being honest. The second round began. The bottle spun, and the mouth pointed at Luo Yao. Luo Yao, I choose dare. The clear-eyed university student looked bewildered. He had already thought of his question. Then President Luo, give young Master Lin a slaw. A slaw. A handful of cherry tomatoes to eat. The student pointed to the cherry tomatoes on the table. He had a feeling just now that he had flashed before the King of Hell's eyes a few times, and he thought he saw his great-grandmother. Luo Yao grabbed the cherry tomatoes, thinking to herself that this person must be a clever one like Shun Jingbing. To put it bluntly, an obedient dog. She fed them to Lin Ran one by one. After he finished eating, she even wiped his mouth with her finger, all while the entire internet was watching. Reserved Ani. This staff member chose life after death when faced with life and death. Happy people can be sad. If he had dared to ask Luo Yao to slap Lin Ran, I estimate Luo Yao would have gently caressed Lin Ran's cheek, kneeling on the ground to stage an accident. No, Luo Yao would have kissed Lin Ran and then slapped this staff member. The director glared at the university student. I said no violence. What are you trying to do? The university student looked bewildered. Huh? Is eating fruit considered violence? Regardless, this round was over. Next round, the bottle's mouth finally pointed at Lin Ran. He chose truth. The director smirked. The chance for revenge had arrived. Young Master Lin, what is the biggest lie you have ever told President Luo? Love follows the wind. Holy crap, director, I admire you. You really dare to ask. Been fed sweet treats for 3 days. There are definitely lies between couples. I just don't know if Lin Ran dares to say it. After all, Luo Yao is not to be trifled with. Lin Ran stood up and began to address the camera. What is the biggest lie I've told Yao Yao? That's a question worth delving into. Before I answer, I'd like to talk about the situation at the time. It was an autumn day. I accidentally obtained a bottle of aphrodisiac. I searched and searched and searched in the manor, but couldn't find my intended target. Director? Something's not right. His sensitive nerves began to twitch. His intuition told him that something bad was about to happen. The director, with the fastest speed possible, reached out and blocked the camera that was filming Lin Ran and gave himself a pat on the back for his quick thinking. But then Lin Ran turned his head to look at another camera. Finally, I made my move, letting a male and female pair get together. The sounds that night were like the music of the heavens. Director, OMG. Snap. The live stream you're watching has been banned for 5 minutes due to rule violations. Yes, they were a pair of snow leopards that wouldn't shut up. Their mouths were open the entire night. When Yao Yao asked me about it, I said it had nothing to do with me. This was the biggest lie I've ever told, and it had the most severe consequences. This was the last sentence that came through due to audio lag after the screen went black. After the screen went black, the bullet comments were all filled with white. You are my god. Ha ha ha. Director, you're a fool, aren't you? You dare to mess with my young Master Lin? Have you forgotten the fear of being dominated by my young Master Lin? Abducted the Lin family's little sister at age 3. I was wondering why young Master Lin was behaving so well today. It really proves the saying, when a child is quiet, they're definitely up to no good. 30 years of congratulations. Lin Ran. 5 minutes is my lesson to you. Next time you ask a question that's detrimental to marital unity, I'll give you a permanent ban. Director, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Dad, please stop hitting me. Bro is so right. Am I the only one who feels sorry for the snow leopards? 5 minutes later, the live stream resumed. The director insisted that Lin Ran explain what had just happened. He had to let the officials know how unjustly he had been banned. Lin Ran faced the camera. That's right. The consequences of this matter were very serious. As they say, one mount and one cry, and next year a baby will smile at you. As Lin Ran said this, the director frantically rubbed his hands together at Lin Ran, begging him for mercy. Lin Ran smiled slightly and changed the subject. That pair of snow leopards were very wild that night. It was about this matter that I lied to Yao Yao. The director breathed a sigh of relief. He decided that for the rest of the time, he had to be quiet and not ask Lin Ran any more malicious questions. Luo Yao, on the side, twitched her lips slightly, then returned to normal. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Ran was full of Myar Ran is so cute. The clear-eyed university student couldn't help but ask, so what happened to the snow leopards later? All right, the topic was successfully sidetracked. The director looked at the university student in shock. His eyes, which wanted to kill someone, couldn't be hidden. Lin Ran, oh, their 2 cubs can run errands now. I gave the 2 little guys names. One is called Cheese Snow Leopard, and the other is Shut Up Snow Leopard. I'll take you to see them when there's a chance. The clear-eyed university student's expression was now completely different. The train of your love has broken down. Goddamn, Cheese Snow Leopard and Shut Up Snow Leopard. That's one of a kind. Fell in love with a wild dog. The snow leopards have suffered so much. I feel so bad for them. I strongly request a live stream for the snow leopards. Heaven equals heavenly palace on earth. That's so right. Keep this game going. Don't ever stop. The game continued. This time, the bottle's mouth pointed at Louis' show. The director breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 were probably the most stable people at the table. I choose truth. Assistant director, are you jealous to death of wealthy tycoons like young Master Lin and President Luo? Louis' show, I hate them with a passion. Many times I just want to fight these rich people. Director, what kind of outrageous things are you 2 saying? Keep playing? The director didn't dare anymore. An assistant director and a host who dared to ask and answer anything. Lin Ran and Luo Yao, who didn't play by the rules at all, and a clear-eyed university student who dared to say anything. He was the only stable person at the whole table. If they kept playing, the whole show would explode. Ahem. Host, isn't it time for the next segment? Lu Yishou looked confused. You're the director. Why are you asking me? The director's face darkened. Can't you even cooperate with the act? He pretended to look at his watch. Oh my, it's time for the next segment. Lu Yishou showed her trademark smile and started the next procedure. The assistant director rolled his eyes dramatically. Coward, no vision. Don't you know this game is a massive source of traffic? Of course, the director knew, but he didn't want to continue. It wouldn't be good to play himself to death for the sake of traffic. The next segment was also simple. It was time to make dinner. After all, Lin Ran and Luo Yao's afternoon nap had delayed things for too long. After playing games for a while, it was already 4 o'clock. After making dinner and having a post-dinner talk, today's content would basically be over. The rest of the time was Lin Ran and Luo Yao's free time, including basically all of tomorrow. Lin Ran didn't let Luo Yao help with dinner. When Luo Yao walked into the kitchen, Lin Ran just picked her up, gently placed her on the sofa, and left a kiss on her lips. Be good. I'll go cook. You just wait here. Is our Ran saying I'm clumsy? Lin Ran ruffled her hair. So cute. A little clumsy oaf wouldn't be able to earn money to support me. You earn money to support me, and I'll cook for you. After a thought, Lin Ran added, even if you're a little clumsy oaf, I won't mind. Luo Yao nodded. Okay. Lin Ran went into the kitchen alone. Even with the added work of stoking the fire, he still managed to make 4 dishes and a soup in just 1 hour. This was with only 2 pots. If there were enough pots, the speed would have been even faster. There was no helping it. A stew and a soup took up a lot of time, especially since one of the dishes tonight was green beans. Lin Ran always stewed green beans until they were mushy. Otherwise, he was afraid of someone saying, "Who said these beans are old? These beans are great. Carrot, omega carrot." When it was time to eat, Lin Ran was about to start feeding her when Luo Yao stopped him. I'll feed you today. Lin Ran was stunned. To be honest, he was a little embarrassed. It was no problem for him to feed Luo Yao, but for Luo Yao to feed him? He had gotten used to it when he was sick before, but in front of so many people, he was a little shy. Luo Yao frowned. Our Ran doesn't like it. Lin Ran lowered his head. I like it in my heart, but my face is a little red. He was shy. Luo Yao, don't mind them. Our Ran loves me and will feed me. I love you too, so of course I can feed you. As for the others, just treat them as if they're all dead. We have the right to ignore anyone's gaze. Tomorrow is the 8th day. Although this doesn't sound wrong, I want to ask, was I just insulted by Luo Yao? Why do I feel so excited about being insulted? That self-assured confidence when she insults people, I love it so much. Office workers, is it time to go to work? Luo Yao said we are all dead people. Why doesn't she just treat us all as dogs? All right, I'm probably not even as good as her dog, or even her snow leopards. Even the snow leopards get to eat aphrodisiacs, and I've never even seen what an aphrodisiac looks like in my life. Don't forget to check in on Tomato every day. Lin Ran can actually get shy. Oh my god, is that even possible? The meal was a very sweet one. Lin Ran had accepted Luo Yao's suggestion to treat all the viewers as dogs. Oh no, as dead people. After eating, Lin Ran figured that since a day had passed, he should give the production team some sweet fruit to eat. So, he took Luo Yao to participate in the post-dinner chat session. This segment was relatively warm, focused on chatting about the daily life of a married couple. Lu Yishou was a host who was quite skilled at picking up conversations. She wouldn't let a guest's words fall flat, so this segment went rather smoothly. For example, Lin Ran said, "The thing Yao Yao and I love doing most is stargazing." Lu Yishou, really? I don't believe you. Luo Yao, I can dig out your eyes and place them in a manner for you to witness it firsthand. Lu Yishou, shivering in fear. A simp's shitty fate. This host is such a coward. How could she believe such a scary thing? Under the 3 scums tree. Exactly. Although Luo Yao's stare can be suffocating at times, this is a society ruled by law. Biased love is poisonous. The law is for us, not for them. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Yishou ended today's topic without any hesitation. She took the task completion card from a staff member. I announced that young Master Lin and President Luo have both completed their tasks. Pamper baby, I knew they completed them long ago. I've been counting. Some tasks were even completed multiple times. Don't love a stranger. Is there any difference between this announcement and no announcement? Big cute black mouse. Lin Ran even completed 3 actions in a row within 1 minute. Lin Ran / Luo Yao. Did I complete the task? Rather be nagged to marry than an update? Holy cow, both of them forgot about the tasks. Lin Ran's assigned actions. Hug Luo Yao, kiss Luo Yao, touch Luo Yao's hair. Among these, hugging and kissing Luo Yao were completed repeatedly, while touching her hair was done only once. Luo Yao's assigned actions: wipe Lin Ran's mouth, feed Lin Ran, say I love you. Among these, feeding was completed multiple times, while wiping his mouth and saying I love you were done once. Lu Yishou maintained her professional smile. Now, can the two of you guess each other's assigned actions? The one who guesses more wins. Lin Ran: I've even forgotten my own actions. And you want to guess? I can't guess. Yao Yao wins. Luo Yao: I can't guess either. This task is meaningless because our Ran will never refuse any request I make. Lu Yishou was stunned. Was this segment going to be a total bust? Really? I believe you. Lin Ran asked Lu Yishou, is it over? Lu Yishou nodded quickly. She also wanted it to end soon. This conversation was too grueling. Yes, the rest of the time is your free time. I won't disturb you anymore, including all of tomorrow. Our production team won't bother you too much. You can do whatever you want. Lin Ran turned to look at Luo Yao. Yao Yao, what do you want to do now? Luo Yao: I want our Ran to watch the stars with me. Okay. Luo Yao pulled Lin Ran away. They went to the second floor tea room, which faced east. It had 2 lounge chairs with an exquisite solid wood tea table between them. This tea room had a special feature. With a press of a switch, the ceiling and an entire wall would slowly open up, replaced by transparent tempered glass. It was perfect for stargazing without getting cold. They had discovered this place long ago. After brewing the tea, Lin Ran poured a cup for himself and Luo Yao. They each lay back on a lounge chair, watching the stars. The cameraman found a perfect angle behind them to broadcast the live stream. The two of them chatted idly. Aran, let's come here to watch the sunrise tomorrow morning. Okay. Let's just stay here and wait for the sunrise. Okay. As they talked, the two people on the lounge chairs fell asleep one after the other. Lin Ran got up and gently covered Luo Yao with a blanket. The cameraman didn't know whether to turn off the live stream or not. In the end, the director gave the order to turn it off. And so, the sleeping Luo Yao and Lin Ran said good night to the whole world. Midnight Snack Stall: wow, that angle is absolutely stunning. So beautiful. Production team, if you don't want to die, you better give me this angle again when they watch the sunrise tomorrow. May our country be well. Can't you just leave the live stream on? I really can't bear to leave this scene. Big Yarn's home. Lu Yishou kept saying she didn't believe it. Look, Luo Yao said she wanted to watch the stars, and Lin Ran came with her. It proves both that they like to watch stars and that they won't refuse each other's requests. Touching by feel. This kind of love is exactly what I've fantasized about. At dawn, as the stars gradually dimmed, Lin Ran and Luo Yao opened their eyes at the same time and smiled at each other. The red sun rose in the east, its first rays striking their faces. They quietly admired the entire sunrise until the sunlight became a bit dazzling. Let's go back to sleep for a bit. Okay. The two returned to the bedroom to rest. It wasn't until 7:30 that Lin Ran came out of the room again, and the live stream resumed at the same time. Kite string broke. I waited a fucking whole night, and the damn production team didn't turn on the live stream for the sunrise? Fucking bastards. Lustful stickiness. What is Lin Ran doing? Is he gonna cook? Flee abroad to be a deadbeat. He really pampers Luo Yao so much. Honestly, I'm a little envious. It turns out not only does Lin Ran eat well, but that brat Luo Yao also eats well. In the frame, Lin Ran prepared a breakfast of lean meat congee, scallion pancakes, 2 eggs, and 2 small side dishes. Luo Yao had also gotten ready and come downstairs. Seeing that Lin Ran had already made breakfast, she felt the taste of happiness. Luo Yao sat directly in Lin Ran's lap, enjoying being fed by him. Wanna hang, kid? Not to be mean, but isn't Luo Yao a bit too spoiled? She hasn't done anything these past 2 days. It's always been Lin Ran doing things. And she even needs Lin Ran to feed her? Pure bien, so damnosi. If you don't want to watch, then get lost. It's none of your business if a husband pampers his wife. Open and close. Luo Yao might not help much in daily life, but her career achievements are unmatched. Who's perfect in every way. Also, isn't that CEO in his lap move a bit too practiced? A lifetime of love. A big gray wolf in the business world. A spoiled baby in her husband's arms. What's wrong with that? The various discussions in the live stream chat didn't affect the two of them at all, mainly because they couldn't see them and didn't want to. Letting oneself be swayed by the emotions of others, especially strangers, is a very foolish act. Today's live-streamed life was also very simple. The two of them did whatever they wanted, as the production team no longer assigned tasks. The main point was to record their daily life. In the morning, the two of them built a snowman and played some games, then had lunch. In the afternoon, they went out again and built a snow great wall. Lin Ran's happy laughter was incessant, and the corners of Luo Yao's mouth were hard to keep down several times. This day's program was a real treat for the netizens. They all got diabetes from the sweetness. Moreover, everyone discovered something very important. These two only had sweetness, no bitterness. In previous shows, a couple's bickering and arguments were also a highlight, but it seemed Lin Ran and Luo Yao never bickered. Or was it just an act? At 4 in the afternoon, Lin Ran thought the show was about to end and, as a matter of courtesy, decided to do something for the production team. To all our friends from the production team who have worked so hard, our program will end after dinner. To express our gratitude for the care you've shown us these past 2 days, my wife and I would like to give you a small gift in return and make some cookies for you to try. Lin Ran and Luo Yao had no issues with the food they ate these 2 days, so the problem last time must have been with the mushrooms and not the people. The production team members all started waving their hands in refusal, their eyes sparkling with eager stars. Oh, no need, no need. This is what we're supposed to do. This was a meal made by the couple from the #1 financial conglomerate. Who wouldn't want to savor such an honor? Yao Yao, I'll prepare the molds. You bake them in the oven. Luo Yao. Okay. After dinner, Lin Ran invited everyone over. They all took a piece of the exquisite little cookies. Oh dear, they're all gone. We should have left a couple of pieces for young Master Lin and the others. Lin Ran waved his hand. No need. If I want to eat them, I can make them again anytime at home. These are for you. After finishing their dessert, the production team members all showed satisfied smiles. Lu Yishou. This is the last segment of the show, and I'm really a bit reluctant to see it end. After this, we'll have to say goodbye. Our production team also has a gift for you to express our blessings. With that, Lu Yishou took a USB drive from a staff member's hand. This is the recording of the show from the past 2 days, a gift for you both to look back on whenever you wish. Also, although your careers are so successful that everyone knows you don't need publicity, if there's anything you need, our production team can provide free endorsements for you. Lin Ran interrupted Lu Yishou. Wait, I do have something to promote. Lu Yishou was taken aback. Then please, go ahead. Nguyen Yao Group has a line of sanitary pads. They're very safe. Everyone can go place an order. Promoting his own product for free on someone else's show, and also having the production team eat cookies made by Luo Yao. Thinking of this, Lin Ran suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but then he thought it probably wasn't a big deal. Luo Yao only helped put them in the oven. Lu Yishou, that's all. Lin Ran, that's all. All right, willful as expected. Remembering 2 old drunk driving incidents, I have to say the uncollapsible sanitary pads are really good. A review blogger did a special test, and the materials are absolutely top-notch, with no cutting corners. The size is exactly what it says it is. Sun Wukong the Great. I became a fan of Lin Ran because of this. After using their sanitary pads, my inflammation cleared up, and I've never been itchy down there again. Peerless cry. I bought them too just to stock up. I haven't used them yet because my period hasn't come. I believe in Lin Ran. His company must be conscientious. Big Piglet. Nguyen Yao Group sponsored Kyoto University's library and built an elementary school. I heard these are all money-losing ventures. The library was even a free donation. If we don't believe in a company like this, are we supposed to believe in internet celebrities who sell things to their fans? The live stream was still going. Seeing that Lin Ran was finished, Lu Yishou asked Luo Yao, President Luo, is there anything you'd like to say? Luo Yao looked at the USB drive in her hand and said, I like this gift very much. Thank you. She rarely said thank you. When she did, it meant she was genuinely grateful. This wasn't an ordinary USB drive. It was a record of her life with Lin Ran. Soon it was time to say goodbye. Each person would say a final word to the audience to conclude a much simpler ending segment than the last time. Luo Yao, I have nothing to say. Lin Ran stood up and faced the camera. Then I'll just say a few words. The director instantly had that familiar feeling of unease again. I'm quite satisfied with this live broadcast. Now that it's about to end, I need to verify a question. Can this live broadcast make it to the end? Lu Yishou smiled. Young Master Lin, you're joking. Our show has only been shut down early once. It won't happen again. As she spoke, Lu Yishou couldn't smile anymore. She frowned, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She threw down a microphone and ran off. I think I have to go to the bathroom. The cameraman, looking bewildered, turned the camera around just in time to see the director and assistant director squeezing at the bathroom door. A clear-eyed university student pulled the two of them back, making them fall to the ground. How old are you two? still fighting over the toilet. Just as the director and assistant director were getting up, the university students squeezed in and locked the bathroom door from the inside. At the same time, the cameraman also began to tremble. These cookies, I think they're poisoned. Lin Ran waved at the camera. We have to say goodbye early again. See you later, friends. The live stream was shut down. Author's note at the end of the chapter. What? Ha 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 ha. I knew it would be like this. Reporting the book's performance. Why does the tone change at the very end? I know it's rude, but I really can't help but laugh. Ha ha. Love you all. Goodbye, my two sweethearts. Remember to show me cheese and shut up, okay? Lin Rand took Luo Yao's hand and left. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Not because he was afraid of getting beaten up. After all, they couldn't beat his wife. It was mainly because he was afraid they wouldn't be able to hold in the smell. Lin Rand hadn't expected the situation to turn out like this. Yao Yao, your skills are just too incredible. I just wanted to test it out, but I didn't expect that you could cause such a result just by being responsible for putting the food in the oven. Amazing. I haven't reported the book's performance to everyone. As of midnight today, Urban Daily Reading List T5, Rebirth Reading List T6, Urban Reading List T25, Urban New Book List T3 before 300k words. The completion rate and bookshelf ratio data are very good. Thank you all for your support. Luo Yao was also very puzzled. Why would the food she made be poisonous? Could it be that she had a congenital poison body? The two returned to the manor by car. Just as she got out, Luo Yao's brow furrowed noticeably as a sense of discomfort appeared. As Luo Yao's great warm-hearted man, Lin Ran noticed the anomaly immediately. Without a second word, he picked up his wife and walked inside. Nestled in Lin Ran's arms, Luo Yao's heart was filled with love. The look in her eyes was all about wanting to eat him up. Uncle Fu walked over anxiously. Miss, young Master Lin, do you think the readers are missing me? Lin Ran. Luo Yao's eyes instantly turned icy. You'd better have a real reason for this. Miss Chen Tian is in trouble. She injured someone, and the other party's status is also quite formidable. The situation between them is very tense right now. Lin Ran and Luo Yao frowned simultaneously. They knew Chen Tian, backed by the Chun family, and with Lin Ran as her cousin, ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke her. Moreover, Chen Tian wasn't an arrogant and domineering second-generation heir. She was a relatively kind woman with a good personality and wouldn't easily get into conflict with others. For her to resort to violence, the other party must have done something unforgivable. How was the other party? The other party had won his balls kicked and ruptured by Miss Chun. He's currently receiving treatment in the hospital and is not accepting any settlement. The matter has blown up. However, the public only knows that Chen Tian hit someone. Nobody knows the specifics of the injury. This is just some gossip I heard, and while it hasn't been confirmed, it's likely true. Lin Ran fell silent for a moment. Was the other party trying to force himself on my cousin? Uncle Fu shook his head. No, it was Miss Chen Tian who proactively went to Kyoto University to hit someone. There were many witnesses. Kyoto University? Isn't it not yet the start of the semester? Who did she hit? Uncle Fu. Young Master Lin, the semester started several days ago. Miss Chun hit a student with the surname Yu. His background is said to be very deep. The rest is still under investigation. Lin Ran. The semester has already started? Why did no one remind him? No, now is not the time to think about that. Lin Ran hadn't expected that the seemingly carefree Chen Tian would be so ruthless. Where's my cousin now? At the Chen family home. The authorities are there investigating. Okay, I understand. Go investigate first. When it's time to step in, you can handle it. Although Lin Ran didn't want to get too deeply involved with the Chun family, they were still related by blood. Plus, Chen Tian was a good person. He couldn't just watch her get into trouble. Understood. After Uncle Fu left, Lin Ran asked Luo Yao, You're not angry that I'm handling it this way, are you? Of course not. Our Ran can do anything he wants. Anything? Wasn't that a bit absolute? If he were to go looking for Lu Rushua, Luo Yao would probably go crazy. But he wouldn't go looking for Lu Rushua. He was now just quietly waiting for Lu Rushua's story to end. That's right. He was sure that Luo Yao had sentenced Lu Rushua to death. It was just a matter of time. In the past, no matter how much Lu Rushua courted death, she still had a bottom line. This time, Lu Rushua had actually instigated murder. How could Luo Yao spare her? Anything? Then right now, I want Yao Yao to sleep with me. We haven't done it today yet. Just a small request. Please satisfy me. Luo Yao had also been eager for a long time. A night of creaking bed springs. Having received both physical and spiritual nourishment, the two finally returned to their normal state. The next morning, as Lin Ran was about to prepare breakfast for Luo Yao, she said, Ran, you don't have to work so hard. Lin Ran both cooked and fed her. Luo Yao genuinely felt he was spoiling her too much. You'll spoil me rotten. It's not hard work. I didn't have the chance before. Now that you're not working, I can take better care of you. You're my wife. It's perfectly fine for me to dote on you and you alone. Then I'll feed Ran today. Lin Ran showed a doting smile. Okay. Luo Yao thought for a moment and continued. I'll cook myself and then feed you. Lin Ran was stunned. Did I do something wrong? Luo Yao shook her head. No. Then why are you trying to kill me? It's one thing for you to try, but what if I actually die? Wouldn't you have to live as a widow? Luo Yao's eyes shone with wisdom. Don't worry, I have a clever plan. And so, Lin Ran watched with his own eyes as Luo Yao cooked a meal. Of course, Luo Yao only moved her mouth, not her hands, directing the chef through the entire process. The chef followed Luo Yao's instructions and made a sumptuous dinner, which Luo Yao then personally fed to him. Chef's inner thoughts. What does this meal have to do with the miss? Luo Yao's inner thoughts. This is a loving breakfast made for Ran under my direction. Lin Ran's inner thoughts. This is a meal Yao Yao made for me. I must eat it all. Recently, Lin Ran had enjoyed being fed by Luo Yao quite a lot and had gotten used to it. He even hoped to be fed by his wife for the rest of his life. The sweet breakfast lasted for a long time. Lin Ran carefully checked himself. There was nothing wrong with his body. Of course, if he could end up in the hospital without her touching the food at all, that would be truly strange. It seemed the red line for Luo Yao being a kitchen killer was whether or not she used her own hands. In the morning, Uncle Fu had investigated everything thoroughly. Young Master Lin, I've figured out. Let me state again, no need for donations. I'm not trying to get on any big charts. Use your New Year's money to buy some pork ribs. Next, let's look at Chun Qingtian's story from the perspective of a supporting character, Fong Busha. Time rewinds to before the new year. A plane flew back from Japan. A young man with a weary face walked out. Back in Kyoto again, memories flooded his mind, and a somewhat flustered look appeared on his face in a daze. After a long while, the man sighed. Just let go. It's been 3 years. It's time to move on from everything. His name was Fong Busha, and he had just returned from studying abroad in Japan. The reason he chose to go to Japan back then was to escape the disgusting version of himself, to escape the girl he needed to get out of his sight. The young man returned to the home he hadn't been back to in 3 years, a place filled with endless memories. He didn't even dare to look at the room's furnishings. The familiarity of the place suffocated him, and he squatted in a corner with his eyes closed. After a while, the moving company came and moved everything out. Only then did he dare to open his eyes again. The room was now empty, with only a bed remaining. A female voice echoed in his mind, a voice he had felt countless times. Xia Xia, when you grow up, how about Big Sister takes care of you? If you get a girlfriend, you must tell me. You can only date her if I agree, understand? A younger Fong Busha had asked with a confused look, what if you don't agree? Then you can't have a girlfriend. Then I won't be able to get married? What are you afraid of? Worst case, I'll reluctantly marry you. Fong Busha remembered this sentence from middle school all the way to high school. Lying on the bed, Fong Busha wore a happy smile. In the blink of an eye, it was the year of the college entrance exams. By then, Chun Qingtian was already a blooming rose in university. Sister Qingtian, when I get to university, can I ask you out? At the time, Chun Qingtian had a thoughtful look on her face. First, you have to confess to me, then pursue me, and finally I'll decide based on my mood. But no one expected that right after the college entrance exams, something would happen. Sister Qingtian, you've really misunderstood. I don't know why this happened. I really don't like this woman. Chun Qingtian pointed at Fong Busha at that time, her voice choked with tears. Get out, you liar. You disgust me. I never want to see you again. Never appear in front of me again. Fong Busha's heart turned to ash. No matter how he explained it, he had woken up in another woman's bed. He didn't know why. All he knew was that after the graduation party, he had drunk too much. The next day, he inexplicably woke up in a hotel, and lying next to him was his deskmate, AI Xianbai. If it were an ugly woman, it might have raised suspicions, but AI Xianbai was unbelievably beautiful, with a figure that was perfect, curvy where it should be, and slender where it should be. After waking up, AI Xianbai said they had only gotten a room because they were drunk and promised no one would find out. Hearing AI Xianbai's words, Fong Busha knew he had made a mistake and immediately ran to the bathroom to vomit. That's right, he was a neat freak, not just about hygiene, but also about relationships. But as fate would have it, this incident was spread by some classmate, and even Chen Qingtian heard about it, cornering them in the hotel. Fong Busha would never forget the look in Chen Qingtian's eyes that day. Disbelief, pain, despair. Chen Qingtian pointed at Fong Busha and cursed. Don't think you're the only one who likes me. If I want, I can have 10 men. Fong Busha tried to explain and reached out to grab Chen Qingtian, but he shrugged her off. Don't touch me. You're dirty now. You disgust me. Don't ever appear in front of me again. Fong Busha froze on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. He was dirty? Chen Qingtian ran away crying, leaving a stunned Fong Busha behind. And Ai Xianbai didn't get what she wanted either. She had originally hoped this man would go to university with her, but she was unexpectedly rejected. Even if Sister Qingtian leaves me, I will not be with you. This was Fong Busha's defiant cry. Fong Busha returned home, turned on the faucet, and continuously washed his entire body for a very, very long time. The next day, he found Chen Qingtian. Sister, I washed myself clean. I'm not dirty. Please don't leave me. Chen Qingtian was still in extreme grief. Get out. If you appear in front of me again, I'll kill myself. Fong Busha was scared. He knew his sister was a girl who did what she said. Later, Chen Qingtian blocked all his contact methods. The message before blocking him was, get out of my sight. Fong Busha left. He knew he could never be redeemed in this lifetime because he himself was dirty. He was not worthy to stand by Chen Qingtian's side. In order not to disgust Chen Qingtian anymore, he went to study abroad in Japan alone, hoping to numb himself with the studies. Chen Qingtian also lost the only person she had ever loved, a love that had ended before it even began. In Japan, Fong Busha studied hard and threw himself into research. But no matter how busy he was in the dead of night, he would still think of the girl who said she would take care of him. He was even afraid to sleep, but after the mental anguish, he couldn't help but fall asleep. He was afraid to sleep because he would see the girl who called him dirty in his dreams. He couldn't help but sleep because only in his dreams could he see the girl who haunted his thoughts. But in his dreams, Chen Qingtian would constantly say, "You're dirty. You disgust me." So, after every time he woke up startled, he could only continuously wash his body. On the bed, Fong Busha shed tears again in his memories. He suddenly got up and went to the bathroom. He turned on the cold water and continuously washed his whole body. I'm dirty. Sister Qingtian doesn't want me anymore. I'm dirty. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Busha finally returned to reality from the cold, lying back on the bed, wanting to sleep, but not daring to. He was afraid to sleep for fear of seeing Chen Qingtian in his dreams, but he wanted to sleep because he could see Chen Qingtian in his dreams. In the end, he got up, got dressed, and headed towards an old tavern from the past. Alcohol was the only thing that could numb his nerves and his mind. The old tavern in a Kyoto alley was a place that had been open for many years. The customers were all old regulars, and most were not young, because the liquor here wasn't what young people liked, but rather the baijiu and shochu favored by the older generation. But a few years ago, two young people had appeared here. They were a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, a perfect match. The boy was a bit younger than the girl, but his smile was especially sunny, as if it could melt the icebergs of time. The girl was cheerful, optimistic, beautiful, and humorous. The old man who owned the tavern liked them very much, but starting 3 years ago, they never came here again, and he didn't know why. Later, when the old man saw the girl, she had already become a big star on television. Just as the old man was sighing, a familiar figure walked in. What would you like to drink? The old man asked out of habit, then froze. Grandpa, pot of sake. Well now, big star, it's been 3 years. I can't believe you still remember this place. Chen Qingtian smiled, but that smile carried endless bitterness. Sake isn't suitable for you anymore. Would you like to try my old shochu? Chen Qingtian thought for a moment and nodded. After a while, a pot of old shochu was brought to the table, along with 2 small plates of green vegetables, a dish of peanuts, and a lit alcohol stove to warm the liquor. Chen Qingtian smiled and took it. Without using a cup, she drank a mouthful of the old liquor straight from the spout. So strong. No one would have imagined that a top-tier female superstar would be such a drunkard. Watching Chen Qingtian take one gulp after another, the old man wasn't worried about her getting too drunk. First, he knew her tolerance for alcohol, and second, he wouldn't serve her second pot. That's not how you drink liquor. The way you're drinking, it looks less like drinking liquor and more like drinking bitter water. Chen Qingtian gave a bitter smile. I know, but this is just how I want to drink it. The old man shook his head. After an unknown amount of time, Just as Chun Ching Tian was starting to get very drunk, a young man with a shocked expression appeared at the door. Xia Xia, you're here, the old man called out directly. He hadn't expected the two people who had disappeared for 3 years to reappear in his small tavern on the same day. In a daze, Chun Ching Tian heard the familiar name. She looked up and was instantly stunned. Countless memories flooded her mind. Sister, you have to say yes when I confess to you, otherwise I'll be sad. You said you would take care of me. Sister, don't you want me anymore? I really don't know why this happened. I've already washed myself clean. Please don't leave me, okay? Chun Ching Tian's eyes filled with something crystalline. She hated this man, but she also remembered him. Perhaps it was time to say long time no see, to give her past self a not-so-perfect question mark. Chun Ching Tian stood up, walked over to Fong Busha, and extended a hand. Long time no see. Fong Busha was finally sure this wasn't a hallucination. His eyes widened, and he stumbled back 3 steps, falling to the ground. I'm not dirty, I'm not dirty. With that, he turned and ran, leaving Chun Ching Tian with only his back. Chun Ching Tian stared blankly at the air. What did he just say? After so many years, the obsession was still there. Could it be? Hey, where are you going? Chun Ching Tian chased after him, but she realized she might have really had too much to drink, and her steps became unsteady. Then she fell to the ground. The old man was terrified and quickly called 120. After an unknown amount of time, a freshly washed Fong Busha returned. I'm clean now, sister. Then he only saw the empty tavern, with just the old man inside. Grandpa owner, where's Sister Ching Tian? The old man gave him a strange look and then told him. Ching Tian went to the hospital. She drank too much. Hearing that Chun Ching Tian had gone to the hospital, Fong Busha was first stunned, then incredibly worried. So he also took a taxi to the hospital, but he didn't go inside, just stood outside quietly. Finally, he left silently. Sister Ching Tian must not want to see me. She'll be disgusted if she sees me, right? I'm dirty. When Chun Ching Tian woke up, the first person she saw was surprisingly Lin Ran. Cousin, why are you at my house? Where am I? Lin Ran had a look of disgust on his face. I really give up on you. Where did you go drinking in the middle of the night? And you drank until you passed out? Do you think you're Li Qing Zhao? Do you know you delayed me from being with Yao Yao? Yao Yao is still lying in the hospital room next door, and yet I have to come see you. Chun Ching Tian also remembered what happened last night. It all felt a bit dreamlike. Who asked you to come? Lin Ran was utterly speechless. You were brought here by the 120 ambulance. You were mumbling about not contacting your family. You're my cousin, so Deanie had no choice but to notify me. You're really a handful. Chun Ching Tian didn't say anything more, but was recalling the events of last night. What on earth is wrong with you? Chun Ching Tian. Cousin, can you help me investigate something? Or rather, help me find someone, a boy named Fong Busha. Looking at Chun Ching Tian's expression, Lin Ran knew this person was very important to her. Is there something special about this person? He might be someone I can't let go of. Then, Chun Ching Tian told Lin Ran her story. It was a bit of an overstatement to call it a love story, because this relationship had never even begun. But Lin Ran didn't see it that way. Who said two people had to have confessed to each other for it to be an official start? He and Luo Yao had started since they were children. But he wouldn't casually judge the right or wrong of others' relationships, especially something he hadn't witnessed himself. Okay, I'll have Uncle Fu look into it. You can contact him directly. Thanks. Fong Busha still couldn't resist coming to the hospital, because he remembered that yesterday Chun Ching Tian had said, long time no see to him, and he hadn't responded. How could he not respond to his sister's words? So, early in the morning, he came to the hospital, washed clean. He found out through inquiries that Chun Ching Tian was in the most luxurious ward, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. The gap between them was getting wider and wider. Chun Ching Tian could afford the most luxurious ward in the Yi family's hospital, so she must be very rich, while he was still the same ordinary student he used to be. Arriving at the floor of the luxury wards, Fong Busha had prepared himself for anything, only to see Chun Ching Tian walking out of a ward with another handsome young man. He didn't like to go online, and his personality had been very withdrawn these past few years, rarely even reading the news, so naturally, he didn't recognize Lin Ran. However, he had often heard the name, but he didn't know what he looked like or what Lin Ran did. He saw that young man speaking to Chun Ching Tian with a displeased look on his face. You drank yourself into the hospital, which is already incredible. Now you just got stitched up and you want to be discharged? Even more incredible. Chun Ching Tian had her usual smile back. I know my condition, it's fine. Don't forget what I told you. Don't worry, I've already had someone investigate. The young man had a helpless expression, and finally, the two parted ways. Chen Qingtian walked to the corner, and Fong Busha immediately hid in the emergency stairwell. He couldn't see Chen Qingtian now. She already had a boyfriend. What would it look like if he appeared now? Besides, he was dirty. His sister wouldn't want to see him. After waiting a while, he heard the sound of the elevator going down. Only then did he come out of the stairwell, staring at the empty corridor in a daze. Perhaps I really shouldn't have come back. He was scared and once again thought of escaping. In these 3 years, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of coming back to quietly take a glance at her from a place where she couldn't see him. But he didn't dare. In those 3 years, Chen Qingtian became busier and busier, spending less and less time in Kyoto. He would watch her through the big screens. Eventually, he couldn't bear to watch anymore, because every time he saw Chen Qingtian's face, he would fall into a fantasy. He would fantasize about Chen Qingtian being by his side, saying the things she used to say to him. He would fantasize about Chen Qingtian giving him gifts, kissing him, marrying him. The Chen Qingtian of the past fulfilled all his fantasies about a lover, and the Chen Qingtian in his fantasies was as charming as ever. Only in his fantasies could he obtain that love. The deeper the fantasy, the deeper he sank, so deep that he himself felt terrified. He was already dirty. What right did he have to continue fantasizing about love? Let go. Give himself a break, and give the world an answer. His parents had passed away long ago. His only family was an older sister, who was already married and now worked as a planner at a TV station. But he rarely contacted his sister. This time, he came back to the country with the intention of telling his sister that he wouldn't be coming back anymore. However, everything started to develop dramatically. After spending the new year with his sister, he couldn't resist wanting to see Chen Qingtian one last time, even if it was just from a distance. Just one look would be enough. But as fate would have it, he ran into an old acquaintance. This person was his high school classmate, now a student at Kyoto University. Reader quiz. Is this level of angst considered a knife? Don't worry, Fong Busha is very clean. His name was Yu Chengchuan, and he was quite famous at Kyoto University, known as its #1 scumbag. In terms of their specific relationship, they were not just classmates, but also former rivals in love. Yu Chengchuan liked Chen Qingtian, and in terms of family background, he was far superior to Fong Busha. He was the eldest, legitimate grandson of the top-tier Yu family in Kyoto. Just as Modu had its 4 great families, Kyoto had its so-called 5 great families. However, the families in Kyoto were more low-key, so their fame wasn't as high as the families of Modu, but their status within the circle was definitely higher. The former 5 great families of Kyoto were Luo, Yu Ai, Yi, and Chun. The current 5 great families are Yi, Yu, Ai, Chun, and Zhang. The Yi family, needless to say, was a family of traditional Chinese medicine doctors, an old brand family that countless influential figures had to respect because no one could guarantee they wouldn't need their services one day. The Yi family's previous status was at the bottom of the 5 great families, but due to their connection with Luo Yao, they had now risen to the top. The Yu family was an old and powerful family in Kyoto, mainly engaged in financial investment projects, skilled at making big gains from small investments. They were the wealthiest among the current 5 great families. Yu Qingchuan was the eldest legitimate grandson of the Yu family, and had an arranged marriage with Ai Xianbai from another family, the Ai family. These two were quite interesting. They both liked to play around and had a mutual agreement to do their own thing before getting married. Not only that, but on certain occasions, they would even help each other in their hunts, which was quite explosive. The Chen family was Chen Qingtian's family. They were the poorest of the 5 great families and the only one without a designated family head. They were a red family so low-key that many people often overlooked them. However, their political status was incomparable. The most powerful figure in the Chen family was not Chen Zhao's lineage, but Chen Zhao's younger brother, the commander-in-chief of the Huaxiao military region. As for the Zhang family, they were purely nouveau riche, the so-called pig that got caught in the right wind, and were not well regarded by those in the circle. But this was all on the surface. In reality, the Zhang family was the only family in Huaxia to rise to the top tier in a short period without a significant foundation. Because of this, the Zhang family was intensely envied, but there was nothing anyone could do about them. After the Luo family withdrew from the 5 great families, the Zhang family directly took their place. Why did the Luo family withdraw from the ranks of the 5 great families? Because Luo Yao had already transcended this level. Her complete takeover of the Luo family also meant she became a lone wolf among the families, criticized by the others. Since you don't like it, I don't care for it either, so she directly withdrew from the ranks of the great families. But who would dare to underestimate this woman standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid? Back to why Fong Busha ran into Yu Qingxuan. Fong Busha wanted to see Chen Qingtian one last time, but he didn't know where she was and didn't dare to call her. He could only inquire through his faint connections with former classmates. And the person he inquired with, Zhuang Baifan, happened to be Yu Qingxuan's lackey. After all these years, Yu Qingxuan still dreamed of one day obtaining Chen Qingtian, the woman he had always wanted but never succeeded in getting. Zhuang Baifan told Yu Qingxuan about this. Yu Qingxuan, who happened to be on a hunt at the university, invited Fong Busha over. Yu Qingxuan had always believed that the biggest obstacle on his path to getting Qingtian was this Fong Busha. In high school, Yu Qingxuan was still a decent person, so he didn't touch Fong Busha. Now that he had fully grown into a profligate son, he naturally didn't care about treating ordinary people as human beings. He would hit, cripple, or sleep with whomever he wanted. As for killing, it was just last night that Yu Qingxuan met Fong Busha on the Kyoto University campus and immediately started mocking him. Well, if it isn't our school's heartthrob from back in the day, you came back to the country and didn't even tell his classmates? What? Are you afraid AI Xianbai will cause trouble for you? AI Xianbai was Yu Qingxuan's fiancée, and also the one who had forced herself on Fong Busha. This name held Fong Busha captive for 10 seconds. He felt disgustingly dirty. In the end, Fong Busha couldn't hold it in and vomited. Yu Qingxuan looked at him with disgust. Damn, how can you be so disgusting? Yu Qingxuan covered his mouth and frowned. Remember, you're just an ordinary person. How dare you covet Chen Qingtian back then? Heh. At this point, Yu Qingxuan's smile gradually became lewd. Chen Qingtian can only be a plaything under my crotch. I will sleep with her sooner or later. As for you, before Yu Qingxuan could finish, Fong Busha couldn't hold back anymore and exploded, throwing a punch. Shut up. Yu Qingxuan was no good person, but he was a scion of a great family and had received various forms of education since childhood, including combat training. He easily dodged Fong Busha's attack and quickly beat him to the ground. Yu Qingxuan patted Fong Busha's cheek. What's the use of being handsome? You're just a plaything for people like us. Fong Busha struggled to get up, only to be knocked down again by Yu Qingxuan. Wouldn't it be better for you to be a good toy for that bitch, AI Xianbai? Why did you have to covet Chen Qingtian, making that slut unable to forget you? I wanted to deal with you for a long time, but you ran off to Japan. However, your departure also made me realize one thing. Chen Qingtian doesn't like you, but she doesn't like me either. At this, Yu Qingxuan showed a regretful expression again. But I just want to screw her. What do you think I should do? Oh, right. I can use you to lure her out, then lock her in a hotel and viciously FCK her, huh? Yu Chengkug's laughter was loud. The woman he most desired deep down was Chen Qingtian. He was once even obsessed with her. Chen Qingtian had always been a very lively and free-spirited person. She was one of the older kids among this group of family science, a veritable king of the kids. At that time, Yu Qingxuan liked to follow Chen Qingtian around. Back then, a group of little boys followed Chen Qingtian everywhere. She was truly dazzling at that time. As they grew older, he increasingly wanted to possess Chen Qingtian. But since they were all children of prominent families, he couldn't use force and could only watch as Chen Qingtian grew closer and closer to this parentless orphan. Fong Busha was just a good-for-nothing without parents, relying on his pretty face to get close to Chen Qingtian from a young age. On what grounds? The more Yu Qingxuan thought about it, the angrier he got, and he eventually orchestrated a conspiracy. At the high school graduation party, he put sleeping pills in Fong Busha's drink, with the aim of letting Chen Qingtian see Fong Busha's true colors. His fiancée, AI Xianbai, was very cooperative, as she had been coveting Fong Busha for a long time. But what they didn't expect was that Fong Busha disappeared after that night. Yu Qingxuan didn't get Chen Qingtian and AI Xianbai. Didn't get Fong Busha either. That bitch Chen Qingtian, she's getting more and more gorgeous. I'd love to see her naked on a bed. Don't worry, I'll definitely take lots of videos then. If I'm in a good mood, I might even let you have a look. Yu Qingxuan's humiliation continued, and he pressed down on Fong Busha with increasing force. Lying on the ground, Fong Busha mustered strength from nowhere, suddenly burst up, and punched Yu Qingxuan in the eye. You are not allowed to insult my sister. Fong Busha roared. Yu Qingxuan's face was full of anger. Damn it, you're looking for death. Just as Yu Qingxuan was about to send Fong Busha to meet his parents, an angry yet melodious voice came. What are you two doing? Hearing this voice, both of them froze. Chen Qingtian was standing right there. She had come to Kyoto University to find Yu Qingchuan. The detective Uncle Fu had introduced her had found out that the incident between her and Fong Busha back then might have been a misunderstanding. She had come to confirm it with Yu Qingchuan. As soon as she entered the Kyoto University gate, before she could even ask for directions, she saw a familiar figure. She wasn't sure if her eyes were playing tricks on her, so she chased after him, following him to the staff family housing area. The terrain here was a bit complex and relatively remote, and she lost him. Chen Qingtian could only leave in frustration. As she walked, she heard the sound of fighting and followed the sound to this dark corner where she saw the two men. Fong Busha's whole body stiffened, and he kept his head down, not daring to look up. Chen Qingtian, Yu Qingchuan narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect you to walk right into my hands. At this moment, Chen Qingtian walked up to the two of them. Looking at the boy with his head bowed, her heart softened completely. It turned out that for some people, no matter how long they had been apart or how big a mistake they had made, when they stood before you again, you would still be completely defeated. Yu Qingchuan put on a flustered expression. Sister Qingtian, Fong Busha wronged you in the past. I'm helping you teach him a lesson. Fong Busha's eyes were filled with rage. He had not forgotten the humiliating things this guy had just said about Chen Qingtian. Murderous intent rose in his heart. He wanted to kill Yu Qingchuan. But before he could make a move, Yu Qingchuan curled up on the ground, writhing in pain. Chen Qingtian narrowed her eyes, looking at this friend from her childhood on the ground beneath her foot. I heard everything you just said. Chen Qingtian let out a breath. She no longer needed to confirm anything with Yu Qingchuan. Based on what he had just said, she had already figured it out. He was the one who designed the incident back then. The detective Uncle Fu introduced was really amazing. Yu Qingchuan howled in pain. He couldn't say another word. Chen Qingtian reached out her hand, wanting to touch Fong Busha. But as soon as she touched his forehead, Fong Busha's whole body began to tremble. He turned and ran away, stumbling. Hey, where are you going? Chen Qingtian was about to chase him when her foot was grabbed by Yu Qingchuan. Qingtian, sister, save me, I was wrong. After saying this, Yu Qingchuan passed out. Chen Qingtian felt that something might be wrong. In her anger, she had kicked with all her might, and the spot she kicked was fatal. So, the kind-hearted her called 120 for Yu Qingchuan, and then went to chase after Fong Busha. But where was the boy shadow? Chen Qingtian called out everywhere. Xia, where are you? Can you come out and see me? Only the air answered her. After searching on the Kyoto University campus for a while, Chen Qingtian suddenly remembered something. Just as she was about to leave, she was bombarded with phone calls. Chen Zhao's angry voice came through the phone. Where's that damn girl? Do you know what you've done? The Yu family has already called the police. At the same time, people from the police bureau appeared and took Chen Qingtian into custody for intentional injury. However, the Chen family acted very quickly, immediately posting bail and taking Chen Qingtian back to the Chen family home to await investigation. Although the Yu family was rich, the Chen family had strong connections. Moreover, bail was a legitimate procedure, so the police bureau released her on the spot. At the Chen family home, Qingtian, no matter how big the grudge, there was no need to be so ruthless. That Yu Qingchuan is the heir to the Yu family. You've crippled him just like that. The Yu family must be furious to the extreme right now. Chen Qingtian also knew she had made a mistake, but she still muttered under her breath. He deserved it for being a jerk. Chen Xiao felt a sense of disappointment. You don't even know what you've done, do you? You kicked and ruptured one of Yu Qingchuan's testicles. Chen Qingtian. This is a bit troublesome. At this moment, the entire Chen family wore worried expressions. Chen Qingtian hadn't expected to be so ruthless, crippling Yu Qingchuan with a single kick. Just then, Chen Qingtian's young aunt, Chen Zhima, also happened to rush home. After learning about the incident, she immediately contacted various connections. Now, seeing her father Chen Zhao's worried face, she also felt disappointed in him. She really disliked her father's overly righteous character. In this world, how could there be so much light? Although the Yu family was powerful, her Chen family was not to be trifled with either. As long as Chen Xiao was willing to use his brother's connection, the Yu family could only swallow this. No matter how rich you are, it's useless. My Chen family is a red family. But knowing Chen Xiao, if the Yu family insisted, he might really let Chen Qingtian go to jail. Sigh, the ever-righteous men of the Chen family. Dad, I asked a lawyer friend. Qingtian's case is considered aggravated assault. If we don't do anything, she'll get at least 3 years. Do something? With what? Am I supposed to use this old face to go against the law? Although Chen Xiao was no longer furious, he was inevitably still angry. Chen Jima rolled her eyes at him. Also asked friends in the medical field. In Yu Chengchuan's case, with only one testicle ruptured, it's very likely it won't affect his fertility, only his performance in that area. As Qing Tian's grandfather, if you just pull some strings, I believe the Yu family won't press the matter. If Qing Tian goes to jail, I'd like to see how you explain it to my big brother when he comes back. Chen Xiao looked at Chen Jima in disbelief. What do I need to explain to him? Do you know who you're talking to, you damn girl? Chen Jima took a deep breath, trying to suppress her flaring temper. Back then, older sister ran away from home because of this personality of yours. After so many years, you're still so stubborn. Chen Xiao was almost angered to death by Chen Jima's words. He raised his hand about to strike. I'll beat you to death, you damn girl. Chen Jima just stared fixedly at her father without blinking. Su Jiangwo, who had been sitting in a wheelchair, knocked Chen Zhao's hand away with her cane. You're getting older, and so is your temper. What? You drove one of my daughters away, and now you want to drive away my other daughter? Then you might as well hit me too. Chen Xiao immediately backed down, retracting his hand and squatting in front of Su Jiangwo. Honey, don't be angry. It's bad for your health. I just couldn't hold back for a moment. Su Jiangwo, look at that angry face of yours just now. What? You can't even make an exception for your own granddaughter? If you won't do anything, then I, as her grandmother, will have to step in. Watching her family worry about her, Chen Qingtian's sad heart was instantly filled with warmth. She looked pleadingly at Chen Jima. Auntie, can you help me find Xia Xia? He's likely at his old home, or maybe at his sister's place. You child, at a time like this, you're still. All right, Chen Qingtian sniffed. Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie, thank you. She was genuinely moved. In her eyes, her grandmother had always been a very principled old lady who had disciplined her the most since childhood. She never expected that at a critical moment, the old lady would abandon her principles for her. Chen Jima lovingly stroked Chen Qingtian's head. Silly child, why are you saying such things at a time like this? Tomorrow, Annie will call everyone from the Chen family back, and we'll figure out a solution together. Tears welled up in Chen Qingtian's eyes. You don't have to go to so much trouble for me. I made a mistake. If the Yu family won't forgive me, then it's what I deserve to go to prison. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. Chen Jima shot her father a sharp glare. Let's not talk about this. It's too late today. Let's rest first. We'll discuss it again tomorrow when your father gets back. Okay. The next day, the brothers Chen Yinshi and Chen Yinluan also returned. They had already learned about what happened. Chen Qingtian looked puzzled. Where's my cousin? Why didn't you call him and his wife over? Although Chen Qingtian had put on a brave face last night, she had a backup plan in her heart. Her biggest ace in the hole was Lin Ran and Luo Yao. Su Jiangwo, I was the one who told them not to inform little Ran. Your cousin and his wife just finished filming a show and are very tired. They need to rest. Little Ran has had a hard life for so many years. Now that he's finally living a good life, let's not bother him with these trivial matters. Su Jiangwo knew Chen Qingtian too well. The people present could absolutely come up with a solution, though it might not be the best one. But if Lin Ran were here, knowing Chen Qingtian, this girl would definitely cry and beg him for help. If Lin Ran really got involved, he would surely use Luo Yao's methods. For her husband's cousin to go against the Yu family, Luo Yao would certainly have to pay a price. If the young couple were to argue one day in the future, wouldn't this become a point of contention? Su Jiangwo didn't want that to happen, so she stopped everyone from notifying Lin Ran. Sure enough, hearing her grandmother's words, Chen Qingtian deflated like a frost-bitten eggplant. Her cousin and his wife were her biggest support, and now that support was likely still at the manor, shamelessly tumbling in the sheets, completely unaware. Cousin, come and save your lovely cousin. Chen Yinshi didn't blame his daughter, but instead showed concern. Qingtian, you're my good daughter. Dad doesn't blame you for being impulsive, because I believe you must have had your reasons for doing so. You made a mistake, but you dare to face the consequences, and I'm proud of you. You're not telling us the reason, so you must have your considerations. But Dad wants to know, where are you running from? Chen Yinshi probed gently, wanting to know the specific details. At a time like this, you should be honest with Dad, because any detail could be your hope for a comeback. Is it because of little Xia? Chen Qingtian lowered her head, and under her father's concerned gaze, she relented and confessed everything. This time, the Chen family completely exploded. That scumbag from the Yu family, he really deserved it. Chen Xiao was silent for a long time before nodding. He is indeed a scumbag, but it's a fact that Qingtian crippled him. This matter. Sai, Jima, You handle it. Chun Xiao finally relented, but he still couldn't break his own principles for this matter. However, just because he wouldn't break them didn't mean he couldn't let others break them. Letting Chun Jima handle this was the absolute limit of his bottom line. And Chun Jima's personality was the most suitable for this task. Even if she could make a big deal out of this, she could still secure a much better outcome for Chun Qingtian. A few years less in prison would be good. In the entire Chun family, if even Chun Xiao had no objections, then there were no more obstacles. Just as everyone was about to take action, a knock on the door sounded. The door opened, and the person who came in was unexpectedly Uncle Fu. Why are you here? Chun Qingtian was quite familiar with Uncle Fu and recognized him immediately. Uncle Fu had come, so Hope had come. Uncle Fu had come, so Chun Qingtian, was about to stand up again. Uncle Fu greeted them politely and walked in with someone. Looking closely, the person he brought was an old acquaintance of Chun Qingtian's. Everyone, young Master Lin, asked me to handle this matter. Miss Chun, you don't need to worry. The Yu family has already dropped the charges. Also, this person I brought with me, you should know her. She has something to say to you. At this moment, AI Xianbai's eyes were red. She had already been disciplined at home. Of course, it was under the supervision of Lin Rant's bodyguard team. The AI family never expected that their good girl was actually this kind of person, drugging a classmate, colluding with her fiancé to play such dirty games. The key was that they had offended Chun Qingtian. Chun Qingtian's cousin was Lin Ran, and Lin Rant's wife was Luo Yao. Their AI family would not dare to offend Luo Yao. She was a terrifying woman who would eliminate you with just a thought. How many first-tier families have been eliminated in the past? Although they were a top-tier family, they didn't have the strength to contend with Luo Yao. Take the Yi family, for example. They had been brought down by the combined efforts of several major families back then, but Luo Yao's entry completely turned the tables. Not only did she completely save the Yi family, but she also helped them surpass all the other families to become the head of the 5 great families. By the time they tried to deal with Luo Yao, she had already become a behemoth and had directly abandoned the status of a great family, becoming the world's #1 financial conglomerate instead. Thinking of this, the AI family could only temporarily abandon AI Xianbai and hand her over to Uncle Fu for handling. Sister Qingtian, I'm sorry. I lied to you back then. Actually, nothing happened between me and Fong Busha. He was drunk that night and had been drugged. I was the one who forcibly took him away. AI Xianbai was willing to tell the truth not because she was kind, but because if she didn't, she would be disowned by her family. Without her status in the AI family, the people she had bullied in the past would definitely not let her off. Finally, the truth came to light. That night, did you two really have a relationship? No. Fong Busha drank too much that night because he was happy. He kept saying he was going to confess to you and whatnot. I did take him to the hotel and really wanted to force myself on him, but a man who is that drunk can't get it up. Boom! Chun Qingtian was struck by lightning, petrified on the spot. She remembered pointing at Fong Busha and saying, "Get out of here. You're dirty. You disgust me." The memory was like a heart-piercing knife. She would never forget the look in Fong Busha's eyes for the rest of her life. Regret, blankness, despair. It turned out that from the very beginning, he had never been dirty. She was the one who had made him dirty. Feeling like something was stuck in her throat, Chun Qingtian couldn't speak for a long time. When she finally made a sound, her voice was hoarse. I was wrong. I was the one who made him dirty. Chun Qingtian's shoulders trembled as she cried for the 3 years she had missed. She cried for that heart-wrenching younger brother. I need to find him. To be honest, while writing this part, the author has been holding back, afraid of making it too angsty for many readers to handle. Now, let's compose ourselves and enjoy the happiness and sweetness. I don't think it's too much of a knife, right? The evening wind blew through her hair, a spring breeze carrying a hint of warmth. Chun Qingtian finally got her wish and saw this man. Fong Busha's heart was filled with trepidation. It was already a kindness that Sister Qingtian had agreed to meet him. He dare not ask for more, because he was dirty, so before he left, he had scrubbed himself for a full hour. He was very clean. "Xia Xia, what are you thinking about?" A lively and spirited woman suddenly appeared from behind him. The familiar scent made Fong Busha's whole body tremble. "Sister, long time no see." Fong Busha said the greeting he hadn't managed to say at the tavern entrance that day. "Why aren't you looking up at me? Don't tell me you think I'm ugly." Chun Qingtian's emotions were also complicated. There was sadness, guilt, and heartache, but she still forced herself to revert to being that sunny and cheerful older sister. After a long silence, Fong Busha still didn't dare to look up at Chen Qingtian. He was afraid that if he did, he wouldn't have the courage to live on. If it weren't for that glimmer of hope in his heart, he might have been gone long ago. Sister is very beautiful. I wash myself clean before coming to see you today. Chen Qingtian leaned in to look at Fong Busha's face, and then, under his shocked gaze, she stood on her tiptoes and leaned closer. She gently blew on the bruise on Fong Busha's cheek. Does it still hurt? Feeling Chen Qingtian's breath, Fong Busha's entire body went rigid. He could barely contain the feelings inside him. After so many years, he still couldn't resist Chen Qingtian. Don't touch me. I'm dirty. Sister, a poison like you will truly be the death of me. Chen Qingtian froze. She hadn't realized how much of an impact, or rather obsession, those words had had on Fong Busha. Back then, she had always believed what she saw with her own eyes. Not just her, but even Fong Busha had no way to explain. No one had expected that there was so much hidden behind it. She realized what she had missed, a boy who was so obsessed with her. It was truly heart-wrenching. You're not dirty. I'm the one who made you dirty. I'm sorry. After saying this, Chen Qingtian directly hugged this younger brother who had followed her around since childhood, even burying her head in his chest. For the rest of our lives, I will love you. Tears are a strange thing. They flow uncontrollably when you don't want them to, and they won't come when you want to cry. They just swirled in the boy's eyes. He didn't dare to speak, afraid that this was all a dream. Uncle Fu stood in the distance, gently wiping the corner of his eye, feeling that the wind was a bit cold today. He wasn't a sentimental person, but he had changed a lot recently. Back at the manor, Uncle Fu reported everything to Luo Yao and the others, and conveyed the Chun family's gratitude, with the exception of Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao believed that Lin Ran and Luo Yao's methods were a bit too extreme, directly absolving Chen Qingtian, the perpetrator, of her crime. This was challenging the bottom line of legal and moral principles. However, he didn't say much, just remained silent, which was considered acceptance. Sigh. My cousin owes us a lot now, Lin Ran lamented. Luo Yao peeled an apple. Ran, eat an apple. One for each of them. Wifey, crunch crunch. I use your power this time. Chew chew chew. You're not angry, are you? Luo Yao's face instantly turned cold, and she stopped chewing the apple in her mouth. Asking that question makes me angry. What's yours and mine? It's all my husband's. Husband can use it whenever he wants. How could I be angry? Lin Ran realized Luo Yao was angry and directly sealed her mouth with a kiss, feeding her a sweet piece of apple at the same time. Only then did Luo Yao's fierceness recede. She started chewing again and replied sweetly. When we were little, I promised you, chew chew chew, that I would earn a lot of money to support you, chew chew chew. Everything I have is yours, swallows apple. If you don't use it, I'll be the one to go crazy. What Luo Yao wanted was for Lin Ran to rely on her background, spend her money, and love her. If Lin Ran did everything himself and didn't spend her money, she would feel insecure. My goodness, how did I manage to marry such a good wife? Then you'd better cherish me. Lin Ran dotingly stroked Luo Yao's hair. Of course, I'll dote on my own wife. Ran, tomorrow is the follow-up checkup. I'll go with you. Okay. The next morning, after Lin Ran and Luo Yao left, Chen Qingtian came with Fong Busha. Learning that Lin Ran had already left, Chen Qingtian cursed herself for being a fool for not calling beforehand. Perhaps she was just dizzy with love. Can we wait here then? Uncle Fu won't mind, will he? Of course not. Please, make yourselves at home. As if remembering something, Chen Qingtian asked again, Can Xia and I wait in Villano? 3. Of course, Miss Chun, please. Chen Qingtian patted Fong Busha's head. Let's go. I'll show you the luxurious master bedroom where your big sister used to live. For some reason, Chen Qingtian felt more relaxed and at ease here than in her own home. Xia, let me tell you, we owe it all to my cousin and his wife that we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. When they get back, we must thank them properly. But my sister-in-law might be a bit androphobic, so be careful not to get too close to her to avoid getting hurt. Fong Busha's face turned slightly red. He worked up his courage for a long time before saying, I will only stay by sister's side. Well now, she had gotten herself a pure little puppy dog. Besides being happy, Chen Qingtian also felt a little heartache, because Fong Busha had changed. The old Fong Busha was also a little puppy dog, but he had an optimistic and cheerful personality. The current Fong Busha had a bit of a reclusive side to him. If he wasn't by her side, Chen Qingtian suspected this guy wouldn't say a few words to anyone all year. But that was okay. She would use her most fervent love to awaken the younger brother of the past, to make up for the mistake she had made. At the hospital, after another checkup, D&E said that Lin Ran's injury was no longer a problem. From now on, he just needed to be careful not to get injured a second time. Lin Ran just smiled without saying a word. The only person who could injure him was Luo Yao. This time when they came, they ran into an acquaintance at the hospital, Lurenchi. However, Lurenchi didn't see them. When Lin Ran was leaving, he asked for a copy of the medical report. Good heavens, Lurenchi was sick. This guy was also unlucky. He had been infected by the biochemical mother body Lu Yuan Mei and had no way to vent his anger or seek revenge, because the biochemical mother body was still in prison. This was just a small, amusing interlude in life and wouldn't affect Lin Ran's mood too much. Yao Yao, are we going home now? Actually, Lin Ran didn't particularly want to go back. It was a rare occasion to be out, and he wanted to take his wife out to relax. The repetitive life at the manor, while not boring, lacked novelty. For example, they could go to a shopping mall fitting room, a movie theater, a Ferris wheel, or similar places to have fun. Whatever our Ran wants. But Uncle Fu just sent a message saying Chun Qingtian and Fong Busha are at the manor. Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. Let them wait. The two set off. They eventually decided on a Ferris wheel, the kind that takes an hour for one rotation. They stayed on it for 2 full rotations. Countless rotations. Of course, it had to be booked out. When they finally got off, Lin Ran was a bit dizzy, feeling like he was floating. Seeing that it was almost noon, they reluctantly headed home. At the entrance of the manor villa, Lin Ran carried Luo Yao out of the car. Miss, young Master Lin, Miss Chun Qingtian, and Mr. Fong Busha haven't left yet. They said they wanted to thank you in person. Lin Ran and Luo Yao looked at each other and smiled. Love was something that should be blessed. All right, are they inside? They're in Villa No. 3. Wang Ma is attending to them over there. Lin Ran suddenly stopped in his tracks. For now on, don't let Wang Ma do this kind of work. Give her a more relaxed position. Uncle Fu nodded. The job I made might seem simple, but it was not easy at all. They had to stand for long periods, and standing for hours on end was tough on the legs. Wang Ma was different from the other maids in the villa. She was much older, and her legs were naturally not as good as the younger ones. Plus, Wang Ma often had to rush to the hospital after work, which made her even more tired. Recently, she had developed varicose veins in her legs. Uncle Fu felt sorry for her and had originally wanted to suggest a different position for her. He could even make such a decision himself, but Wang Ma had refused. Wang Ma didn't want people to gossip about Uncle Fu, and she also quite liked serving Luo Yao and Lin Ran. These two kids might be a fearsome tycoon couple to the outside world, but what Wang Ma saw was just sensible, cute, sweet, and happy children. So, it's true that people see others through a filter. Kind people see beauty in everything, while evil people see filth in everything. Uncle Fu didn't dare to argue with Wang Ma and could only compromise. But today, Lin Ran himself had brought it up, so he could use this as his authority to forcibly change Wang Ma's position. Young Master Lin was truly kind. Let cousin and the others come over. Lin Ran walked into the villa and placed Luo Yao, who was clinging to him, on the sofa. Carrying her all the way was indeed a bit tiring. It seemed he still needed to work out more. A short while later, Chun Qingtian arrived. Sister-in-law, did you miss me? As soon as Chun Qingtian entered, she unexpectedly threw herself into Luo Yao's arms. This stunned not only Luo Yao, but Lin Ran as well. Cousin, what are you doing? Chun Qingtian rubbed against Luo Yao a couple of times. She wasn't a lesbian. She just loved this sister-in-law too much. The gratitude she felt for Luo Yao was uncontrollable the moment she saw her. She didn't even know why she was doing it. Cousin, don't be anxious. Just lend me your wife for a hug. I'm not gay. No need to be jealous. Luo Yao's voice was icy. If you don't want her newfound love to be shipwrecked, then don't act dissolutely in front of me right now. Luo Yao was angry. She was androphobic, but that didn't mean she could accept women being clingy. At most, she just didn't feel disgusted when women got close. To be precise, she disliked everyone except Lin Ran. Before Chun Qingtian could do anything, an angry Lin Ran directly lifted her up. Get away from her. Only I can help my wife. Lin Ran was now starting to wonder if this Chun Qingtian was bisexual. He suddenly understood why Luo Yao would worry about whether there was something going on between him and Wu Zhishang. It was just like how he was now worried that Chun Qingtian liked women. No, all threats must be nipped in the bud. Cousin, I advise you, you'd better not like women. And even if you do, don't touch my wife, or I'll show you what I'm capable of. Chun Qingtian raised an eyebrow. And what are you capable of? I'll make it so you can't get. At this, Lin Ran faltered. He was originally going to say he'd make it so Chun Ching Tian could never get her 10 men. But the current situation was that Chun Ching Tian probably didn't really want 10 little puppy dogs. In fact, this cousin of his was not as much of a player as she appeared. Most of the time, she just thought about it. If she were really asked to take action, she might just chicken out on the spot. I'll let your little puppy dog know what your dream is, Lin Ran said with a sly smile, shifting his gaze to Fong Busha's face. This possessiveness Lin Ran had for Luo Yao made her very happy. She felt that the current Lin Ran was very cute. It seemed that in our Rant's eyes, she was also his only need. It turned out that our Rant's love for her had also reached such a level of obsession. Chin Ching Tian was a little unhappy with Lin Rant's words. She liked Luo Yao, but it was just a like born of gratitude, definitely not that of a lesbian. Now Lin Ran was using her man to threaten her. However, she, Chun Ching Tian, was not afraid at all. Fong Busha was not very old, the same age as Lin Ran, 23, 24 years old after the new year. But he and Lin Ran clearly had two different personalities. Lin Ran was extroverted, even having a touch of social butterfly syndrome. Fong Busha, on the contrary, was the shy, introverted type of boy. But it was undeniable that this boy was quite handsome, the kind of handsome that wasn't dazzling, but just very likable. I know, sister's dream is to raise 10 little puppy dogs. Fong Busha's face turned slightly red. Lin Ran hadn't expected Chun Ching Tian to be so frank. However, he didn't particularly like Fong Busha, but he still smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Chun Ching Tian's little puppy dog. You. Hello, cousin-in-law. This kid, does he even know how to address people? Shouldn't it be older brother-in-law? Fong Busha was taken aback and scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, I have a bit of social anxiety. I didn't quite figure out the relationship just now. Lin Ran suddenly understood why these two could be together. It was a perfect complement of contrasting personalities. The few of them sat down, and Uncle Fu arranged for a servant to brew tea. Lin Ran casually sat down next to Luo Yao, his hand casually wrapping around her waist. Luo Yao casually leaned into Lin Ran's embrace. Just call me by my name. After all, you're not married yet. Just be casual here. We're all young people, and I don't bite. Fong Busha remained silent, glancing at Luo Yao with some worry. You might not bite, but this woman looks like she does. He was only somewhat withdrawn, not completely cut off from the outside world. He had heard of Luo Yao. Besides, Chun Ching Tian had said that Luo Yao was a misandrist. Now he was sitting right across from this terrifying woman. He wouldn't get hurt, would he? However, seeing Luo Yao in Lin Ran's arms, she didn't seem like a domineering CEO who could kill with a look. He relaxed slightly. All right then, Brother Lin, I came this time to thank you. Thank you for helping me find the truth, and thank you for helping us resolve the matter with the Yu family. Thank you for letting me know that I'm not dirty. Yesterday, Chun Ching Tian had already told him what had happened back then. He knew that without Lin Ran, the truth might never have come to light. The moment he learned he was still clean, it was as if his entire being had ascended from hell to the clouds. The feeling of surviving a disaster always moved people, so his gratitude towards Lin Ran reached its peak. Lin Ran waved his hand. It doesn't matter if your body is dirty. A person with a clean heart will always be clean. Besides, your body isn't dirty either. You must treat my cousin well from now on. Fong Busha turned to look at Chun Ching Tian, the only woman he had ever loved in his life. I will. Luo Yao, in Lin Ran's arms, suddenly leaned close to his ear. No part of my Ran can be dirty. Your everything can only belong to me. Instantly, the temperature dropped. Fong Busha directly felt what true coldness was. With a caress and a kiss from Lin Ran, the temperature warmed up again. Fong Busha looked at Chun Ching Tian, his gaze seeming to ask, is it really that magical? Chun Ching Tian's gaze seemed to reply, yes, it's exactly that magical. Fong Busha seemed to recall something and said with some embarrassment, previously, I saw you and Sister Ching Tian at the hospital and misunderstood. Chun Ching Tian's eyes widened. You went looking for me? And you hid without coming to see me. Fong Busha nodded. It was the day you got drunk. The old man at the tavern told me you were at the hospital. I saw you when I went there. I'm sorry, I didn't have the courage to come out and see you then. Chun Ching Tian patted her little puppy's head. Don't you dare hide from me in the future. Okay. Lin Ran also remembered that day. When he was sending Chun Ching Tian down the elevator, he kept feeling like someone was staring at him. So was this kid. He sighed inwardly at how accurate his intuition was. I was wondering why I felt like someone was peeking at me that day. So it was you, kid, hiding in the dark. Fong Busha nodded awkwardly. Chen Qingtian, cousin, sister-in-law, I want to thank you both too, sincerely. But I also want to remind you that neither the Yu family nor the AI family are to be trifled with. You've offended them for my sake. If they cause trouble, you must tell me. I'll face it with you. Chen Qingtian was a straightforward person, but her mind was delicate. She dared to love, hate, act, and take responsibility. Lin Ran cast a doubtful glance. Face it with us? What can you do? Stand at the Yu family's gate and curse them out? That's really your strong suit. Chen Qingtian was stunned, then immediately retorted, No, my combat power in cursing is only an 80. But if you curse with me, then we're 80 plus 80, which equals 120. What Chen Qingtian said was crude, but not without reason. The combat power of their mouths was truly no joke. Moreover, the Yu family would certainly not let this go. Lin Ran had been prepared for this from the very beginning. He wasn't the type to slap someone and then act as if nothing happened. No matter who was hit, and regardless of whether they had a smile on their face, they would hate you in their hearts. It's fine. If they dare to come, it'll be a good chance for me to give our dear readers some fun. After all, watching you two in the last few chapters has been a bit depressing. It's time for a laugh. Sweetness and happiness must coexist, with fewer knives and less angst. The dear readers should be happy, right? Thinking this, Lin Ran turned his head. Yao, the Yu and AI families won't bully me, will they? Luo Yao's fingers traced Lin Ran's cheek. Don't worry, no one can bully my Ran. Chen Qingtian / Fong Busha. Why the sudden PDA? All right, Chen Qingtian admitted defeat. In the past, she had thought about showing off all her PDA in front of these two once she had man. Now it seemed she was indeed not as nauseating, as sweet as them. Young Master Lin, what would you like for lunch? Uncle Fu came over to ask. Why ask Lin Ran and not Luo Yao? Because Luo Yao had no preference for food, anything was fine. Lin Ran, however, could state exactly what he wanted to eat. Let's have lamb hot pot. And get a whole fish, I need to supplement my protein. The rest can be whatever. Chen Qingtian suddenly raised her hand. Me, I want to eat hot pot too. Lin Ran, did I ask you to stay for a meal? Chen Qingtian looked at Luo Yao pitifully. Sister-in-law, please, I beg you. Xiaoxiao has never had high-grade ingredients air-shipped before. Luo Yao swept a cold gaze over Chen Qingtian. Lin Ran's mouth twitched. You're quite good at begging. The few of them chatted a while longer. In this atmosphere, Fong Busha was also influenced by Lin Ran's personality, and the introverted defenses in his heart slowly loosened. Even during lunch, sitting in such a luxurious dining room, he didn't feel the self-consciousness he used to. Is this the infectious power of human connection? After the meal, Lin Ran had Uncle Fu see Chen Qingtian out. Letting them stay this long was already an exception. Next was their daily routine. After Chen Qingtian and Fong Busha left, Lin Ran and Luo Yao also returned to the bedroom to digest their food. The sound of the two's sweet nothings constantly echoed in the bedroom. Yao, after eating such a high-calorie meal, we need to exercise. Is this exercise proper? You should know this. The reason we maintain such good figures is because we exercise a lot. Our Rant's figure is good. I'm not. I think I've gotten fatter again. That's because I've been taking good care of you. And where have you gotten fat? You're plump where you should be and slim where you should be, all right. Then does our Ram like me like this? This is the truly perfect figure now. Ever since we had each other, haven't you noticed you've gotten bigger here? As vulgar words filled the manor, the sky over the capital turned incredibly gray. The old Yu family residence. The atmosphere here was somewhat oppressive. All the main members of the Yu family had arrived. The old man in the head seat sat with his eyes closed. He was the current head of the Yu family, Yu Paoyan. Yu Taiduo, as Chengchuan's father, you not only disregarded his injuries, but also made unauthorized concessions to the two juniors, Luo Yao and Lin Ran. Chengchuan is my eldest grandson. Where does that leave my old face? Yu Taiduo was Yu Chengchuan's father and also the son of the old man before him. Dad, you might as well open your eyes and talk to me. This is very impolite. That's what he thought, but he didn't dare say it out loud. After all, he wasn't the head of the Yu family yet. Dad, Chengchuan was in the wrong in this matter. Besides, I only made a temporary concession. Our family alone cannot contend with Luo Yao, let alone fight the Chen family at the same time. The head of the Yu family finally opened his eyes, his sharp gaze sizing up his eldest son. The Chen family? Chen Qingtian is just Chen Zhao's granddaughter. And the most terrifying person in the Chen family isn't Chen Xiao at all. What are you afraid of? Yu Taiduo shook his head. The Chen family is different from families like ours. Their family rules don't have a head, But if a clan member is in trouble, everyone must help with all their might. They are a red family with immense power. Oomph. What you said is just your own idea. I don't believe the Chen family would oppose us for a little girl. Sigh. I'm tired. Arguing with this old geezer is like talking to a brick wall. When I become the family head, I must set a rule. You Paoyan and Dog are not allowed to participate in family meetings. I'm taking precautions and playing for time. Yu Paoyan had a look of complaint. Oh, then what are you planning to do next? Are you going to make my Yu family swallow this insult? The other Yu family members also began to condemn him. Yu Xing Sao, big brother, what you're doing is wrong. The face of our Yu family cannot be lost. Yu Ganyu. That's right, big brother. Our ancestors worked so hard to build the Yu family into a top-tier family, not for you to go out and lose face. Yu Changkai was more concerned about whether Yu Qingchuan was truly crippled. Dad, how of my brother now? Yu Weiwen was Yu Chengchuan's younger sister. She had always been in her second brother's camp and disliked her eldest brother, so she asked with feigned concern, is brother really crippled? Second brother, and I want to go and keep him company. In addition, other members of the Yu family also voiced their accusations, including but not limited to Yu Tang, Yu Fu, Yu Zijiang, Yu Lei, Yu Mu, Yu Ruan. The family head, Yu Paoyan, also became angry, his voice stern and commanding. All right, all of you be quiet. Let's hear what your big brother has to say. Yu Taiduo looked at his brothers, sisters, uncles, and nephews with a calm expression. No matter how dissatisfied you are, the next heir of the Yu family is still me. What do I have to say? Before I say anything, I want to ask everyone, are you all trying to rebel? Do you really think I'm good-tempered? Infighting was a long-standing tradition in the Yu family. Even between blood brothers and father and son, it was an adversarial relationship. Seeing the crown prince getting angry, the others temporarily quieted down. Yu Taiduo coldly swept his gaze across the room before answering Yu Paoyan's question. Dad, I have already contacted Family Head AI and Family Head Zhang. They will be here soon to discuss a plan to deal with Luo Yao. This time, Yu Paoyan was genuinely a little shocked. They all agree? I contacted them yesterday, after I had Qingchuan withdraw the lawsuit. It's all settled. At this point, Yu Taiduo stood up and looked at everyone present. See how capable your crown prince is? I persuaded the heads of 2 major families. I believe that true face is earned by oneself. Next, I will unite with other families to deal with Luo Yao. That is earning face, unlike some people who do nothing but complain. The other Yu family members looked disdainful. Deal with Luo Yao? I'm afraid several major families will have to suffer a Pyrrhic victory, losing more than they gain. When that time comes, we'll stand up and criticize you, and see what you have to say then. We'll let you be smug for a few more days. Only Yu Taiduo's wife, Chong Lufu, sat firmly by his side, showing her support. It's all right, honey. You still have me and our children. Just then, family head AI Rinchi of the AI family and family head Zhang Dashuai of the Zhang family have come a visit with their families. Yu Taiduo stood up to greet them, and even Yu Paoyan stood up and opened his eyes. After a few pleasantries, Zhang Dashuai got straight to the point. Brother Taiduo, I won't say anything else. Once we decide to go to war with Luo Yao, there's no turning back. It will be a life-or-death outcome. Are you prepared? AI Rinchi first glanced at Yu Taiduo's wife, Chong Lufu, before speaking slowly. My daughter and your esteemed son had a marriage agreement. I wonder if this agreement is still valid. AI Rinchi was probing to find out how badly Yu Qingchuan was injured. If he was truly crippled, he couldn't let his daughter marry him. The reason he handed over AI Xianbai yesterday was partly due to the pressure from Luo Yao's side, but more so as a test of Yu Qingchuan's condition. As expected, Yu Taiduo was stunned for a moment before slowly speaking. Family head AI, don't worry. Both of my sons are fine. He meant that even if his eldest son was really crippled, he still had a younger son. AI Rinchi nodded, accepting this answer. As long as the marriage alliance could proceed, it didn't matter whether his daughter married the eldest or the second son. Then, the few of them began to discuss the plan to deal with Luo Yao. They had dealt with Luo Yao before, but they had failed. That time, it was a devastating blow, and it allowed the Yi and Zhang families to rise. The current Luo Yao was even stronger than before. They hadn't defeated her back then, so they most likely couldn't now either. So this time, they got smarter. Since they couldn't beat Luo Yao in business warfare, they would use the most primitive method. Do you know what Luo Yao cares about most? AI Rinchi gave the answer without any thought. Is that even a question? Everyone on Earth knows. She cares most about Lin Ran. Exactly. Then we'll make our move on this person and take down that crazy girl Luo Yao in one fell swoop. Zhang Dishui frowned. Will that really work? Lin Ran is important, but I don't think he's enough to actually take down Luo Yao. Yu Taiduo had a confident look on his face. You underestimate Lin Ran. In Luo Yao's eyes, that man is more important than her own life. Trust me, it's not a problem. All right then. Dongtian Manor. Uncle Fu and Wang Ma were arguing. The reason was that in the evening, the servant saw that Lin Ran and Luo Yao hadn't come down yet and didn't know when to prepare dinner. After asking Uncle Fu, he said, "Wait a bit, no rush." At this point, Wang Ma became anxious. Miss has stomach problems, and young Master Lin is still recovering. How can I not eat on time? You should go and call them down. Uncle Fu was puzzled. Who did you hear that Miss has stomach problems from? Young Master Lin. He personally instructed me to always have stomach-soothing kanji prepared. Uncle Fu thought to himself, my goodness, young Master Lin still thinks Miss has stomach problems. How long is this lie going to last? Wang Ma, you're no longer a servant now. You don't need to worry about these things. You're just responsible for managing Villa No. 3. Uncle Fu reminded her directly. That's right, Wang Ma had been promoted. She was now the junior housekeeper of Villa No. 3, which was the guest villa. Wang Ma frowned. Villa No. 3 had hardly any work. She just needed to check it at a fixed time. When there were no guests, it required almost no management. So this position was just a benefit that the young master and miss had given her. She understood all that, but she didn't care about these things. What she cared more about now was the health of the young couple. Even if I am an employee of Villa No. 3, I still have the responsibility to care for my masters. Uncle Fu's expression grew colder. In this manner, besides the young master and miss, everyone must listen to me. And that includes you. Wang Ma was a little angry, but there was nothing wrong with what Uncle Fu said. But was it really okay to entrust the miss and young master to such a careless housekeeper? Understood, Butler Zhang. Wang Ma walked away in a huff. As she reached the door, she suddenly said, by the way, regarding our wedding date, I'd like to reconsider. She left a completely bewildered Uncle Fu behind. What's wrong with her? Is she angry? She can't be angry, can she? Did I offend her? Was I wrong? Just then, Lin Ran and Luo Yao came downstairs. Uncle Fu immediately suppressed his emotions and maintained a professional smile. Miss, shall I prepare dinner now? Luo Yao nodded. Lin Ran glanced at Uncle Fu with a puzzled look. Why the long face? Did you get dumped? Uncle Fu was stunned. Is it that obvious? You might as well have sad written on your face. Uncle Fu's eyes dimmed a little. I don't know what's going on. I feel like the conflicts between me and Wang Ma have been increasing lately. Luo Yao didn't like gossip, but Lin Ran loved to hear it. Tell me about it. Uncle Fu thought for a moment. Perhaps the young master could be the key to solving the problem. After all, the young master had been crucial in his pursuit of Wang Ma. So, Uncle Fu told him about all the recent conflicts with Wang Ma. For example, their educational philosophies clashed. Uncle Fu wanted to provide Wang Anjian with the best educational environment, hiring a private tutor for homeschooling. Wang Ma, on the other hand, believed that Wang Anjian didn't have many friends when he was sick before, so he should interact with people more now. Going to school was a better choice. Another example was that Uncle Fu wanted Wang Anjian to change his surname, but Wang Ma never agreed. And another example was that Uncle Fu liked to eat meat, while Wang Ma preferred vegetarian food. Also, Uncle Fu wanted to cohabit with Wang Ma before marriage, but Wang Ma insisted that was shameless. There were many such trivial matters, and Uncle Fu was on the verge of a breakdown. Young Master Lin, tell me, are these my problems? In the dining room, the food had not yet been served. Lin Ran held Luo Yao dotingly in his arms with one hand and pinched his chin in thought with the other, truly managing to multitask. He couldn't help it. Whenever he was with Luo Yao, he had to train this skill. Eating, sleeping, chatting, walking. No matter what he was doing, he had to devote one part of his heart to Luo Yao and only use the rest for other things. I don't think any of these problems would occur between me and Yao Yao, so I can only give you some advice that might not be correct. Please tell me, young Master Lin. Never mind if the advice is right or not. I'll write it down first. For example, with Wang Anjian's issue, you should ask the child about changing his name or his education, not decide it between the two of you. And for another example, about eating, since your tastes don't match, just eat separately. And the issue of premarital cohabitation. Lin Ran looked at Uncle Fu with a disdainful gaze. Can't Yao Yao and I serve as your role models? Just force yourself on her. Uncle Fu was stunned, his old face blushing with embarrassment. But what if Wang Ma resists, or breaks up with me afterwards, or even takes me to court? Luo Yao, having had enough fun in Lin Ran's arms, finally spoke. Coward. cowering on the path of love, not even daring to go to jail. How can you say you love her? If what you described really happens, it just proves that you don't love each other enough. In that case, you might as well break up. Uncle Fu. It feels right, but something also feels off. The chef had finished preparing the meal. The two of them started dinner, and watching them feed each other, Uncle Fu was full of envy. He also wanted to be like that with Wang Ma. After dinner, Luo Yao finally shifted her gaze from Lin Ran for a moment. Ran and I are going out. Miss, do you need me to accompany you? No, you guard the house. Luo Yao was going out to retrieve a weapon. They wouldn't always let others make the first move and be forced to defend. The moment she learned that several major families were going to deal with them, she had already prepared to strike first. After Lin Ran and Luo Yao left, Uncle Fu thought for a moment and walked towards Villa No. 3. Wang Ma was puzzled. Butler Zhang, is something the matter? Uncle Fu didn't speak. Wang Ma was worried. What's wrong with you? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with your eyes? Uncle Fu still didn't speak. Wang Ma was helpless. If there's something, please give your orders, Butler Zhang. Uncle Fu finally spoke. Come, follow me to Villa No. 4. Wang Ma had a question mark over her head. Had she been reassigned again? But wasn't Villa No, for the wedding house Miss had rewarded them? Why were they going there now? This was destined to be a tumultuous night. Underground entertainment city. Brother Dao's establishment was just hitting its evening peak. This den of iniquity, where gold flowed in daily, was not a place just anyone could come to spend money. The people who came here were either men from the lowest rungs of society who did nothing but fight all day, in short, thugs, or they were powerful and influential people in society. This was the first time Lin Ran and Luo Yao had walked in here together. They reached the third basement level, where a boxing match was being held. The two of them wore masks and, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, walked into the rest area in the back. This scene did not arouse any suspicion from those around them. Many people who came here were influential figures in society, so it was normal to wear a disguise and bring a few bodyguards. At this moment, Brother Dao was rushing down from the first floor in a panic. He heard that Luo Yao and Lin Ran had arrived, and he was completely shocked. This seemed to be the first time the two of them had appeared at his place together. Something big must have happened. Arriving at the rest area, Brother Dao saw the two masters on the sofa as soon as he entered. He didn't know who to address first. If he called her Boss Luo, young Master Lin would surely have questions. If he called him young Master Lin, he was afraid Boss Luo would frown. His life was like treading on thin ice. You two, bosses, why didn't you say you were coming? Luo Yao waved her hand. I came today to tell you a few things. You've worked hard for me these past few years. In a while, I'll give you a new position. Brother Dao was stunned. What did Boss Luo mean by that? Was he already old? No longer suitable to continue working? Wait, what did Boss Luo just say? Did she just voluntarily expose herself? Thinking of this, Brother Dao also felt a sense of relief. It seemed he no longer had to deliberately hide Boss Luo's identity. Seeing Brother Dao not speaking, Lin Ran added, Brother Dao, you're not young anymore. It's time to live a different kind of life. You have to leave this path eventually. Only then did Brother Dao come back to his senses. Thinking about Luo Yao and Lin Ran's words, the light in his eyes dimmed considerably. He already understood their meaning. They were telling him to retire. For someone in the underworld, being able to retire safely was a luxury. But this wasn't what Brother Dao wanted. I will follow all of the two bosses' arrangements. With one sentence, he broadened his own path. Luo Yao looked at Brother Dao with some satisfaction. Give me all your illegal transaction records with the U and AI families over the years. Brother Dao was instantly stunned, his heart turning cold. As expected, the hearts of the rich were ruthless. So they didn't want him to retire, they wanted him to take the fall. After he handed over this evidence, the U and AI families would not let him go. Sigh. Oh well, I owe Boss Luo my life. Okay, I'll have someone prepare it right away. Soon, he delivered the evidence, his eyes even dimmer, almost losing their color. He understood that his days were truly numbered. Just a moment ago, he didn't want to retire, but now, being able to retire safely seemed to have become a luxury. Luo Yao took the USB drive and stood up from the sofa, looking at the silent, head-bowed Brother Dao. I will establish an organization called Dark Shadow. You will be in charge of one of its departments. As for this place, give it up. Give an explanation to the authorities and let the people believe that all evil in this world will be eradicated. Luo Yao's words instantly reignited Brother Dao's spirit. So Boss Luo didn't plan to use him as a shield. Indeed, following the right boss was more important than anything. Thinking of this, Brother Dao was moved to the point of tears. Thank you, boss. Thank you, young Master Lin. I Daozi will repay your kindness, even if I have to be a beast of burden. Luo Yao seemed to see through Brother Dao's heart and knew what he had been worried about. But these were not things she needed to dwell on. I will find an evil person with the same name as you to take your place. As for you, you will have no name in the future. Your code name will be. Luo Yao looked around, as if searching the air for a code name. A black shadow caught her eye. Let's call you Shadow King. From now on, you will serve only our Ran. I will hand over my intelligence department to you. Why let Brother Dao manage the intelligence department? Because this guy was quite good at it. The information he had obtained from this place over the years was not inferior to her own intelligence network. One had to know that Brother Dao was just a gang leader, and his subordinates were not professionally trained like hers. But many times, Brother Dao's investigations were even faster than her intelligence network. This was talent. In addition, I will also assign the security department to Dark Shadow. The head of the security department is named Abu. He is responsible for enhancing combat strength. I'll let you two meet after I've dealt with my matters. In the future, you will jointly manage Dark Shadow. In fact, Luo Yao had also arranged for someone to manage the money. In the future, the three powers would jointly manage Dark Shadow, which was also the most stable structure. Brother Dao immediately prostrated himself. Shadow King greets the two masters. Puffed. Lin Ren almost burst out laughing. How did this Brother Dao become so cute? He switched roles so quickly. However, Lin Ren still had some worries. This kind of organization would completely control their future and would be their biggest trump card later on. They had to be people he trusted implicitly. He trusted Abu, but this Brother Dao, it seemed there was no reason not to trust him either. Yao Yao would definitely not do something she wasn't sure about. I have to trust my wife. The current Lin Ran didn't know yet how powerful the Dark Shadow organization would become in the future, or what a fearsome name it would be. Of course, that's a story for later, and they will have a role in the next novel. I'm already starting to research the next sweet, crazy, and hilarious novel. Lin Ran took a breath and patted Brother Dao's shoulder. Do a good job. Yao Yao won't treat you unfairly. Brother Dao immediately nodded. He had gotten to where he was today, not just through luck, but also through long-term vision. He had to cling tightly to the thighs of Lin Ran and Luo Yao. Rest assured, Boss Lin, I will not fail to live up to your expectations. He was quite satisfied with Brother Dao's performance. At least this guy switched roles quickly and had a good attitude. His every Boss Lin was without a trace of affectation, full of sincerity. Now that the important business is settled, it's time to arrange the unimportant business. Where's my son? Your son. Brother Dao was bewildered. Then it dawned on him after a pause. Your esteemed son said he was too hungry and is currently eating in the solitary confinement room. Take me there. In the dim room, Lin Tianba ate, vomited, and ate again. This process had been going on for a full 5 hours. A lackey kicked him in the face. Damn it, hurry up. Didn't you say you were hungry? Didn't you say we weren't feeding you and were abusing you? Hurry up and eat. Lin Tianba was a mess of snot and tears. Big brother, I really can't eat anymore. Today was definitely the fullest he had ever been in his life. Ever since he came here, it was first a beating, then facing the ground in contemplation, then another beating. This repeated without stopping, and they didn't even give him a bite of food. He finally had enough and started crying about how they were abusing him and not feeding him, saying he didn't even have the strength to be beaten. The result was this hearty meal. Too full. Big brother, I can't eat anymore. It's wrong for you to waste food like this. It's disrespectful to Elder Yuan. The lackey kicked him again. So much damn nonsense. Hurry up and eat. If you dare leave a single bit, I'll knock your teeth out one by one. The lackey didn't coddle Lin Tianba. Brother Dao had instructed that this guy couldn't be left idle. The basic requirement was that when young Master Lin made a surprise inspection, he had to see this guy in a miserable state. Lin Tianba had no choice but to endure the food that was up to his throat and continue eating. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open. Bar! Did you miss your living father? Several lackeys turned their heads in unison and saw Brother Dao walk in with Lin Ran and Luo Yao. Young Master Lin, CEO Luo, Brother Dao. The lackeys bowed their heads in greeting, with no mistake in who to address first. Lin Ran nodded, lowered his gaze, and saw the wretched Lin Tianba on the floor. Lin Tianba struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with tears. You don't recognize your living father? Don't you know how to greet someone? Lin Tianba opened his mouth, but the burst of emotion left him speechless. Only the sound of remorseful whimpering could be heard. The filthy food stuck to his face mixed with his tears and streamed down. At this moment, Lin Ran was his light. Abu came in and handed Lin Ran and Luo Yao gas masks. Only after putting them on did they manage to block out the disgusting smell in the room. Wearing the gas mask, Lin Ran slowly squatted down, narrowing his eyes to examine Lin Tianba. Half a year ago, this was a high-spirited CEO of a listed company. Now, he had been reduced to a wreck more pathetic than a beggar. His entire body was covered in bruises and injuries, and bloodstains covered him. Without a mask, one would be assaulted by all sorts of disgusting and complex smells. Lin Tianba struggled to lift his head. He wanted to look at the sun before him, desperately wanting to clearly see the face he had wronged in his dreams. Since being captured and locked up here for several days with no one to talk to and no food, the silent environment was terrifying, but also made one fall into contemplation. He recalled the bits and pieces of these years and finally saw how vicious Liu Yuanmei was. The hatred in his heart for Liu Yuanmei reached its peak. Then he thought about the life Lin Ran had lived all these years, and he finally knew how terribly wrong he had been. Only when one has lost everything can one see one's own heart clearly. He was a father, yet he had become a demon who aided the wicked. Lin Tianba, have you ever regretted it? Lin Ran's emotionless voice sounded. Regret? He had regretted it long ago. He regretted not treating Lin Ran better in the past. He regretted marrying Liu Yuanmei even more. He also regretted being blind and foolish. So, he nodded with great effort, and a sound finally came from his mouth. I regret it so much. Son, we are father and son. Dad begs you. Lin Tianba pursed his lips and finally said the words. Dad begs you to kneel down, kowtow to Dad, and apologize, and I will forgive you. Lin Ran stood up and looked back at Luo Yao. Luo Yao also smiled with crescent eyes and hugged Lin Ran. Ran, you win. For the next month, you can be on top. That's right. They had made a bet when they came in, betting on whether Lin Tianba's opening line would be this classic quote. As expected, Lin Ran guessed correctly. So, Lin Tianba was just a part of Lin Ran and Luo Yao's roleplay. Tianba, do you know what I admire most about you? Lin Tianba had a look of confusion. He didn't understand why, even when he was on the brink of life and death, this rebellious son still refused to bow his head and apologize. Did he really have to wait until after his death for him to kowtow at his grave? But a regretful confession would be meaningless. By that time, the rebellious son would understand that it's too late for regrets. Son, if you treat me like this, you will regret it sooner or later. Dad doesn't want you to live in regret like me one day, because that feeling is really painful. Be obedient, kowtow, and apologize to Dad. Lin Ran's mouth twitched a couple of times. He was utterly speechless. He slowly pointed a finger at Lin Tianba's heart. What I admire most is your heart. You truly haven't forgotten your original intentions, and you have a kind of inexplicable confidence, a confidence that borders on self-deception. Today, I shall bestow upon you the title of Emperor Tianba. I hope you will not forget your roots for the rest of your life. Lin Ran's words successfully made Luo Yao laugh. The others all had their heads down, not speaking. They didn't understand what Luo Yao found so funny, but they understood even less why there was such a scumbag father like Lin Tianba, who didn't love his outstanding biological son, but instead loved a bastard who wasn't even an illegitimate child. Lin Ran put his arm around Luo Yao's slender waist. He felt that his wife was extremely cute when she laughed. What are you laughing at? Tell me, so your husband can be happy too. Luo Yao leaned into Lin Ran's embrace. Foolish people are laughable in themselves, but people who have made mistakes and still don't know how to repent are laughably hopeless. Lin Ran nodded in agreement, looking at Lin Tianba on the ground. He's a toad swallowing a fishhook, bringing it all on himself. Yet he always thinks the world owes him. Faced with Lin Ran's emotionless mockery, Lin Tianba's heart was like an abyss that had lost its light. The whole world turned into fear. You really won't kowtow and apologize to me? Do you really want to lose this fatherly love? See, Emperor Tianba is so confident, isn't he? Lin Ran pointed at Lin Tianba and sighed. What a pity. I couldn't care less about your so-called fatherly love. In fact, it's disgusting. Boom. Lin Tianba's Dao heart finally cracked. The light in his eyes instantly turned dim. No, Lin Tianba can't fall yet. I haven't gotten Lin Ran to change his mind. I haven't waited for Liu Yuanmei to come out so I can get my revenge on her. I haven't. Lost hope. He couldn't give up. He had to make Lin Ran call him dad again, make Liu Yuanmei kneel before him and repent, and make Lin Jian lose his real father's love. Son, I am your father after all. Lin Rant's face instantly turned cold, his tone disdainful. Remember what I said in? Don't say you're my dad when we meet, or I'll slap the hell out of you. Originally, Lin Ran had planned to teach Lin Tianba a lesson himself, but Lin Tianba's current state was a bit too disgusting to lay a hand on. Abu seemed to see through Lin Rant's hesitation and volunteered. Young Master Lin, I'm good at this kind of thing. Let me handle it. Abu was more than willing to take care of someone like Lin Tianba. Lin Ran patted his shoulder. You lucky dog. You get to have fun again. Go on. Watching Abu slowly approach, Lin Tianba was reminded of some very bad memories. You stay away. Son, Dad was wrong. Make him stay away. Lin Rant's voice was full of mockery, disdain, and scorn, completely unconcealed. Dad won't be staying with you. From today onwards, you, this rebellious son, are kicked out of the family. We have no relationship from now on. Enjoy the rest of your life. Barring any accidents, we won't be seeing each other again. Saying this, Lin Ran turned to leave. Lin Tianba panicked. No, Father Lin, don't go. Take me with you. Abu squatted down and slowly reached out his hand. Lin Tianba's face contorted in a roar. Don't you come near me, Lin Tianba. Don't you come near me. Walking out of the solitary confinement room, Lin Ran instructed Brother Dao, barring any accidents, I won't see it again in this lifetime. But don't let him die. Just throw into a busy downtown area to beg. If he's unwilling, beat him until he is. Brother Dao nodded. Understood. Let Lin Tianba die? That would be too easy for him. Lin Ran wouldn't let Lin Tianba's story end. He had said he would let Lin Tianba live to enjoy the rest of his life, which meant a life of suffering. His own grudge with him was over, but Lin Tianba still had to be punished for what he had done to his mother. For a lifetime. As for so-called kinship, fatherly love, it was all bullshit. He, Lin Ran, couldn't care less. Suddenly, Luo Yao turned and hugged Lin Ran. Don't be afraid, Ran. I am your family. I will never betray you. Lin Ran was stunned. So she understands me this well. This is wonderful. Just as Lin Ran was about to be moved, Luo Yao's tone changed. You can't betray me either. If I go crazy, we'll both die. All right. His wife was still the same wife, and her love was still as fiery as ever. As soon as they arrived at the manor, Lin Ran noticed a problem. The old man who always came out to greet him was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't that Lin Ran was being fussy. He just felt that such a mistake shouldn't happen with Uncle Fu. If it did, it meant something was wrong. Where's Uncle Fu? Lin Ran casually asked the servant. He seems to have gone to Villanelle. 3. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. So he had gone to find Wang Ma. He didn't think much of it and went to take a shower and sleep with his wife. The next morning, as soon as Lin Ran came out of the bedroom, he saw the injured Uncle Fu. What happened to your eye? Uncle Fu. It's normal to have dark circles after a sleepless night. Lin Ran asked doubtfully. Is it normal to have only one dark circle? Yes, isn't it normal? It's so not normal, Lin Ran thought to himself. At this moment, Luo Yao also came out. She frowned slightly upon seeing Uncle Fu. What happened to your neck? Uncle Fu looked down. Don't you think this neckerchief suits me, miss? You know the price for lying to me. Uncle Fu immediately shut his mouth, pausing for a moment before explaining. I went to find Wang Ma, didn't I? As a result, I miscalculated and got punched in the eye by her. It's not that I couldn't beat her. After all, miss, you know my combat strength. I just couldn't bear to. Lin Ran's eyes widened. He had just been joking yesterday, but this old man actually went and did it. And Uncle Fu noticed Lin Ran staring at his neckerchief and simply took it off. I was bitten. Luo Yao nodded. Doc 1 year's bonus. Uncle Fu. As compensation for Wang Ma. Uncle Fu, phew, that's fine. A gossipy expression appeared on Lin Ran's face. I just want to know the final result. Uncle Fu lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, I was useless. Lin Ran smiled. It was a good thing Uncle Fu hadn't made a huge mistake. Otherwise, he himself would be at least 1% responsible for it. I was just joking with you. Why did you actually go? Uncle Fu's eyes widened. Young Master Lin, you've caused me so much trouble. Is it possible that it wasn't me who caused you trouble, but your own dirty thoughts? Uncle Fu was speechless. If human instinct counts as dirty, then you and Miss are the dirtiest people in the world. But he only dared to think it, not say it out loud. Since nothing happened, Lin Ran happily let it go and took his wife to enjoy breakfast. They got up relatively early today because Luo Yao had to go back to work starting today. She didn't know how many days she would be working, but it definitely wouldn't be too long. The content of her work was to assist Lu Meng in dealing with the U and AI families. That's right, Luo Yao was in a supporting role. Lu Meng was the protagonist in the direct confrontation. Lin Ran mourned for the U and AI families. In his wife's eyes, top-tier families like you were only worthy of facing her assistant. How useless were you? Lin Ran had wanted to accompany Luo Yao. His injuries were completely healed now. But after some thought, Luo Yao refused. Ran, if you miss me, you can come find me at noon every day. It's better not to come at other times, because your presence will distract me from work. Lin Ran looked aggrieved. You used to say that not having me by your side would distract you. Now you're saying having me by your side will distract you. TSK, scumbag girl. Angry, Lin Ran. You used to say you'd be distracted without me. Now you're complaining I'm here? Luo Yao was charmed by Lin Ran's little expression and explained gently, because this work is different from before. It involves multiple business battles and complex strategies. I need to be fully invested. With you by my side, how can I have the mind to assist Lu Meng in a confrontation? All right, what could he do when his wife had said so? Besides, what his wife said made sense. His presence would only slow down the speed at which she drew her sword. If Ran is bored, you can go out and spend money. Didn't we agree that I would earn money to support you, and you would be responsible for spending it? Lin Ran gently kissed Luo Yao's forehead. Don't worry, I won't let your money be earned in vain. I will try my best to spend it all in my lifetime. And Ran really has to work hard. It's not easy to spend all our money. Lin Ran also said helplessly, well, if I really can't spend it all, I'll spend it in the next life. Spending all his wife's money in one lifetime was like challenging the impossible, because he knew that no matter how he tried to squander it, his wife's money would multiply as if it had reproductive capabilities, more and more, until it drained him completely, leaving only a handsome shell. Next life. Will Ran still be mine? Not just the next life, but the previous life was yours too. This is what we call 3 lives and 3 worlds. Luo Yao left with a heart full of happiness, peace of mind, and reassurance. The villa was once again left with only Lin Ran. Sensing Lin Ran's disappointment, Uncle Fu stepped forward and asked, Young Master Lin, do you need me to arrange a car for you to go out? Go out for what? Where to? Any place without Yao Yao is a gray world. Getting hit with PDA even now serves me right for asking. Suddenly, Lin Ran's phone rang. The long unheard ringtone, if it hadn't rung, Lin Ran would have forgotten the basic function of a mobile phone. Who is it? Seeing the unfamiliar phone number, Lin Ran's tone was a little disappointed. Student Lin Ran, this is the Jingdu University's dean's office. Do you think you have time to come to school and show your face? Oh, is something the matter? The person on the other end of the line paused before explaining. Your classmates miss you, and the principal misses you too. Besides, school has been in session for many days, and you still haven't reported to your advisor. Lin Ran smiled helplessly. All right, I know. I'll go back when I have time. This damn school. Why am I still a student? Huh, I'm still a student. Lin Ran had almost forgotten about this. Thinking about it, school should have started a while ago, and he hadn't been there even once. It was indeed a bit much. Oh well, his wife wasn't home. He might as well go out and find something to do. It's also been a long time since he visited the company. He wasn't at all worried about whether Luo Yao could fight against the combined forces of the U and AI families, because he believed in Luo Yao. Lin Ran remembered that in his previous life, Luo Yao had also dealt with these 2 families. She didn't completely destroy them, but she successfully downgraded them to first-tier families. The point of conflict seemed to be that after their marriage alliance, these 2 families wanted to replace the Luo group's position and had engaged in a lot of malicious and disgusting competition. He wasn't particularly clear on the detailed process, as he didn't pay much attention to Luo Yao's affairs in his previous life. Although the timeline had been moved up quite a bit, the current Luo Yao would be even more powerful than in her previous life, because she had no worries holding her back. It wasn't that Lin Ran looked down on the U and AI families, but that he had too much faith in Luo Yao. If the major families in Modu couldn't do it, what made the ones in Jingdu think they could? If you couldn't do it in the last life, what makes you think you can in this one? Besides, taking a step back, even if Luo Yao failed, with her several hundred billion, the 2 of them could live out the rest of their lives in wealth and comfort. That was their confidence. What he and Luo Yao cared about was never a high status or a thick family fortune, but love and happiness. Not to mention, there was also Aaron Capital. The most fundamental difference between Luo Yao and those families was that Luo Yao would fight under the guise of the Luo group, but place all the profits in Aaron Capital. Uncle Fu, prepare the car. I'm going out. Lin Ran was not as high profile as before. Previously, he would drive flashy supercars when he went out. Now, he didn't drive anymore when he went out. He let a driver drive, and he just sat in the car, and it was a low-key Rolls-Royce. There were only 4 people in the car. Lin Ran, Abu, Xiao Tong, and the driver was Wang Bao. As for the other bodyguards, they follow behind. In fact, Lin Ran felt that he didn't need so many bodyguards. Just Abu and a few others would be enough. It wasn't like a multi-person riot was going to happen. What was the point of having so many people? But Luo Yao disagreed. The reason she had established such a powerful bodyguard team was for Lin Ran, wasn't it? The low-key, limited edition Rolls-Royce drove out of the manor, and Lin Ran first went to Jingdu University. As soon as he entered the campus, the students appeared as if they had sniffed him out. The current Lin Ran was extremely famous. His and Luo Yao's CP fans were all over the country. However, when those students saw Abu, they were all so intimidated by his gaze that they didn't dare to approach and strike up a conversation. Lin Ran was happy to have the peace and quiet. Before going to the principal's office, he first went to the new library to take a look and found old Wu, who was Wu Zhishang's father. "Uncle, I was busy during the new year and didn't visit you. This is a gift I prepared for you." Chairman Lin, how can I accept this? Haha. Old Wu's proud eyes swept over the engineers present. See that? The chairman gave me a gift and even called me uncle. None of you have this kind of treatment. After chatting with old Wu for a while, old Wu suddenly pulled Lin Ran closer and said in a low voice, "Xiao Ran, you won't be angry if I call you that, will you?" "Uncle, what kind of person do you take me for? Haven't you always called me that in the past?" Old Wu's smile was so wide it almost couldn't fit on his face. "Xiao Ran, you're truly amazing. Do you know about my old workplace? Something really happened. If I were still in that position, I would have definitely been thrown out to take the fall. I won't say any more. Uncle thanks you for pulling me out. From now on, I'm your real uncle. If you need anything, just say the word. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I'll never kill a chicken." Lin Ran was also a little surprised. The time of the scandal at old Wu's original workplace had also been moved up quite a bit. It seemed that the chain reaction was sometimes quite magical. "There's no need for such formalities between us. You're Wu Zhishang's father, so naturally you're my uncle. If there comes a day when I have nothing to eat, I might have to go to your house for a meal." Old Wu's face looked a little unhappy. Pa, what are you saying? You will always stand at the highest place and will never fall. Uncle is still waiting to get rich with you." Lin Ran smiled. He really liked old Wu's personality. If Lin Tianba was even 1/10 as good, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. "Then I'll go see our principal first. We'll talk next time." "Okay, you go and get busy." Lin Ran waved goodbye. Every time he saw old Wu, he felt a little sorry for him because he had offended him many times in the past. After all, he had been Wu Zhishang's father many times. Jingdu University principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Lin Ran walked into the principal's office. When Principal Tang saw him, he immediately stood up to greet him. "Lin Ran, what brings you here?" "Lin Ran, keep pretending. Do you dare say it wasn't you who had someone contact me to come back to school? Who didn't know now that he, Lin Ran, was Luo Yao's husband?" If he hadn't received instructions from the higher-ups, Lin Ran didn't believe anyone would dare to order him back. Principal Tang smiled awkwardly, his old face blushing. "Lin Ran, look, don't be a stranger. You're one of my gods of wealth. How could I make things difficult for you? This time I asked you to come because there's a small problem with the library, and I wanted to discuss it with you." Lin Ran threw his hands up. "All right, it must be a lack of money." Principal Tang quickly shook his head. No, the money is enough. I wanted to say that you donated the library to the school and also helped with the school's admissions promotion. Especially after the start of this semester, the number of parents consulting our school is unprecedentedly high. To commend you, the school is preparing to select you as the #1 figure of the year and hang your picture on the school's wall of historical honor. What do you think?" Lin Ran, "I don't think much of it." First, I can't be hung on your wall. Second, I don't care about these empty honors. If you have the heart, you'd be better off helping those students who study hard. Also, I hope this is the last time I come to Jingdu University as a student. I came today to tell you one thing. Give me my graduation certificate. Damn it. The reason he came back today was because he was still a student. Once he got his graduation certificate, he wouldn't care about any dean or principal. They could stop ordering him around. If he was happy, he'd show up to support them. If he wasn't, he'd never come back again. He was already the husband of a tycoon, yet he still had to be ordered around by the school. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for his wife? How embarrassing was that? Principal Tang had a bitter look on his face. "But you still have a few months before you can graduate, and do you need me to have my wife come and talk to you personally?" Principal Tang sat up straight. "Student Lin Ran, you're an adult now. You should make your own decisions. There's no need to call your parents for everything. But considering how outstanding you are and the outstanding contributions you've made to the school, Graduating early is also very reasonable. However, I still hope that you will consider this your alma mater and help our school with what you can in the future. Lin Ran nodded in agreement. This request wasn't too excessive. Okay, now your old principal wants to move up a step further. I wonder if you can help with that. So after all that talk, this was what he was waiting for. Lin Ran was immediately startled. So, you were waiting for me here? From the moment I entered the room, you first made small talk, then praised me, then played hard to get while agreeing to my request, and finally revealed your true colors. Principal Tang said righteously, "Don't be a stranger. I'm your half-elder, and I was also your grandfather's junior. You have to help me with this." Lin Ran seemed to see through the old principal's thoughts. Starting to get chummy again? Besides, didn't you just get promoted half a level? Another promotion would be to the deputy ministerial level. Aren't you afraid of getting whiplash from being promoted too quickly? Who would dislike their rank being too high? Besides, the favor I'm asking you for will benefit the entire school, and on a larger scale, it will even benefit the entire society. Lin Ran spread his hands helplessly. All right, just say it. What can I help you with? But let me make it clear first, if I can't do it, you can't force me. Principal Tang's face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Of course. You can definitely do it. It's just a very small request. You just need to have your wife affiliate the Luoshi group with our school's graduating class. Principal Tang's eager eyes could hardly be concealed, and Lin Ran finally understood the meaning of his visit today. However, this matter still needed his wife's approval. Perhaps if he approved, his wife would be even happier. All right, since you're a decent person, I'll give you a better ending. I'll help you convey this matter, but I can't guarantee it will happen. The Luoshi group recruited a large number of fresh graduates every year, and the competition was fierce. However, with a new project starting in Modu, the demand would definitely be higher, so binding one more school shouldn't be a problem. That's enough. As long as you can help put in a good word, that's enough. Principal Tang saw it clearly. Luo Yao was the type of woman who doted on her husband without thinking. As long as Lin Ran said it, Luo Yao would definitely do it. Of course, Lin Ran was also the type of man who doted on his wife to the bone. Why did Principal Tang know them so well? Because he was also a Luoshin Jianglin CP fan. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. My wife is still waiting for me to bring her food. Lin Ran was afraid this old fellow would make another request, so he planned to slip away. There's one more thing. Could you trouble yourself to contact old Chen's granddaughter and have her make a statement about the Yu Qingquan matter to avoid the students' gossip? This time, Lin Ran took a deep breath. It wasn't that he was unwilling to help, but this matter involved Chen Qingtian's privacy. However, Principal Tang also reminded him of one thing. Although the grudge between Chen Qingtian and Yu Chengquan hadn't spread yet, with the speed at which netizens obtained information now, it wouldn't be long before it was widely known. At the end of the day, Chen Qingtian was also an artist under his own company. As her boss, he really couldn't just let it go. As for what to say, that was a matter for public relations. In any case, they definitely wouldn't tell the public that the big star, Chen Qingtian, kicked a Jingdu University student in the balls. I'd like to ask, how was that Yu Qingquan dealt with? Principal Tang sighed. We haven't decided how to handle it yet. Yu Qingquan is still undergoing treatment. We have to wait until he's a bit better before we can investigate. Although Principal Tang had some connections, he wasn't from a top-tier family after all, so he didn't know the specific details of the matter. The current information was stuck at Chen Qingtian kicked Yu Qingquan's balls. So he was anxious for Chen Qingtian to do some PR so the school could discuss how to handle it. However, it was very likely that it would end up being dropped, as the Yu family was not to be trifled with in Jingdu. Lin Ran thought for a moment. Expel Yu Qingquan, and that AI Xianbai should also be expelled. As for the reason, I'll have someone come and explain it to you. Principal Tang was stunned for a moment and didn't answer. He felt that this might be a bit inappropriate. What? You don't agree? Then the things I promised you before might not happen. You child. Did I say I didn't agree? All right. After Chen Qingtian PR, the school will deal with it. Only then did Lin Ran smile with satisfaction. He had been doing this old fellow favors for the past 6 months. This was the first time he had collected interest from the principal. Okay, then I'll also ask my cousin. But I'm only responsible for conveying the message. I can't guarantee whether my cousin is willing to do PR. If she's not, I can only apologize in advance. Principal Tang nodded with relief. He didn't particularly hope that Lin Ran would agree to everything. Learning to refuse is a compulsory course on the road to growth. Now, Lin Ran's grasp of how to speak and handle matters was just right. Principal, I won't disturb you any longer. Okay, I'll have your advisor contact you about the graduation certificate. Lin Ran left Jingdu University, finally free from having to think about coming to school. From now on, he was a member of society. He looked at the time. It was about right. He went back to the manor, cooked a meal, packed it, and took it to the Luo group. As soon as he entered the Luo group, he attracted countless envious gazes. CEO Luo is so lucky. Young Master Lin came to visit on her first day back at work. Did you guys watch the live broadcast a few days ago? I didn't know they were so sweet in private. I watched the live broadcast for 2 days and was diagnosed with diabetes at my checkup. Could young Master Lin be here to check up on her? Does CEO Luo need to be checked up on? What's your brain for? Young Master Lin and CEO Luo are being shipped like crazy right now. I'm so moved I could cry. I heard that during the 2 days of the live broadcast, Special Assistant Wang Fong was catching people slacking off at the company for 2 whole days. In the end, someone caught her slacking off and watching the live broadcast too. Later, she simply played the live broadcast on all the screens in the company and took the lead in slacking off with everyone. That's right, Lin Ran was very famous now, not just limited to the school and the Luo group, but he had even influenced the entire country. In the past 2 days, marriage agencies, matchmaking services, and various other institutions had seen a new lease on life. People were influenced by the couple's PDA, and even those who were previously against marriage were now starting to want to fall in love. Even the Civil Affairs Bureau was starting to see more marriages than divorces. No one expected that a small show would increase the country's marriage and birth rates. Although the increase wasn't huge, it was indeed effective. This was their influence. Neither Luo Yao nor Lin Ran were in the entertainment industry, but their influence was stronger than any A-list celebrity. Arriving at the 88th floor, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, heads popped out from the assistant team's office. They all knew Lin Ran, and could even be said to be quite familiar with him. But in the past, it was limited to respect for the boss's husband and a sense of satiety from the Luo Shun Jianglin brand of PDA. Now, after watching the live broadcast, they had all genuinely started shipping them. They were even crazier than the CP fans online. When Luo Yao came to work today, they had set up a bet. Would young Master Lin come at noon? Even with odds of 1 to 1. They all bet that Lin Ran would come. The odds for Lin Ran not coming were as high as 1 to 30. The purpose wasn't to gamble, but to win. Good morning, boss's husband. Everyone greeted in unison, showing off to Lin Ran. You all. Good morning. Wow, the boss's husband is so nice, not temperamental at all, and even greets people. Wang Fong. What are you all doing here? Is all your work done? The assistant team scattered, and Wang Fong came up to Lin Ran. Good morning, boss's husband. Good morning, Sister Wang. Boss's husband, can I ask you for a favor? Go ahead. Wang Fong took out a photo. It was a picture of Lin Ran and Luo Yao from the show. In the photo, Lin Ran and Luo Yao were lying on lounge chairs, their heads turned to gaze deeply at each other, with a beautiful, dreamlike starry sky outside the window as the background. Boss's husband, please help me sign this. I've already gotten CEO Luo's signature. Now I just need yours. Lin Ran was a bit speechless, but he still signed his name on it. This photo. Get one printed for me. Okay, what size do you need? The largest. Lin Ran planned to hang the photo in his bedroom because this picture was truly breathtakingly beautiful. The cameraman from the show really had some skills. Thinking of this, Lin Ran suddenly felt a little embarrassed. If he had known, he would have stopped the cameraman when they were eating the biscuit. Walking into the office, Lu Meng and Luo Yao both looked over. Ran, Tada, my dear Princess Yao Yao, your prince has arrived with your favorite food to feed you. Luo Yao's eyes curved into crescents, like wings painted with color. A beautiful smile, so delicate one feared to ruin it with a touch. My favorite food? What is it? Lin Ran placed the food container on the desk, propping his hands on the office chair and looking at the little beauty before him. Naturally, it's me. Cough. Cough. Lu Meng was very tactful. CO Luo, young Master Lin, I'll be heading out first. Neither of them paid her any mind, and Lu Meng didn't move. It wasn't until Luo Yao's gaze swept over her, those beautiful wings seeming to be instantly frosted over, that she spoke. Weren't you leaving? Why are you still here? Lu Meng shivered all over, then mustered up the courage to take out a photo. I'd like to ask you two for a favor. 10 seconds later, Lu Meng left with the photo, completely satisfied. She felt as if the CP she shipped had finally grown up. CEO Luo and young Master Lin had finally overcome their hardships. No one knew better than Lu Meng and Uncle Fu how he had fled, and she had chased for the past 3 years. Back to the two in the room. Ran feeds me like this every day. Won't you get tired of it? Lin Ran immediately shook his head and swore. Absolutely not possible. I even feel that our life isn't sweet enough. My dream is to one day make everyone in this world die of sweetness. Luo Yao leaned forward and gave him a passionate kiss. Hubby, I'm full. Lin Ran finished the rest of the food before clearing the containers. Although he was a tycoon, wasting food was shameful. All right, he just liked to eat Luo Yao's leftovers. Yao Yao, Principal Tang, wants the Luo Shi group to bind Jingdu University's graduating class. I'm just relaying the message. In fact, the Nuanyo group was also a very well-known enterprise, but compared to a company like the Luo Shi group, the latter was definitely more popular. Moreover, work experience at the Luo Shi group was a golden signboard in the industry. Luo Yao nodded. Husband can decide. She didn't care about such things at all. Anyway, the Luo Shi group had plenty of positions. Even if there were no positions, as long as her husband said so, she would immediately set up a new company so her husband wouldn't lose face. After resting for a while after the meal, Lin Ran reluctantly left. He didn't want his presence to distract Luo Yao. Luo Yao was fighting a business war. Walking out of the office, he happened to run into Lu Meng scolding the assistant team. You dare to bet on CEO Luo and the boss's husband? Since when did you all get so bold? This month's bonus. Director Lu. Lin Ran called out to Lu Meng. Lu Meng was stunned and hurried over. Boss's husband, what can I do for you? Lin Ran lowered his voice. I want to make a deal with you. Lu Meng's suspicious gaze was impossible to hide. What kind of deal could he make with her? Lin Ran at #yen%. The more Lu Meng listened, the stranger her expression became. She had no idea the boss's husband was so black-bellied. Okay, I understand. This matter was very interesting. Lu Meng agreed without a second thought. When Wang Fong saw Lin Ran, she handed him the prepared photo along with an oversized frame. So fast. Of course. When the Luo Shi group's assistants do things, it must be fast. Lin Ran was stunned looking at the photo that was taller than him, marveling at what divine beings the assistants at the Luo Shi group were. Not to mention how this photo was printed in such a short time. Just the size of the photo paper was not something an ordinary person could find. Moreover, to have the photo printed in such a short time, it must have been printed, not developed. How big of a printer would that take? Impressive. After Lin Ran left, Lu Meng returned to the assistant team's office area. The assistant team was now managed by Wang Fong, basically serving Lu Meng. So Lu Meng had become their new master. It was precisely because of this that Lu Meng had recently developed an air of dominance and coldness, and on closer inspection, she already had many of Luo Yao's shadows. As soon as she walked into the office area, the entire assistant team fell silent, not daring to speak. Lu Meng, I wasn't finished just now. Your bonuses will be temporarily withheld, pending future performance. Also, regarding your betting on CEO Luo and the boss's husband, I don't want to see it happen where I can see it. After Lu Meng left, the assistants were all stunned. What does Director Lu mean? Not happening where she can see it, so that means we can bet where she can't see. Special Assistant Wang, what do you think? Wang Fong stroked her chin, thinking about how Lu Meng had been called away by Lin Ran just now. Her eyes suddenly lit up. That should be the meaning. Then let's open the betting on WeChat, an assistant suggested. The other assistants all agreed. A WeChat group was created. Luo Shi and Jiang Lin betting Group Shu Qian. Will the boss's husband come to deliver food to CEO Luo tomorrow? Bet 1 for yes, odds 1:1. 1. Bet 2 for no, odds 1:35. Bet 3 to be the house. After the betting closes, transfer the money to the house. Max bet 10,000 RMB. Du Shul, 333, I must be the house. Kai Yuan, 3, I'll be the house too. Xiaj Raju, 1, betting 10,000. Mei Zhu Jian, 1, I'll also bet 10,000. Fan Guzai, 2, I'll bet 1,000 to try my luck. The vast majority bet that Lin Ran would come, with only one betting that Lin Ran wouldn't. Wait, there was another one. Xiao Xiaohua. Has Special Assistant Wang placed a bet yet? Sister Wang, what did you bet? Wang Fong, too. In that case, I'll put down 10,000 to play with you all. Otherwise, I'm afraid the money in your prize pool won't be enough to pay out. Chapter 480. All the housekeepers showed grateful expressions. These people were all betting that the boss's husband would come, so the house was bound to lose money. Now that Wang Fong was betting he wouldn't come, it was like giving money to the house, allowing them to lose less. Wang Fong's money would eventually be won by the other assistants, and those junior assistants would also be grateful. Sister Wang, you're so generous. Is this the magnanimity of a special assistant? So different from us. Wang Fong, he, Shu Qian. If there are no more bets, I'm closing it. Betting closed. Waiting for the results. While the assistant team was closing the betting, Lin Ran walked out of the Luoshe group. He arranged for 2 bodyguards to escort the photo back to the manor and hand it to Uncle Fu, while he himself went to the Nuanyo group. It had been a long time since he had seen Wu Zhishang. The last time was when Wu Zhishang came to the manor to see him. This kid was really sensible, not even calling him during this recent period. It seemed that the Nuanyo group was developing well. Ever since he got together with Luo Yao, Lin Ran had automatically given up some things. For example, giving up some friendships because he had to satisfy Luo Yao's possessiveness. His and Luo Yao's style of love suited him, but might not suit everyone. Or rather, most people couldn't accept a Yander's love. One wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. Walking into the Nuanyo group, the employees here were also excited, looking at Lin Ran as if he were a monkey. They were just short of saying, "Hey monkey, perform a trick for us humans." Lin Ran shook his head helplessly. He wouldn't stoop to their level. As the man of the #1 tycoon, he had to have class. What was his status and position? Would he really argue with these ordinary people? That would not only be a loss of status and class, but it would also make him seem very low and bring shame to his wife. Thinking about it, the more he was discussed, the more it proved his high status. Sigh, he was still too weak. If it were Luo Yao here, a single glance could kill them all, and they wouldn't dare to utter another peep. Walking near the front desk, he unexpectedly saw Shun Jingbing, who hadn't started his afternoon shift yet, chatting someone up. However, Shun Jingbing didn't notice Lin Ran. Xiao Xiaola, do you know why socks always go missing one at a time? Xiao Xiaola shook her head. Shun Jingbing, because if 2 went missing, you wouldn't notice? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Xiaola. So cold. Shun Jingbing, you come to see me every day? Are you trying to woo me? Shun Jingbing. No, I'm just discovering your strengths and weaknesses, so I can prescribe the right medicine for the ailment. Then have you discovered my strengths and weaknesses? Yes, I have. What do you want to hear first? Xiao Xiaola feigned thoughtfulness. Let's start with the strengths. I'm a person who likes to eat dates. Shun Jingbing gave a wicked smile and leaned closer to Xiao Xiaola. There are too many strengths. Your strengths. You're a little sweet, a little good-looking, a little beautiful, a little kind, a little cute, a little hard for me to leave. Lin Ran. He's so smooth. Is this really Shun Jingbing? Xiao Xiaola also had a hard time suppressing her smile, but she still pretended to be angry. Ew, so disgusting. Then one of my weaknesses. I won 20 million and still didn't quit my job as a receptionist. Do I, such a stable woman, have any weaknesses? The curve of Shun Jingbing's lips was about to turn into a Nike swoosh. This Xiao Xiaola was obviously hinting at him, telling him she was a stable woman. Thinking of this, Shun Jingbing pulled a little closer to Xiao Xiaola. Your weakness is me. Xiao Xiaola finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Shun Jingbing, you're not trying to use emotions to swindle me out of my 20 million, are you? Shun Jingbing raised his hands. I swear to God, I've already achieved financial freedom under my big brother's guidance. And my job pays very well. As long as you're with me, I guarantee you'll get 3 flowers. What 3 flowers? Money to spend. Spend as you please. As he spoke, Shun Jingbing raised his hands and placed them under his chin. And me, this warm sunflower. This time it was Lin Ran who couldn't hold back. He had never noticed that Shun Jingbing had such a disgusting side. Big brother? / good morning, Chairman Lin. Shun Jingbing excitedly came to Lin Ran's side. This was a noble person who had turned his life around. Xiao Xiaola lowered her head in embarrassment. Getting caught slacking off with a company streamer by the chairman himself? What kind of workplace death was this? Big brother. Boss, are you here to see me? Shun Jingbing realized that calling him Big Brother in the company was a bit inappropriate, as if this were the mafia. Liang Jingru gave you courage, but Nine didn't lend you a pair of discerning eyes. Where did you get the idea that I was looking for you? Hee hee. A person has to have aspirations. What if the boss really came to see me for something? Lin Ran pointed at Shun Jingbing and looked at the silent, head-bowed Xiao Xiaola. Do you like a guy like my brother? Lin Ran was a rather direct person and didn't like wishy-washy personalities. Shun Jingbing was not a shy person either, and he looked at Xiao Xiaola openly, waiting for an answer. You can hide your dislike for someone, but you have to express your like for someone. Now, that Shun Jingbing had expressed his liking for Xiao Xiaola. He clearly wanted a response. When someone expresses their liking for you, you must give them a response. You can refuse, you can accept, you can say you're considering it, you can even be ambiguous with them, but not responding is definitely impolite. Xiao Xiaola looked up and made a cute face at Shen Jingbing. Then you have to confess to me first. And I've never been in a relationship, so you're not allowed to deceive my feelings. It was settled. The two of them could officially be together. Lin Ran patted Shen Jingbing's shoulder, encouraging him to boldly pursue love, and then left alone. I'm going up first. You two chat. Take care, Chairman Lin. Lin Ran walked to the corner of the elevator, suddenly bent down, and peeked from behind the wall. He saw Shen Jingbing stretch out his arm and press it against the front desk, trapping Xiao Xiaola in his embrace. Woman, you've successfully caught my attention. What do you say, a date with me tonight? Lin Ran took one look and then left, getting into the elevator. These two had a chance. Not to mention Shen Jingbing was as capable dipping sauce. What Xiao Xiaola said was also right. A girl who could still work peacefully after winning 20 million. What bad intentions could she have? At the very least, it proved her character. And this Xiao Xiaola was the receptionist of the Nuanyo group. As a receptionist, her appearance was naturally impeccable, more than enough to match his goofy dipping sauce. He was very optimistic about this pair and was willing to give every minor character a proper ending. Arriving at the president's office, Wu Zhishang was working alone with his head down. Seeing him, Lin Ran suddenly felt that he was too decadent. Even old Wu was working so hard. Was he the only one in this world who was slacking off? Brother Lin, what brings you here all of a sudden? I thought you were at home with sister-in-law and had long forgotten you even had a company. Wu Zhishang sat on the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea. I really was about to forget. Not just that I have a company, but also that I'm a student. I've even forgotten the time and the years. Being with my wife is just so intoxicating. This is the taste of happiness, something a single dog like you wouldn't understand. Wu Zhishang. What the F at hashtag yen%? Wait a minute. I'm not single. What am I getting worked up about? Lin Ran took a sip of tea, smiling as he pried into Wu Zhishang's love life. Old Wu, how are things developing with you and Zhang Xinyan lately? Wu Zhishang fell silent for a moment. Just so I guess. Lin Ran knew Wu Zhishang too well. One listened to his tone, and he could tell something was wrong. It's not my place to say, old Wu, but sometimes you overthink things. It might not be a flaw, but it's definitely a stumbling block on your romantic path. Wu Zhishang sighed. I know, I get it, but I just can't get into the right state of mind. It feels like if I let myself fall, I'll just get hurt. Lin Ran was puzzled. He was clearly the one with the unhappy family background. So why did Wu Zhishang's personality seem more like it? How did he develop such an indecisive character? By the way, is that Zhao Miao Miao still contacting you? Wu Zhishang looked helpless. She's been harassing me nonstop, but I've never replied. Zhao Miao Miao always found ways to get his contact information, harassing him in various ways, even spreading rumors online that they were a couple. Wu Zhishang considered their breakup final, and that they should have no relationship now. But Zhao Miao Miao didn't see it that way. Her logic was, you said we broke up, but I never agreed, so it doesn't count. By now, Wu Zhishang had seen her true colors. She was the kind of woman who would dump him when he was down and cling to him when he was successful. He, Wu Zhishang, was no fool. Naturally, he wanted nothing more to do with her. But this woman was like sticky candy, impossible to shake off. And he didn't have Lin Ran's and Luo Yao's ability to make people disappear forever. Lin Ran hadn't expected Zhao Miao Miao to still dare harass Wu Zhishang. Wasn't Shen Jingbing enough to scare her off? However, Lin Ran wouldn't have Abu step in. He planned to let Wu Zhishang face this himself. A man has to learn to grow. Wu Zhishang's growth in his career was evident to all, but he couldn't remain a fool when it came to relationships. He would only intervene if Wu Zhishang truly couldn't handle it. Of course, that was on the condition that Wu Zhishang rejected Zhao Miao Miao. If Wu Zhishang was actually won over by her again, Lin Ran wouldn't stop him. He could only say he deserved it. Where did Zhang Xinyan go? Why isn't she with you? Wu Zhishang lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the resignation letter on his desk. It's nothing. She went out for work. Brother Lin, let's talk about something happy. It wasn't that Wu Zhishang disliked Zhang Xinyan. On the contrary, he was very interested in her. But he found it a bit hard to accept her fervent pursuit and the rapid pace of their progress. The two were still in an ambiguous phase, not even officially dating, when today, Zhang Xinyan had walked into his office, pointed at his nose, and asked, "Are you going to marry me or not?" Wu Zhishang had frozen, unable to answer for a long time because he was overthinking it. Then Zhang Xinyan had handed in this letter. Either we get married, or you'll never see me again. You'll regret losing me for the rest of your life. Sigh. Lin Ran's brow furrowed. Something unhappy? What, did Zhang Xinyan force herself on you? Brother Lin, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who would yield to beauty? Lin Ran's eyes were wide with a my God expression. You wouldn't yield to beauty? So you're saying Zhang Xinyan really did have the idea of forcing herself on you, and she acted on it. Wow, this sounded like some juicy gossip. Huh, well, not exactly. Let's not talk about it. Lin Ran could only suppress his urge to dig for gossip. He had always believed in not prying into things others didn't want to talk about, especially matters of the heart. Prying was never his style. He wasn't Qin Tian. This was probably the difference between men and women. Girls often share their romantic lives, gossip about each other's relationships, and some even get involved. But among men, they rarely delved deep into each other's love lives. It was usually, brothers in love, I'll cheer him on. Brother breaks up, I'll be there for him. If a brother can find a wife, it's his own skill. If he can't, he deserves it. All right, let's talk about something happy then. But let me remind you of one thing. Don't do something you'll regret for a lifetime because of your indecisiveness. Boom. Regret for a lifetime? Zhang Xinyan had said something similar today. Lin Ran's words exploded in his mind like a bomb, and in an instant, he seemed to understand many things. Wu Zhishang was an original fan of Luo Shunjianglin. He looked up at this blissfully happy brother of his, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Perhaps he should take a step forward and see a new world. Zhang Xinyan, will you be my new world? Understand. Thank you, Brother Lin. Seeing the look on Wu Zhishang's face, Lin Ran knew his brother had probably figured some things out, so he didn't press further. Everyone has their own ending. Wu Zhishang and Zhang Xinyan's ending could be a mystery, or it could be sweet. Didn't you want to talk about something happy? Let's talk about work then. Sure enough, when the topic turned to work, Wu Zhishang perked up. Through Wu Zhishang, Lin Ran also caught up on recent developments. Two new stars were rising in the media company, riding the wave of Luo Shunjianglin's popularity and their own hard work. They had become a phenomenal presence in the live-streaming world. Shen Jingbing had surpassed Zhang Xiaolong to become the top traffic puller in live streaming. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolong was the top e-commerce streamer. The two were known as the twin dragons of Nuanyo Media. Recently, they were promoting gift boxes for Women's Day, dubbed Goddess Day, and sales had exploded. There were two types of gift boxes, one for wives and one for mothers. Many people bought them for their own mothers and wives, each filled with heartfelt sentiment. Other streamers had also been doing well recently. As for short dramas, filming for Reborn and Pampered by My Yandra Husband had started today, with Chen Xintian once again as the female lead. This was the first collaboration between Nuanyo Film, which Chen Xintian was in charge of, and Nuanyo Media. It wasn't unusual for two subsidiaries of the same group to cooperate. Wu Zhishang chattered on. Chen Xintian even poached a few promising talents to train today. She's basically stealing people. Brother Lin, you can't let her go on like this. Is it me letting her? Lin Ran thought. That was a task Luo Yao gave Chen Xintian. This was just the beginning. Slowly, Chen Xintian would poach all the pretty girls in the company, and then we'll see if he gets mad when he's left with a bunch of males. But what does that have to do with me? Lin Ran. After all, I only like looking at one woman. My wife? Well, I can't control her either. By the way, where is she now? Wu Zhishang, I don't know. I can't control her anymore. Lin Ran nodded. Contact her in a bit and have her do some PR for the Yu Chengchuan incident. Although Wu Zhishang wasn't a know-it-all, as a president, he still heard about major happenings. He knew about Chen Xingtian's ball-crushing rage, just not the specific details. Okay, I'll notify her right away. Brother Lin, why did Chen Xingtian kick him anyway? And so brutally? How deep must the hatred be? Lin Ran, you can ask her yourself if she's willing to talk. Let's discuss other things. Lin Ran directly changed the subject. He had no desire to discuss someone else's private matters. The success of this PR effort would depend entirely on Chen Xingtian herself. It was a test for her. Wu Zhishang understood Lin Ran and didn't ask further. The two then talked about the real estate company, the industrial company, and so on. Brother Lin, my mouth is dry from talking. Aren't you leaving yet? Lin Ran. Well, now you're trying to kick me out. It's mainly that with you here, I have to chat with you, and I have a lot of work to do. In reality, he just wanted to find Zhang Xinyan and have a heart-to-heart talk. Seeing that Wu Zhishang was talking about work, Lin Ran felt a pang of emotion. All right, it seems I'm the only one in this world who's slacking off. But he was only slacking off with his words, not his actions. I'll be going then. Before I leave, I have something to tell you. I might need to use the company's resources during this period. You need to be prepared at all times. For what? Wu Zhishang sat up straight. I don't know what for yet. My wife is in a business war with the Yu and AI families. If there's a chance, I want to help her. Wu Zhishang fell silent. Brother Lin, our company is just a paper tiger. What help can we be? Wu Zhishang wasn't lying. In the business world, Noanyo Group had some standing, but compared to the top-tier families, it was nothing. We have people. Even a little bit of help is good. Besides, I'm just asking you to be mentally prepared. It's likely we won't be needed. Wu Zhishang nodded. He would do whatever Lin Ran said. I understand. Brother Lin, you go get busy. I need to work. Lin Ran left, feeling as if the world had rejected him. Even his brother was trying to get rid of him now. It seemed that in this world, only his wife would never abandon him. After leaving, Lin Ran instructed Abu, go and check if the Yu family is up to any tricks. Understood. At the same time, the business war between the Luo Group and the UAI families officially began. The team of assistants transformed into a highly efficient business warfare machine, its operations capable of striking fear into the entire business world. In just a few hours, the market value of the two great families evaporated by tens of billions. They reacted quickly, none of them having expected Luo Yao to be the one to launch the first attack. Slowly, the shadow of the Zhang family also appeared in this struggle. If it were against one family, Luo Yao could bankrupt them within days. Two families weren't much harder, but dealing with three families at once was a bit strenuous. However, Luo Yao wasn't worried. The three great families did have deep foundations and many descendants, but this also meant their relationships were complex and intricate. With more people, it naturally cost a lot to support them. In such a situation, if the capital chain were to break to a certain extent, even the largest family would collapse. You don't want to fall? Sorry, your own clan members will tear you apart. Unless it was a red family. That was why the Chan family, though the poorest of all families, was by far the most stable. And what was Luo Yao's advantage? A large-scale, strong capabilities, and a lot of money. Most importantly, she was a lone wolf. She didn't need to be overly cautious in her actions. Her entire team was under her sole command. Even if a directive was wrong, it had to be executed. This was autocracy. It might not be a virtue, but it wasn't entirely a bad thing either. Of course, to be autocratic, one needed to be highly capable. Vision, methods, decision-making, all had to be top tier. Otherwise, autocracy would be a recipe for self-destruction. And Luo Yao was precisely that powerful individual. She could make adjustments, changes, and even abandon plans in an instant based on the situation. Moreover, Luo Yao had another trump card. She held evidence of these great families' illegal business dealings. But it wasn't the right time to reveal it. She would wait until they were in a complete mess and at their wits' end. Then she would bring it out and finish them off with a single blow. As evening fell and the sky darkened, the main office building of the Luo Group was still brightly lit. Everyone seemed to have something to do, working in perfect order. President Luo, you should go home and rest. Young Master Lin is probably waiting for you. We'll handle things here, Lu Meng suggested. Hearing that Lin Ran might be waiting for her, a smile touched Luo Yao's lips. Although she had been busy all day, she wasn't actually that tired. She was merely making minor corrections when Lu Meng gave inappropriate instructions and offering guidance when Lu Meng made wrong judgments. It wasn't that Luo Yao loved Lu Meng, but she was cultivating a successor for herself. After she retired, she still wanted the group to generate continuous profits for her because she had a husband to support. Since she had no children and didn't like the people from the Luo family, she could only let Lu Meng temporarily take her place. Her diligent guidance of Lu Meng now was to ensure that the future head of the Luo Group would learn more, rather than making mistakes through trial and error with immature experience. Looking at her phone and today's spending records, Luo Yao could barely suppress her smile. Not a single transaction was less than 10 million yuan, and the highest one even reached 1 billion. Aran was finally starting to be a money-spending tool. Wife, Aran, come pick me up from work. Husband, already downstairs waiting for my princess. Luo Yao stood up. Aran is here to pick me up. I'm heading home. Okay. As Luo Yao walked, she habitually opened the tracker for Lin Ran's itinerary for the day, her brow slightly furrowing. Just as she stepped out of the Luo Group building, Lin Ran swept her into his arms. Yao Yao, you've worked hard. Lin Ran placed Luo Yao in the car. I went to school, went to Noanyo Group, paid a visit to Grandma's place, and finally went on a spending spree. Just as I thought, Luo Yao mused. Aran went to the Chun family's home. In fact, before Luo Yao had prepared to deal with the UAI families, the Chun family had already contacted her, expressing their firm stance in support of her. The Chun family rarely supported any faction due to their special background. But they were never the type of family to be two-faced or prioritize profit above all else. Once they decided to support someone, they would stand by them steadfastly, even if it meant being crushed to pieces. Plus, there was the connection through Lin Ran. Although Lin Ran's surname wasn't Chun, he was still considered part of the Chun family. However, Luo Yao had rejected all of this. She didn't want Lin Ran to get too close to the Chun family. Her Ran only needed to rely on her and her alone. Everyone thought Luo Yao had initiated this business war because of the Chun family, but in reality, Chun Qingtian was just a trigger. Luo Yao's feud with the Uai families stemmed from historical issues. Dealing with these two families was something she was going to do sooner or later. It was never because of Chun Qingtian. The timing was merely a coincidence. This time, Lin Ran had slapped the faces of the U and AI families, so she moved against them ahead of schedule. The only person she cared about was Lin Ran. What did our Ran and Grandma talk about? Luo Yao was more concerned about this. Nothing much. We just had tea and listened to the old lady talk about my mother. Lin Ran indeed hadn't said much to Su Jiangwo, just normal small talk. But as he was leaving, Su Jiangwo had mentioned that if the Chun family was needed, she would give her all. She also insisted that Lin Ran bring his granddaughter-in-law home next time. Lin Ran had smiled without saying a word. This was the result he wanted. I may not need you, but I must have a backup. One more guarantee, one more escape route. Lin Ran might call himself useless, but in reality, he wasn't someone who did nothing at all. On the path of love, giving is what makes it romantic. Luo Yao nodded. She believed Lin Ran wasn't lying. Even if he did, she would find out because she could pull up a record of everything he said each day at any time. So what did our Ran buy? At this, Lin Ran's interest was piqued. I organized a few people to scout for properties all over the country, so it'll be convenient for us to travel in the future. I invested $1 billion in this project today. They'll also be our travel concierges in the future. This was a project that would only burn money and never make any, but Lin Ran felt it was a necessary investment. Our Ran's idea is very good. I like it. Praised by his wife, Lin Ran grew even happier and continued. I also bought you a lot of clothes and accessories, basically buying out entire stores. When you're done with this busy period, I'll help you style them. At this, Lin Ran lowered his voice. But some of the clothes can only be worn for me to see, okay? Luo Yao nodded. She liked that too. Sigh. I feel like I'm the only useless person in this world, either slacking off or squandering money, Lin Ran complained pitifully. If he were facing his opponents in person, his sharp tongue would be useful. But this was a business war, so there wasn't much he could do. However, if the U and AI families dare to play dirty, he wouldn't be polite either. Seemingly sensing Lin Ran's frustration, Luo Yao fell silent for a moment. It wasn't that she hadn't considered Lin Ran's feelings, but she just didn't want him to get involved. It's not that our Ran is slacking off, it's that I'm making the world slack off with our Ran. Lin Ran. Then I'm squandering money. It's not that our Ran is squandering money, but that you squandering money is a sign of your love for me. Good heavens, is my wife always this domineering when she's comforting someone? Who says things like that? Being a husband really is a feeling. Wife, I'm not blaming you. After all, I'm really not much use in something like a business war. I just want to be with you always. Aran, trust me, this battle will be over soon. After it's over, we'll go live the kind of life we want. The life they want. The two of them sticking together every day, and when they're bored, traveling to the ends of the earth. Yes. I believe you. Back at the manor, after dinner, the two rarely had a deep exchange. This was mainly because Lin Ran was worried Luo Yao was too tired. So, he held her in his arms, gently and dotingly coaxing her to sleep. The beauty in his arms had eyes as bright and deep as a lake, a feeling like the abyss of the universe, both terrifying and mysterious, impossible to see through yet compelling one to explore. But upon entering her world, one would discover that the mystery and fear were all fake. All she left behind was love. Though this love was full of thorns, he would gently stroke every single one until their blood completely merged. Aran, this photo is so beautiful. It has Yumi and the stars. It's as beautiful as a dream. Lin Ran looked at the oversized photo frame hanging on the wall and felt that same beauty. The stars as beautiful as a dream. Dream star. Easter egg. Aran, do you think one day I'll wake up and find that all of this was just a dream? His lovely wife worried. Lin Ran wanted to kill this worry. I love you. I can tell you clearly. Tell the world, tell everyone that everything we've experienced is not a dream. It was a past and present life etched in his bones. Lying in Lin Ran's arms, Luo Yao felt very secure. looking at Lin Ran's affectionate gaze. "Aran, you say all of this is real? Can I believe you?" Her eyelids grew heavy. Luo Yao tried hard not to close them, to keep looking at the Lin Ran who made her feel so safe. After an unknown amount of time, as Lin Ran gently kissed her, she finally fell asleep. "Don't worry, it's more real than Ding Zhan." The next day, Lin Ran dropped Luo Yao off at the company. "Yao Yao, I won't be bringing you lunch today." Luo Yao nodded, but her heart sank a little. "Is our Ran tired of being with me? I'm taking you out to eat." Luo Yao's face lit up as she nodded. "Okay, so he wants to take me out to eat. Our Ran is so good." Lin Ran was long accustomed to his wife's rapid changes in expression, and he understood that only he could affect Luo Yao's emotions so quickly. In the Luo Group's office area, when Luo Yao arrived, Lu Meng was just waking up. She hadn't gone home all night. The business war had raged on for the entire night, with the assistant team working in shifts. "How are things?" Lu Meng rubbed her eyes, and, upon seeing Luo Yao, immediately forced herself to be alert and energetic. "We prepared all night. We're aiming to make them lose another 100 billion today." Luo Yao nodded. Although their opponents were so-called great families, she estimated their liquid assets were only a few 100 billion. Once this capital chain was broken, they would have to painfully bail themselves out. What a pity. Whether it's a company or a family, once it's reduced to selling assets to save the market, it enters a vicious cycle, getting weaker and weaker until it can't hold on anymore and goes bankrupt. No matter how glorious you once were, once you start selling assets to save the market, capitalists will devour you like ants, not even leaving bone fragments behind. The vast majority of tycoons couldn't prevent this outcome. But why do so many people still make this choice? 2 reasons. 1, because they believe that selling assets to save the market will bring them back from the dead. Once a person starts breathing, they want to keep breathing until the oxygen in the limited space becomes thin and they face death. The second reason is that they have no choice. Most businesses and families are not run by a single person who can make all the decisions. The web of vested interests pushes them down the wrong path. Even knowing there is a bottomless abyss ahead, they can only brace themselves and jump, praying for a new life. Of course, if this happened to Luo Yao, it would never get to this point because she would definitely make a trade-off on the spot, but other companies couldn't do that. Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon. Luo Yao stood up and walked out of her office. An assistant looked puzzled. "President Luo, aren't you waiting for young Master Lin to bring you lunch?" Luo Yao's face instantly turned cold, her gaze towards the assistant as if she were about to murder her. "You seem very concerned about our Ran." No, I was just wondering if you need us to prepare your lunch," the young assistant said, genuinely terrified. This was Luo Yao. If President Luo misunderstood that she had a crush on Lin Ran, her career would be over. Luo Yao's knife-like gaze sized up the young assistant for at least 5 seconds before she retracted her killing intent and shook her head. "No need. I'm not hungry." If that young assistant had shown even a hint of liking for Lin Ran just now, she would be gone by now. After speaking, Luo Yao left, leaving the young assistant drenched in a cold sweat. 5 seconds. In just 5 seconds, she had experienced what it was like to flash before the King of Hell. The feeling was more terrifying than being killed. President Luo's aura was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Wait, what did President Luo just say? She wasn't waiting for young Master Lin for lunch, and she wasn't hungry? The sky is falling. By the time the young assistant returned to the office area, she heard a chorus of wails from inside. Only 2 people had smiles on their faces. Fan Guzai, who had 135,000, and Wang Fong, who had 1,350,000. "Sister Wang, you're so generous. Look at this money." Wang Fong smiled. "Oh, you mean the money in the betting pool? Give it all to me." Wang Fong naturally wasn't short of 350,000. Even though she was just a special assistant, her monthly salary was not low. The bookie could only hand over the stakes to Wang Fong. They weren't sore losers. It was only 10,000 per person, which was pocket change for them. As long as they did their job well, a random bonus from President Luo would be much more than this. This was also why, despite Luo Yao being so terrifying, so many capable people were still desperate to become her assistant. After getting the money, Wang Fong suddenly stood up. "Let me announce something while we're on our lunch break. After this round of work is over, your sister Wang is treating everyone at the Panga Hotel. The entire bill is on me." Woo! Special Assistant Wang is so generous. I was just cursing Sister Wang in my head. I was wrong. "Sister Wang, you are my goddess." All sorts of praises were lavished without hesitation. Wang Fong had used their money to build her own goodwill, playing the game of human relations to perfection. Luo Yao went downstairs and straight to the parking lot, where Lin Ran was already waiting. Getting into the car, Luo Yao threw herself into Lin Ran's arms. "Ran, I missed you so much." She had had little contact with Lin Ran during the day these past 2 days, and she felt like she was suffocating. It was as if she couldn't breathe if she wasn't clinging to him. And when Lin Ran couldn't see Luo Yao, he felt uncomfortable all over, with little interest in doing anything. "I miss my wife too. Let's go, I'll take you to eat." "MMM. I want to eat at a street stall with Ran." The head of a financial conglomerate wanted to eat at a street stall? The request felt a bit strange. Okay, as long as Luo Yao asked, Lin Ran would agree, because he didn't have it in him to refuse her. As the capital of China, Beijing didn't have many street stalls, as the city had done a good job of clearing hidden barriers to optimize the consumer and business environment. However, there were street stalls in designated commercial areas. Lin Ran and Luo Yao, naturally, followed their usual practice and booked the entire place. Before they arrived, their bodyguards had already taken action. It was daytime, and the snack street was still relatively quiet, with only a few hundred people in the entire alley. But when the bodyguards appeared, these people all protested. However, when the bodyguards compensated each person with a thick wad of cash, they all accepted with cheerful smiles. So, using the wrong method gets you yelled at, while using the right method earns you respect. By the time Lin Ran and Luo Yao arrived, most of these people had already left the snack street. Then, they saw Lin Ran and Luo Yao walk into snack street. "Holy crap, it's Lin Ran. My OTP is in there. I don't want the money, let me in. I want an autograph, I want a photo, I want Luo Yao, I want to be a kept man. Lin Ran, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice." Taking this 10,000 was such a loss. If I could have gotten their autograph, I could have sold it for 100,000. "Big brother bodyguard, I'll give you 20,000, just let me in." Xiao Tong frowned. "Do we look like we're short of money?" Luo, Shan, Jiang, Lin had become a bit too popular lately, increasing their workload. If they hadn't brought so many people today, they might not have been able to control the situation. These people had already taken the money and now wanted to go back on their word. How could that be? In the snack street, the young couple found a malatang stall, the kind with an outdoor food cart. "Yao Yao, are you sure you want to eat this? It's a bit spicy, your stomach." Luo Yao didn't plan to explain that she didn't have stomach problems. Since the misunderstanding was already there was no need to explain. Because explaining would mean admitting she had hidden it from her husband, and would he be unhappy? It was better to let this misunderstanding continue, preferably for the rest of her life without him knowing, so he would cook for her forever. As long as she didn't say it out loud, it wasn't a lie. "It's okay, I'll have less spice." All right, his wife had spoken, so they would eat this. Luo Yao picked up some simple ingredients with tongs, and Lin Ran also chose some ingredients he considered nutritious. When they brought it to the scale, the cashier girl was already waiting. She knew who was coming, and her eyes darted around mischievously. "Young Master Lin, the total is 100 million. How much?" Lin Ran's voice nearly cracked. "I'm rich, but you can't treat me like a fool. What kind of malatang costs 100 million for 2 bowls?" "Cashier, it's 100 million. You've already picked everything, no returns. But if you and President Luo are willing to give me an autograph, it's on the house." With that, the cashier pulled out a photo very similar to the one Wang Fong had. All right, she was also a fan of the Luo Shan Jianglin CP. Lin Ran stared at the photo for a moment, stunned. So, he had become a celebrity? Seeing that Lin Ran didn't take the pen, the cashier suddenly made a please gesture to them. "President Luo, young Master Lin, I'm your fan. Please grant me this small wish. You two will definitely be happy together." Luo Yao's initially cold eyes instantly softened. "We will definitely be happy together." "Well said." Luo Yao took the initiative to take the pen and swiftly signed her name. Lin Ran watched in amazement. After signing, Luo Yao handed the pen to Lin Ran. "Looks like we won't need to bring money when we go out in the future. Eating for free all over the country shouldn't be a problem," Lin Ran said as he signed. He then placed the photo on the counter. The young cashier girl picked up the photo, carefully placed it in a drawer, her eyes filled with emotion. "This is great, my OTP signed for me." Lin Ran, "How about you make our malatang first?" "Oh, okay, right away. Please wait a moment, you two. Remember to make both servings in one bowl, and just a tiny bit of spice is fine. My stomach has been hurting lately," Lin Ran reminded her. "Okay." The cashier handed the 2 bowls of ingredients to the chef behind her. Soon, the malatang was ready. A super large bowl of malatang was placed on the table, along with 2 small bowls for them. Lin Ran took a bite first. He couldn't taste much spice, so he nodded in relief. Wife, do you know the most delicious way to eat malatang? Luo Yao shook her head blankly. She rarely ate this kind of food. Today was just a whim to eat with Lin Ran. It's fighting over it. Lin Ran took away Luo Yao's bowl and taught her the correct way to eat malatang. 2 heads squeezed over 1 large bowl, bumping into each other now and then, their faces full of sweet smiles. Heads close together like candles on a wedding night, their affection long and lingering. This little bit of ambiguity felt wonderful, as if they weren't a conglomerate couple at all, but a young couple deeply in love. Lin Ran ate the vegetables and drank the soup at the same time, the slurping sound obvious. Wife, eat big mouthfuls and drink big gulps just like me. Luo Yao imitated Lin Ran, eating the soup and vegetables together. At first, she didn't feel much, but as she ate, she slowly began to taste the deliciousness. Was this the power bestowed by happiness? This free bowl of malatang seemed genuinely delicious. Seeing Luo Yao's good appetite, Lin Ran was happy from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps, one day, Luo Yao's anorexia would be cured. But he was also relieved. In the past, Luo Yao had anorexia, but she could force herself to eat a certain amount. Otherwise, she would be even thinner now. While fighting Lin Ran for food, Luo Yao would look up at him from time to time, occasionally scooping a spoonful of soup to feed him. Whenever Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran, he would feel very happy. Whether a meal is delicious or not doesn't depend on what you eat, but who you eat with. The two of them ate with great enthusiasm, even making the cold air around them start to heat up. After finishing the meal, Luo Yao touched her stomach and was momentarily stunned. How long had it been since she had eaten so much? Ran, I think I'm full. Luo Yao wasn't sure if the feeling she had was being full, because she had no memory of what being full felt like. It's good to eat more. I can afford to support you, Lin Ran casually said, a phrase that would normally be said by the woman. But Luo Yao didn't care about that. She could only hear the sweetness in those words. Her Ran wanted to support her. Then Ran must support me forever. Not only will I support you, I will also pamper you. Luo Yao had changed a lot in the past 6 months. She was now a woman enveloped in love. The only thing that hadn't changed was her crazy possessiveness. This meal cost Lin Ran and Luo Yao several million yuan. The food cost 0, but the fee to clear the area was several million. After eating, Lin Ran took Luo Yao back to the Luo group. I'll come pick you up at night. Okay. After Luo Yao disappeared, Lin Ran asked Abu, how's that kid from the Yu family? He's not completely crippled. That kid is quite something. He's harmed a lot of girls from high school to university. He likes all kinds of women and uses endless tricks like threats, inducements, drugging, and even kidnapping a few girls. It said that one girl refused to submit and ended up dying, and the Yu family helped cover it up. Lin Ran's eyes narrowed. Then he really deserved it. He had felt a little sympathy for this Yu Chengqian before, but now he suddenly felt that Chun Qingtian was simply ridding the world of the pest. And this Yu family, to condone their family members like this, they were no good either. Just then, Wu Zhishan called. Brother Lin, you have to check the trending topics. It's hilarious. After hanging up, Lin Ran opened various major platforms and was instantly flooded with countless fresh gossip. Good heavens, these netizens were really having a feast. At this moment, in the Nuanyo group, Chun Qingtian was sitting in the president's office of the film department. Yesterday, she had someone do PR, and she didn't hide much. Her reputation wasn't that important. Chun Qingtian liked to make money, but that didn't mean money was the most important thing in her life. This matter not only involved her own feelings, but also triggered a business war between the Yu, AI, and Zhang families and the Luo group. As the trigger, she couldn't just stand by and watch the show. That wasn't her style. So in doing PR, she didn't hold back. She directly accused Yu Chengqian and AI Xianbai of drugging a classmate and even tagged the Beijing police. The city police couldn't pretend they didn't see it and stated that they were investigating. Chun Qingtian also clearly stated that she had hit someone, and the other party had accepted private compensation and would not press charges. Finally, Chun Qingtian apologized to the whole country, saying that it was shameful for her to occupy public resources, but she did not regret this matter because she had protected the boy she loved most. This one PR post instantly caused a huge stir. Chun Qingtian was a national goddess, a superstar. Her male fans could line up from Beijing to France. At this moment, many hearts were broken. Of course, many also supported Chun Qingtian. Celebrities are like that. Some people like them, some people hate them. Chen Qingtian's open defense of her boyfriend's image won the support of many fans. Because of this, netizens began to wonder who Chen Qingtian's boyfriend was. With the skills of this generation of netizens, Fong Busha was quickly identified as the prime suspect. But when Fong Busha's background came to light, netizens were stunned. He was so ordinary. Of course, this ordinary was relative. In reality, Fong Busha was very outstanding, with excellent grades at a foreign university and no negative news. Calling him ordinary was only in comparison to Chen Qingtian. Chen Qingtian was Su Jiangwo's granddaughter, from a red family. Fong Busha's family background was average, and his parents were even deceased. If this were a novel, someone like Fong Busha, an orphan favored by a goddess, would have the protagonist script. But unfortunately, this was the real world. Haven't seen netizens bubble up in aisle? Say what you will, but Sister Qingtian charging forward for love. Even if it seems impulsive, I absolutely love it. Tireless love. Although Fong Busha's background is ordinary, he's really handsome. The more I look, the more handsome he gets. He seems even more handsome than those trainees. No one knows if LF is better than me. So, Chen Qingtian is a sucker for pretty faces. I strongly demand that this kind of scandal-ridden artist be banned. Chen Qingtian is a bitch. The same old story. For as many people who liked Chen Qingtian, there were just as many who hated her, especially after this incident broke. The paid trolls of her former competitors all joined the fray, vowing to slander her into oblivion. But a single post from Chen Qingtian on Weibo blew up. Chen Qingtian v. Image with him for the rest of my life. No more worries. May the world be beautiful and free of separation. This is my little puppy, finally mine. She made it official. At this time, Nuanyo Group also issued a statement. Nuanyo Film. Wishing at Chen Qingtian v. a lifetime of happiness. After 3 years, the two have finally sparked the flame of love again. Congratulations on the official announcement. At this moment, netizens realized something. From beginning to end, Chen Qingtian hadn't really deceived her fans at all. This wasn't some so-called scandal or a hidden marriage. The moment she fell in love, she announced it. Who could say they didn't like a girl like that? Public opinion reversed again. More and more people started shipping the two, and more gossip was dug up. Spicy Labrador. Chen Qingtian is a tainted artist. She must be banned. Weibo troll god, ban your ass. Who said celebrities can't be in a relationship? How is she tainted? Let me see whose Labrador this is. Oh, it's a fan of some 18th tier obscure artist. That explains it. Same age. My sister is a top-tier celebrity. Your girl is an obscure nobody. Haha. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. Crystal clear watery water dry. Is being in a relationship considered being a tainted artist now? She didn't become a mistress or do drugs. She's just in a relationship. Did that offend you? Idiot. Gotham City's mirror doesn't reflect beauty. Am I the only one who thinks they look quite good together? It was under these circumstances that another shocking piece of news was dug up by netizens. The business war between the Luo Group and the 3 major families of Yu, AI, and Zhang was leaked by people in the Beijing circle. The so-called 5 major families became known to more ordinary people. Lin Ran and Luo Yao were actually going to war with 3 major families to protect Chen Qingtian and Fong Busha's love. In an instant, the two of them were elevated to a godlike status. Kite-flying woman. Wow, my Luo Xinjiang Lin is that awesome? Going to war with 3 major families for their cousin's love. What kind of divine protection is this? Chen Qingtian is so lucky. Let the world be full of light. Let me say a few words from the heart. Have you ever imagined what kind of life Yu Qingxuan is living now? Luo Yao is the kind of ruthless, black-hearted conglomerate that doesn't forgive when she has the upper hand, suppressing others with her power. People like her are the most annoying. Who disagrees with what I said? At Lin Ran, at Luo Yao. Great fortune, great profit. Wait, this Yu Qingxuan drugged a classmate. Chen Qingtian also said that Yu Qingxuan had tried to make a move on her multiple times and that he was the one who attacked Fong Busha first. I think he got what he deserved. Why are people trying to paint him as a tragic figure? And even if he's being suppressed, he's still the young master of a great family. Does he need your sympathy? Why don't he go sympathize with Fong Busha, the one who was attacked first? Lin Ran, huh? Daring to curse my wife? And tagging me? You're asking for death. So, Lin Ran replied with his own account. I really hate those people who run their mouths without knowing the facts. If you ignore them, they keep poking you to make you say they're right. That's right. People like you are the bastards of the internet, the bastards of their families, the scum of society, and the ones who get beaten up in real life. I'm talking about you, at Let the World Be Full of Light. Lin Rant's retort instantly sparked countless discussions. No one expected a top conglomerate boss to personally engage in a war of words with a netizen. And to be so aggressive. Wish my brother would pass away. Say what you will, young Master Lin's mouth is as sharp as a knife. His attack power is as strong as ever. You wouldn't want your wife to hear, would you? Are there really netizens this bold? Have you all forgotten the fear of being dominated by lawyers' letters? The overbearing president falls in love with the 6-year-old street sweeper. I'm really curious. What exactly did Chen Qingtian do to Yu Qingchuan to cause such a huge chain reaction? Many people were wondering what caused the conflict, so they started digging again. This generation of netizens was very capable. Apart from being unable to undress people of the opposite sex, they could dig up anything. And so, the most explosive trending topic of the day appeared. Hashtag Yu Qingchuan loses his testicles. Hashtag explosive hashtag. Leopard print cover imitating a dog. Wait, haha, is my sister Qingtian that fierce? How deep is the hatred? What on earth did Yu Qingchuan do that was so outrageous? Give Lin Tian but a my ex-boyfriend. And he accepted a private settlement for this? Yu Qingchuan, you're really something. The final stubbornness. I know this isn't the right occasion, but why do I want to laugh so much? I can't hold it in. I suddenly feel a bit of sympathy for Yu Qingchuan. Maybe what some people said is right. We really should imagine what kind of life Yu Qingchuan is living now. At the same time, the official account of Beijing University also made a statement that student Yu Qingchuan seriously violated school rules during his time at the university. The dean's office has decided to expel him. This is to notify that student AI Xianbai seriously violated school rules during his time at the university. The dean's office has decided to expel him. This is to notify. The two statements from Beijing University once again exposed AI Xianbai. Netizens were curious about who AI Xianbai was, and, after further digging, were all amused. Netizens were like gophers in a melon patch, jumping up and down, unable to finish eating all the gossip. Gossip frontline. Holy crap, is it that explosive? This engaged couple actually helped each other hunt. Rich people really know how to play. The saddest dog at Beijing U. Yu Qingchuan often stole other people's girlfriends at Beijing University. I was one of the victims. Today, he finally broke it off with Chen Qingtian. Thank you, Sister Chen, for avenging me. Bleeding, don't come in. Haters, stop cursing. If you curse others, they'll just do PR. If you curse Sister Chen, she'll really kick you. You little glutton. From the looks of it, Yu Qingchuan insulted Chen Qingtian, and in retaliation, Chen Qingtian fought back and delivered a descendant kick. Not only were Lin Ran and the netizens feasting on this gossip, but Chen Qingtian herself was also following along. She hadn't expected the netizens to be so powerful. A knock on the door, and Pei Qianqian walked into the office. Qingtian, public opinion has flipped again and again. Chen Qingtian nodded. There have been too many reversals today, so many that she was full. That's about right. Go and report the situation to President Wu, so he can rest assured on his end. Pei Qianqian, I've already reported it. President Wu and the entire company's PR department are now observing and learning. They want to gain some experience from this PR case. A dark line appeared on Chen Qingtian's face. That dog of a man. All right, I know. You can go out now. Pei Qianqian nodded and left, leaving Chen Qingtian alone in the office to think. Xia, do you know how much your sister has given up for you? If you dare to treat me badly, I'll throw you away and raise 10 little puppies. Ding. The phone rang. Chen Qingtian picked it up and looked. Yu Qingchuan, Sister Qingtian, let's meet. I want to apologize to you in person. Chen Qingtian, not necessary. Yu Qingchuan, Sister Qingtian, you don't want your little puppy to be hit by a car while walking down the street one day, do you? Chen Qingtian's eyes narrowed. This kind of personal threat had crossed her bottom line. Chen Qingtian, tomorrow at 8 a.m., Nuanyo Group Film Department office. Since they had to meet, it was safer to choose a place that was advantageous to her. Lin Ran saw this and put down his phone. It was best to enjoy gossip in moderation. Too much could be tiring. It was also a bit rude, right? After finishing with the gossip, Lin Ran ordered, let's go to the Su Ran Group. Wang Bao started the car. When they arrived at the Su Ran Group, Chu Tinyang happened to be there too. Chairman Lin, you finally deigned to come over? Chu Tinyang looked surprised. Just taking a look around. Otherwise, I'd almost forget I have such a company. Lin Ran looked at the vibrant Su Ran Group with a sense of relief. You're joking? This was founded by your mother. How could you possibly forget? Lin Ran smiled. His mother was indeed a formidable woman. To have founded the Su Ran Group without relying on the Chun family after running away from them, and to have done so well. Her only flaw was her poor judgment of character, falling for a scumbag of the century. Has anything been happening at the company recently? Chu Tinyang shook his head. Everything is fine. You previously instructed us to work with Nuanyu Real Estate on the Beijing University Library and School project. We've coordinated that, but what? Just say it. Then I'll say it. Young Master Lin, don't get angry. So, there really is something? Lin Ran raised his eyes and looked at Chu Tinyang. Speak. Chu Tinyang took a deep breath and vented all his frustrations. What brand of idiots are the students from your university's civil engineering department? They're the biggest obstacle to progress. They keep proposing incredibly idiotic designs, and when they're rejected, they say the company doesn't understand them and often get emotional. Lin Ran was taken aback. Are the students from my alma mater really this aggressive? Are the blueprints still here? Let me see. Yes. Someone, bring young Master Lin the explosive blueprints. Since there was nothing else to do, Lin Ran decided to admire his classmates' designs here. After looking for a while, Lin Ran's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with these designs. Moreover, they were all done without affecting the external design. The library built would still be that library, just with some imaginative elements added inside. What was the problem with that? I think they look pretty good. Chu Tinyang was stunned. Are university students this arrogant? Young Master Lin, do you really think this design is better? Lin Ran pointed to one of the design drawings. For example, this one. Making the bookshelf walls on the second floor of the library into a maze-like form is very good. Chu Tinyang's brow furrowed. What's good about it? Lin Ran explained. The sea of learning is boundless. The path of learning requires seeking knowledge, and the path of seeking knowledge will inevitably be bumpy. This maze of bookshelves perfectly captures that confusion for the students. If they want to find the books they need, they must work hard. If they can't find them in the end, it proves that the book probably wasn't that important to them. Chu Tinyang's men were all stunned. He felt that everything Lin Ran said was twisted logic. Young Master Lin, are you serious? The way he looked at Lin Ran had changed slightly. Lin Ran's deadpan, nonsensical analysis made it hard not to question his mental state. Lin Ran shrugged. I'm just talking nonsense, but don't you think such a design is interesting? You can play and learn at the same time. Actually, their original intention was probably to combine work and leisure. And look here, isn't there a category shortcut map? This can add to the fun, and those who don't want to play can just go find their books directly. Am I right? Chu Tinyang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Young Master Lin's mental state is fine, but he was also shocked by the accuracy of Lin Ran's analysis, which was almost identical to what the designers had said, as expected of someone from the same school. Let's not talk about whether your understanding is correct. Just the construction difficulty of this design will affect the position of the load-bearing walls in the main blueprint. A small change can have major consequences, slowing down the progress and costing more money. Lin Ran patted Chu Tinyang's shoulder. Old Chu, who is on your review team, the professional review team of the Su Ran group. They've all been working for many years. Lin Ran nodded. Change to a team of university students. Let the students solve the problems proposed by students. Don't underestimate them. Chu Tinyang considered Lin Ran's words, feeling it was both reasonable and a bit risky. Well, I'll give it a try. Lin Ran nodded and, after a thought, added, as for the costs you mentioned, you can set requirements for those university students. They need to save costs while ensuring quality. As long as they can meet these two requirements, we'll go with their design. Won't that solve it? Will that work? Chu Tinyang was very doubtful. You'll know once you try. You can also promise them that if they can complete it, you'll give them more opportunities, and you can also put their names on the design list. Basically, just dangle a carrot. You should be good at that. If they really have the ability, then you can give them this carrot. They deserve it. All right, I think I understand. Chu Tinyang mulled over Lin Ran's words, and his eyes began to clear up. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. You have to believe that the energy of university students is beyond your imagination. He had someone put away the blueprints and turned to ask Chu Tinyang. I remember there was a troublemaker who wanted to buy a house. What was his name again? Is it the person you ordered not to sell a house to? Yes, that's him. I think his name is Zhuang Baifan. Lin Ran fell silent for a moment. As expected, he thought. This was the person who had relayed the message to Fong Busha. In other words, Yu Chengchuan's lackey. As for why he didn't suspect it was someone with the same name, it was because this name was incredibly rare. Do we still have any houses? Yes, but they're discounted properties. The good ones have all been sold. A wicked, gardenia-like smile appeared on Lin Ran's face. Contact him now. Tell him we'll sell him the house. At the original price, of course. Without Luo Yao by his side, his life was losing its meaning. Now, he could finally add a little color to it. Chu Tingyang nodded. This wasn't a difficult task. After about half an hour, Zhuang Baifan walked into the sales center of the Su Ran Group with a confident stride. He was in a good mood today because the Su Ran Group was finally willing to sell him a house. He had been dumped by his girlfriend because he couldn't buy a house, and she had turned around and married someone else. He had even been the best man. Because of this, he had sworn to buy a house, and it had to be in a good school district. Then he would stand in front of his ex-girlfriend and show her what a mistake it was to leave him. But after looking around, he still couldn't find a better deal. He hadn't expected the Su Ran Group to contact him today to look at a house. You used to ignore me, and now you're begging me to buy your house? As soon as he entered, Zhuang Baifan showed a confident smile. Someone come and assist me. I'm here to buy a house. I have to put on a show. Otherwise, it would be an insult to my name. Suddenly, a man with a simple and honest face, but an inexplicably terrifying aura stood in front of him. Zhuang Baifan, who was about to show off, froze on the spot. Abo nodded politely. Hello. Zhuang Baifan, huh? You. Hello. He's quite polite. A large hand directly grabbed Zhuang Baifan's collar and lifted him up. So you're the one called Zhuang Baifan. Abo was never a kind person. His actions were entirely dependent on Lin Ran's orders. If Lin Ran told him to be a good person, he was a good person. If Lin Ran told him to be a bad person, he was a bad person. Because Lin Ran's wife paid his salary. 20 minutes later, in a room in the sales office, Zhuang Baifan was no longer putting on an act. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll never do it again. Lin Ran looked down at him, his eyes devoid of any human emotion, ice cold. The current Lin Ran was becoming more and more like Luo Yao. I hate you today. According to the highest standards of a pet hospital, I'll compensate you with 10,000 yuan. Do you have any objections? None. Thank you, young Master Lin. Zhuang Baifan kowtowed, like a woodpecker. You can go to the police now. I won't. Young Master Lin's friend was just joking with me. It's not worth calling the police, he. Call the police? He wouldn't dare. Zhuang Baifan just loved to show off. It didn't mean he was stupid. He was still scared from the time he led the protest. That's why he had never appeared at the Su Ran Group since then. He never thought that the debt he owed would be collected today. Don't you want to buy a house? Get your ass to the sales center. Zhuang Baifan kowtowed as he spoke. I'm not buying. How can trash like me pollute the Su Ran Group? Lin Ran's eyes were like daggers. Zhuang Baifan immediately changed his tune. I'll go look at the house right now. I'll go right now. He was on the verge of a breakdown. Why did he have to provoke this master? Go. Lin Ran threw down 10,000 yuan as medical expenses. He was a man of principle. After Zhuang Baifan left, Lin Ran also left with Abu. He didn't plan to continue dealing with Zhuang Baifan. After all, relaying a message for Yu Qingchuan wasn't an unforgivable crime. A small lesson was enough. Zhuang Baifan was just a lackey to the villain. The real culprit was still that Yu Qingchuan. However, it was necessary to have someone cause trouble for Zhuang Baifan from time to time. For example, making his house leak, or making some noise when he was having sex at night. In the car, Lin Ran couldn't wait to command, "Hurry, let's go pick up my wife." At the Luo Group, Luo Yao received a message. The amusement park at the manor was completed, and all the equipment had been tested. This was the amusement park Luo Yao had built for Lin Ran, so naturally, Lin Ran had to be the first one to play. She wanted to give this amusement park to Lin Ran tonight. At the same time, Lin Ran had also arrived at the Luo Group and successfully picked up Luo Yao. Yao, I'm so sad. Without you by my side, my life is meaningless. Lin Ran wasn't lying. No matter what he did, he was always thinking about being close to his wife. At this moment, Lin Ran realized a serious problem. Without his wife by his side, his world was lifeless and colorless. It was hard to imagine how he would break down if Luo Yao were gone one day. Just thinking about it made it hard to breathe. Luo Yao also saw Lin Ran's distress and quickly hugged him to comfort him. Ran, don't be afraid. I'll be able to be with you all the time soon. Let's go home. I have a gift for our Ran today. What is it? A secret. Back at the manor, the first thing they did was have dinner. During the meal, Luo Yao remembered the sweetness of their lunch. It seemed that fighting with our Ran for food was indeed more delicious. So Luo Yao pushed away the chopsticks Lin Ran was using to feed her. Lin Ran was stunned. What's wrong? You don't like it? Luo Yao pouted. I want to fight with our Ran for food. Lin Ran looked at the exquisite arrangement of dishes on the table, then at his pouting wife, and found himself in a dilemma. It didn't seem possible to fight over these plates. Okay. Lin Ran brought over a plate of food and placed it between them. Then let's eat this plate of giant Shaoqing mushrooms. We'll see who eats more. Okay. The meal made Luo Yao very happy, but without Lin Ran feeding her, she felt like something was missing. Yao Yao, from now on, you decide how we eat every day. If you want me to feed you, I'll feed you. If you want to fight for it, we'll fight. Luo Yao frowned. Can I just eat normally? It's not impossible, but you won't be happy. Luo Yao smiled. As expected, the only one who understood her was Lin Ran. Ran, let's go for a walk. I have a gift for you. Okay. Lin Ran didn't know what Luo Yao was going to give him, but just in case, he gave an order before they left. Uncle Fu, prepare the soup in advance. Uncle Fu smiled like a doting aunt and nodded. Understood. Walking outside the villa, the weather was no longer so cold. Lin Ran took Luo Yao's slender hand, feeling the soft touch in his palm, his heart full of satisfaction. As they walked, Luo Yao suddenly stopped and held out her hands. I want Ran to carry me. As a husband, he had to unconditionally fulfill all of his wife's requests. So Lin Ran very naturally lifted Luo Yao into his arms and walked in the direction of the amusement park, following her instructions. After walking for a while, Lin Ran got tired and switched to carrying her on his back. When they reached the amusement park area, Luo Yao, lying on Lin Ran's back, pointed ahead. Ran, this is the kingdom of happiness I prepared for you. Along the way, Lin Ran's attention had been on the beauty on his back, and he hadn't really noticed the scene in front of him. Now, as he looked up, Lin Ran was momentarily stunned. The amusement park was actually built? A normal amusement park might take about 6 months to build. But this was the amusement park Luo Yao had prepared for Lin Ran. The construction period was definitely fast enough. Lin Ran was shocked by the speed of construction. He even had the idea of poaching this team of workers for his real estate company to speed up the Beijing University library project. 2 rows of staff stood at the entrance, bowing at 90 degrees. Good evening, young Master Lin. Looking at the huge amusement park, Lin Ran could also intuitively feel the power of money. He wasn't particularly fond of amusement parks. He still remembered throwing up until he was spitting bile after the last time he went. But this was a gift from Luo Yao, and he had no reason to, nor would he, refuse it. When he saw the large characters on the amusement park gate, Lin Ran's eyes instantly teared up. Lin Ran's paradise, the entire amusement park, just for Lin Ran alone. Was this Luo Yao's domineering romance? Does our Ran like it? I like it. Lin Ran didn't like to play those thrilling rides, but he liked everything Luo Yao prepared for him. Luo Yao jumped down from Lin Ran's back and took his large hand. Let's go inside and take a look. Walking into the amusement park, all kinds of facilities were complete, and there were professional staff to guide them. Young Master Lin, President Luo, it's nighttime now, which is more convenient for indoor activities. Would you like to experience them? We can also prepare a fireworks show. Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran with a questioning gaze. Lin Ran thought for a moment. Yao Yao, I really like this gift, but let's save the experience for next time. His wife had been too tired recently and needed rest, so they should skip the experience. Okay, I'll listen to our Ran. After the introduction, Lin Ran also learned that most of the attractions here were non-high-altitude spinning rides, tailor-made for him. Sometimes, it's the details that move a person. Did Lin Ran really not like to play? No, who wasn't a child at heart. He was just afraid of heights and had vertigo, so he was more resistant to amusement parks. But this amusement park built by Luo Yao was just right for him. Ran, I want to see fireworks. Luo Yao remembered the beautiful display from New Year's Eve, and a captivating smile appeared on her lips. Seeing that Luo Yao was in good spirits, Lin Ran agreed to this request. No need to wait, no need to fight for a spot. Sitting in a private viewing room, every firework that bloomed was like Luo Yao saying I love you to Lin Ran in the sky. The fireworks show was beautiful, but Lin Ran's gaze wasn't on the fireworks at all, because the person beside him was even more beautiful. Luo Yao leaned into Lin Ran's embrace, and Lin Ran very naturally picked her up. He knew exactly what she wanted to do. From the very beginning, he knew this fireworks show was not a proper one. Abu, clear the area, Lin Ran suddenly ordered. Understood. Only Luo Yao and Lin Ran were left in the amusement park. This was a happy time at night, a happiness illuminated by the colorful lights of the amusement park. A sensual dance show under the fireworks show. Their dance was rhythmic and passionate, free and fearless. By the time they returned to the villa, both were content. Lin Ran replenished his strength. Preparing the soup in advance was indeed the right choice. Nighttime, lying in bed, Luo Yao's gaze swept over the place where a certain specimen was stored, her fingers gently tracing patterns on Lin Ran's chest. Aran, don't come to the group tomorrow at noon either. I'm rather busy. Lin Ran noticed Luo Yao's momentary glance and paused slightly. Then you must eat. Okay. Aran, love began to flow through Luo Yao's body, her eyes turning scarlet and urgent. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, but the young couple had a disagreement. She wanted to do squats. He wanted to do push-ups. Yao Yao, you lost the bet with Lin Tianba last time. You promised that I could take the lead for a month. Luo Yao's large, watery eyes looked at Lin Ran in confusion, her eyelashes blinking beautifully. Did I promise that? But what if I forgot? Lin Ran didn't expect Luo Yao to go back on her word, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he steeled his heart. Only children make choices. I want it all. The next morning, Lin Ran dropped Luo Yao off at the Luo Group building. Luo Yao gave Lin Ran a deep look before turning and going upstairs. Watching Luo Yao disappear from sight, Lin Ran got back into the car. Young Master Lin, where are we going? Wang Bao asked. Lin Ran slowly closed his eyes. Yao Yao must have got a deal with Lu Ruxue, right? She doesn't want me to follow probably because she doesn't want me to see too much bloodshed. That's right. It was time for a conclusion. Lu Ruxue had lived for so long. It would be unreasonable if she didn't die soon. But letting Yao Yao face it alone was not right. Opening his eyes, he didn't plan to follow Luo Yao because his movements were like transparent glass to her. After all, she had installed love in his body. So he planned to appear when Luo Yao was dealing with Lu Ruxue to clearly tell her that he would not stay away from her for any reason, but would only get closer. Abu's phone received a message. He glanced at it and reported, Young Master Lin, Yu Chengchuan has already arrived at the Nuanyo Group building. Lin Ran nodded. Since he had nothing to do now, he would go and meet this beast. Wang Bao drove towards the nearby Nuanyo Group, while Luo Yao, who had already reached her office, began to prepare for action. Lin Ran's guess was completely correct. The matter with Yu Qingnan last time had always been a thorn in Luo Yao's heart. She hadn't expected Lu Ruxue to have such skills, to be able to incite others to threaten her while in prison. Since Lu Ruxue could have someone assassinate her, there was no guarantee that she wouldn't threaten Ran one day. Such a menace could not be left alive. She would absolutely not allow such a threat to exist around Lin Ran. So she needed to personally handle this matter. Actually, she could have delegated this matter to someone else, but the opponent was Lu Ruxue. Then she had to go personally. This White Lotus hadn't hurt her physically, but she had hurt her heart. If it weren't for her, perhaps Lin Ran would have belonged solely to her long ago. Luo Yao's eyes were infinitely cold, as if covering the entire office with a layer of frost. Lu Meng, come out with me. Lu Meng lowered her head. Okay. She had followed Luo Yao for so many years and understood her boss very well. Luo Yao's aura just now clearly showed that she had murderous intent. Nuanyo Film, President's Office. A young man in a wheelchair appeared, his eyes gloomy and filled with hatred. Sister Qing Tian, you are so cruel. Yu Chengchuan sat in the wheelchair. He hadn't been completely crippled. The doctor said he still had fertility, but his performance in that area would be affected. So, what did you come here to say today? I'll give you a chance. Marry me, and we'll let this matter go. Otherwise, not just you, but your Chun family and that Kepman cousin of yours, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yu Chengchuan hated Chun Qingtian. The harm this woman had caused him was fatal. He was once a romantic playboy, but now he was reduced to a state where he couldn't even perform well with women. How could he tolerate this? Since you, Chun Qingtian, turn me into this, then you'll be the compensation. If you came here today to say these things to me, then you might be disappointed. Chun Qingtian was dismissive. From a moment she knew Yu Chengchuan wanted to meet her, Chun Qingtian had vaguely guessed what this guy meant. He was definitely going to cause trouble for her, but she didn't expect him to be this stupid. If Yu Chengchuan only dealt with her, he could still fight her back and forth. But if he dared to touch her cousin, then he was truly courting death. Yu Chengchuan's face was so gloomy it looked like water could drip from it. Your Chun family might not be afraid of me, and your cousin might not be afraid of me either, but are you sure you can protect your little puppy? Chun Qingtian's eyes narrowed again. The little bit of guilt she had for Yu Chengchuan finally vanished at this moment. Meeting you today was out of respect for our childhood friendship. If you continue to be so stubborn, then I'm sorry. I can only show you the door. Yu Chengchuan looked gloomy. Chun Qingtian's PR had exposed him to the public, and the netizens had dug up many of his evil deeds. The reason he was so anxious to find Chun Qingtian today was because his engagement with AI Xianbai had been cancelled, and the new fiancé was his younger brother. His father didn't object at all, which indirectly proved that the old man wanted his brother to replace him. This also meant that his position as the heir of the Yu family was likely in jeopardy, so he was anxious to find a way out. In fact, he had secretly snuck out today, while still in treatment, to find Chun Qingtian, hoping to persuade this detestable woman to marry him. If he could form an alliance with the Chun family through marriage, his position as the heir could be secured. Although the Chun family was not as rich as the AI family, their background was special and not inferior to these capitalist families. Now that Qin Qingtian had clearly refused, Yu Qingchuan was naturally very angry. Qin Qingtian, you're really something? Then we'll see. Believe me, in the end, not only you and your little puppy, but even your cousin will kneel and beg me to let you go. Bang! The office door was kicked open. Lin Ran walked in with Abu. Then you really have some balls of steel. Seeing Lin Ran, both Qin Qingtian and Yu Qingchuan were startled. Cousin, why are you here? Yu Qingchuan naturally recognized Lin Ran, as they were schoolmates. It was just that Lin Ran was in the finance department, and Yu Qingchuan was in the sociology department. The two didn't have much interaction. The reason Yu Qingchuan knew Lin Ran was simple. He used to be the #1 school hunk at Beijing University, but since last year, Lin Ran had become a #1, and he could only be second. Because of this, his little fangirls had decreased, so he disliked Lin Ran very much. But Lin Ran was backed by Luo Yao, so he tried not to provoke him and had never caused trouble for him. He never expected that his constant avoidance would result in Lin Ran standing up for Qin Qingtian. Lin Ran. Yu Qingchuan was grinding his molars. Lin Ran's balls of steel comment was like rubbing salt in his wound. What are you calling your daddy for? Lin Ran looked down at him. Yu Qingchuan remained silent. On Nuanyo Group's territory, he didn't dare do anything to Lin Ran and could only swallow his anger. Lin Ran, I came here today just to discuss the matter of marriage with Sister Qingtian. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow at Yu Qingchuan. A 3-yuan key. Are you worthy? Weren't you going to make me kneel and beg you to let me go? I'm right here. Let's see how you do it. Marriage? What a joke. Lin Ran didn't particularly like Fong Busha, but he just didn't like his personality. At least his character was fine. According to Lin Ran's personality, he didn't want to get involved in other people's relationships, but this Yu Qingchuan. What kind of trash dared to make such a request? If he wasn't born into a great family, this kind of scumbag would have been hacked to death long ago. Lin Ran never considered himself a good person, but he hated villains like Yu Qingchuan even more. Some people are evil in order to fight evil, while others are evil because they are inherently evil. Yu Qingchuan belonged to the latter category, the kind of person who was born bad. The existence of such people was hell for others. Lin Ran, we have no past grudges or recent enmity. Do you really want to oppose me? When had Yu Qingchuan ever suffered such verbal humiliation? His voice trembled with anger. Oppose you? Are you worthy? Lin Ran walked up to Qin Qingtian, a bit disappointed. What do you have to say to this guy? This isn't your style. Qin Qingtian leaned back in her boss's chair without getting up. She really liked this position and was a bit reluctant to move. The feeling of being a president was very comfortable. But all of this was thanks to her cousin's wife. Qin Qingtian. He used Xiaxia's safety to ask me for a meeting. Cousin, he bullied me. You have to help me get revenge. You're really good at playing the victim, Lin Ran thought. He bullied you? His balls are in your hands. And you have a boyfriend, yet you're actively meeting other men? No, that doesn't seem to be a problem. My cousin is a normal person, and so is Fong Busha. Their love is different from mine. If I were to actively meet other women, my wife would definitely be angry. As expected, my wife's love is the most special in this world. Lin Ran turned his head and looked at this trigger that had caused Luo Yao to launch the business war ahead of schedule, and fell into a brief thought. It was because of the business war with the Yu, AI, and Zhang families that Luo Yao had spent less time with him these past 2 days. But this day would come sooner or later. Maybe it wasn't a bad thing that it happened earlier. And this Yu Qingchuan, he was a scumbag, that's for sure, but he, Lin Ran, was not the law. Luo Yao was the law, but a beating was still possible. Abu, drag him out of the office building and beat him up. Let the people on the street see what a scumbag he is.